Good evening, dear friends. As the day gently draws its curtains, it's time to unwind and let relaxation flow through you like a soft, soothing breeze. In this tranquil moment, let's release the worries of the day and allow ourselves to be enveloped in calm. Tonight, we invite you to journey with us into the realm of enchanting tales, where comforting stories await to cradle your thoughts. Let your imagination drift effortlessly into whimsical worlds where dreams are woven with the threads of magic and wonder. May this time of rest rejuvenate your spirit and bring you a beautiful beginning to the day ahead. Sweet dreams and peaceful slumbers. Story 1. In the heart of a quaint village nestled among rolling green hills, where the air was perpetually perfumed with the mingling scents of wild thyme and distant wood smoke, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days had always been painted with the brushstrokes of routine and familiarity, until one fateful morning when she awoke to find her world transformed by an unexpected marvel. The sunlight crept through the cracks in the wooden shutters of her room, casting ethereal patterns on the walls. The dusty beams of light seemed to dance with the shimmering motes of dust, creating a silent symphony of light and shadow. The scent of dew-damp earth wafted in through the open window, mingling with the faint aroma of lavender from the sachets her mother tucked beneath her pillow, a comforting reminder of home. Yet, it was not the sun alone that filled the space with light. Willow's room was aglow with a soft, shimmering luminescence that seemed to emanate from her very own hands. The gentle hum of magic filled the air, harmonizing with the birds' morning chorus. At first, she thought it might be a mirage, a mere trick of the light, but as she gazed in wonder, tiny sparks of radiance danced across her fingertips, their warmth both alien and comforting. A sense of apprehension and excitement swirled within her, a symphony of emotions she had never before experienced. Willow's life, once marked by the rhythmic simplicity of village life, feeding the chickens, helping her mother churn butter, and weaving garlands of wildflowers, was now imbued with an undercurrent of the extraordinary. As the days unfolded like the petals of a flower, Willow's newfound abilities grew stronger. Flowers would bloom at her touch, their colors vibrant and unearthly, and the very air around her seemed to sparkle with magic, a soft whisper of energy that sang in her ears. Yet, alongside this wondrous gift came a struggle, a fear of the unknown, and a hesitance to embrace the changes unfolding within her. One afternoon, as the sky was painted with hues of amber and rose, Willow wandered into the woods that bordered the village. The forest was alive with the rustles of small creatures and the soft murmur of the wind through the leaves. Here, she felt a deeper connection to the world, a sense that the trees and the earth whispered secrets only she could hear. It was a place where her magic felt at home, unrestrained and vibrant. In the heart of these woods, she stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, its weathered surfaces etched with mysterious runes. The stones seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, resonating with the magic that coursed through her veins. As she approached, the air grew thick with anticipation, and she felt a pull to touch the cool, moss-covered surface of one of the stones. The moment her fingers made contact, a vision unfurled before her eyes, a tapestry of the village's history, woven with threads of magic and mystery. She saw generations of villagers, each connected by the same unseen force that now flowed through her. Startled by the vision, Willow pulled back, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and wonder. She realized that her magic was not an isolated occurrence, but part of a larger legacy, one that bound her to the land and its history. This newfound understanding filled her with a sense of duty, a calling to learn more about her abilities and the role she was meant to play. That evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Willow found herself drawn to the village square, where the townsfolk gathered to share stories under the ancient oak tree. The tree stood as a sentinel of time, its gnarled branches weaving tales of old in the rustling breeze. Here, amidst the flickering lanterns and the laughter of children playing tag, Willow felt the weight of her secret pressing against her chest. In the gathering dusk, she noticed an elderly woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles etched by years of laughter and tears, sitting quietly on a bench. Her eyes, though clouded with age, sparkled with an undimmed curiosity. Her name was Alara, known in the village as the Keeper of Stories. She had lived through countless seasons and could recount tales of the village's history with a vividness that entranced all who listened. It was whispered among the villagers that Alara held secrets of her own, secrets of magic that had long since faded into legend. Willow approached her tentatively, drawn by an unspoken bond. Alara looked up, her gaze piercing yet gentle. "Ah, young Willow," she began, her voice a soft rustle like leaves in the wind. "I sense a change in you, the kind that marks the beginning of a new story. Tell me, what have you discovered?" With quiet resolve, Willow shared her secret, the luminescence of her hands, the magic that seemed to awaken with her every touch. Alara listened with a serene smile, nodding as though she had expected this revelation. "My dear," Alara said, her voice carrying the weight of wisdom, "magic is not just a power to wield, but a bridge to our true selves. It connects us to the world in ways unseen yet deeply felt. Embrace it, let it guide you, and you shall find your place among the stars." As the evening deepened, the murmurs of the villagers began to fade, leaving only the sound of the wind brushing through the leaves. Alara, sensing Willow's lingering uncertainty, decided to share a story from her own past, one she had rarely told. She spoke of a time when she too had discovered a gift within her, a gift that allowed her to see glimpses of the future. It had both frightened and thrilled her, and she had struggled to understand its purpose. "But it was through kindness and patience," Alara explained, "that I learned to use my gift for the good of others. It is not the power itself that defines us, but how we choose to embrace it." In the heart of the village's ancient forest, a wise old owl named Gwendolyn took Willow under her wing. Her feathers were a tapestry of silvery grays and earthy browns, and her eyes, deep and knowing, mirrored the wisdom of ages. With a kind and patient demeanor, Gwendolyn explained that Willow's powers were a reflection of her own personal growth, a manifestation of the beauty and potential that resided within her heart. "My dear Willow," Gwendolyn said, her voice a soothing melody that floated on the gentle breeze, "these magical abilities are not something to fear, but rather a gift to be embraced. They are a reminder that you are capable of extraordinary things, if only you have the courage to let your true self shine." Willow listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder, as Gwendolyn imparted her wisdom. The old owl's words resonated deeply, awakening a newfound sense of confidence and determination within the young girl. She felt the warmth of courage bubbling up inside her, a flame kindled by the wisdom of her feathered mentor. With Gwendolyn's guidance, Willow began to practice and explore her powers, learning to harness the energy that flowed through her veins. Each day brought new discoveries and challenges. She learned to weave the magic into the fabric of her daily life, creating wonders both great and small. The villagers, too, began to notice the change in Willow, their whispers of awe mingling with her laughter as she danced through the fields of wildflowers. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Willow sat by a sparkling stream, its waters murmuring secrets of the earth. It was here that she encountered a timid rabbit named Rufus. The little creature was trapped, his leg caught in a tangle of thorny vines, his eyes wide with fear. Without hesitation, Willow reached out, and her hands glowed with a soft golden light. The vines, once menacing, unwound with the grace of a ballet, freeing Rufus from his predicament. From that day forward, Rufus became Willow's constant companion, his unwavering loyalty and friendship a testament to the kindness she had shown him. Together they embarked on countless adventures, exploring the hidden nooks and crannies of their world. Their bond grew stronger with each passing day, a tapestry woven with threads of trust and joy. As the seasons changed and the years rolled by, Willow's magical abilities blossomed like the flowers she could coax into bloom. Yet her true power lay not in the wondrous feats she could perform, but in the lessons she had learned along the way. Her heart swelled with the understanding that magic was not merely a force to wield, but a reflection of the love and kindness she shared with the world. In the quiet solitude of a winter's night, as snowflakes danced gracefully to the ground, Willow found herself reflecting on her journey. The village, once a place of routine, had become a vibrant canvas upon which she painted her life, each stroke a testament to her journey. She faced her fears with courage, knowing that with each challenge overcome, she became stronger and wiser. And above all, Willow cherished the connections she had forged with Alara, Gwendolyn, Rufus, and all those who had supported her through her trials. For she had come to realize that true magic resided not in the extraordinary, but in the simple joys of friendship, empathy, and self-discovery. As the warm glow of twilight bathed the village in a golden hue, Willow would often sit beneath the ancient oak tree, its branches whispering tales of old, reflecting on the remarkable journey she had undertaken. With a contented smile, she knew that her life had been forever changed by the magic that flowed within, a magic that had taught her to embrace the beauty of growth, the power of love, and the wonder of being truly herself. The village, nestled among the rolling green hills, watched over her as a silent guardian, a testament to the enduring magic of a girl's journey to self-discovery. Story 2. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time danced with the rustling leaves, there existed a realm where nature and magic intertwined. This was a place where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like golden rain, dappling the forest floor with warm patches of light and shadow. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and fresh earth, carrying with it the gentle melodies of birds who sang the stories of their ancestors. This forest was home to countless creatures, each living in harmony with the land and one another. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the markings of countless seasons past. Thistle, with his gentle eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages, was the keeper of the forest's secrets. He moved slowly, but with purpose, his presence a reminder of patience and the passage of time. In this forest, the creatures gathered at the clearing when the moon was full, its silvery light turning the world into a realm of dreams. On these nights, Thistle would share tales of the forest's history, stories whispered to him by the elders before him. The animals would sit in rapt attention, the soft glow of fireflies casting a magical light over their gathering. One such night, as a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, Thistle began his tale. Long ago, he started, his voice deep and mellow. When the world was young and the seasons were just learning their dance, the forest was not as you know it now. There was a time when the balance was lost and the harmony of our home was threatened. The creatures leaned closer, the rustle of feathers and the soft patting of paws barely audible over Thistle's voice. Among them were Willow, the curious squirrel with a tuft of white fur on her tail, and Bramble, the thoughtful deer with antlers that reached towards the heavens like the branches of ancient trees. In those days, Thistle continued, there was a fierce wind spirit named Zephyr who roamed the skies. Zephyr was full of energy and wild with the desire to reshape the world. His storms would rage across the forest, unsettling the delicate balance of our home. The seasons struggled to follow their ancient rhythms, confused by the chaos of Zephyr's tempests. The creatures listened intently, imagining the forest engulfed in the turmoil of Zephyr's storms. The memory of those days seemed to linger in the air like the distant echo of thunder. But there was one who understood the nature of balance, Thistle said, his voice carrying a note of reverence. It was Gaia, the spirit of the earth, whose presence was felt in every leaf, every stone, and every stream. Gaia was gentle and wise, and she knew that the key to harmony lay not in opposing Zephyr, but in understanding him. Willow's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What did Gaia do?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper, carried away by the breeze. "Gaia invited Zephyr to a gathering much like ours," Thistle replied, a soft smile playing on his lips. She spoke to him of the beauty in the dance of the seasons, of the life that thrived when waters flowed gently and the sun warmed the earth. She showed him how the trees bent with the wind, rather than breaking, and how the rivers sang as they carved their paths through the land. The creatures could almost imagine Gaia, her form as fluid and nurturing as the earth itself, standing before the mighty Zephyr, her presence a calming balm to his tempestuous spirit. Zephyr listened, Thistle said, his voice a gentle breeze in the night. He saw the beauty in Gaia's vision, in the balance she cherished. And so, he learned to temper his storms, to let his winds play softly through the branches, aiding the seeds in their journey to new homes. In time, Zephyr became a part of the forest's harmony, a gentle hand guiding the change of seasons. The creatures sighed softly, their hearts warmed by the tale of understanding and unity. Bramble nodded thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting the moonlight. "It is a good story, Thistle," he murmured, "one that reminds us of the power of listening and learning from one another." Thistle nodded, his eyes closing as if to savor the peace of the moment. "Yes, my friends," he agreed. "It is a story of balance, of finding harmony not by fighting against the forces that shape our world, but by embracing them and working together." As the night deepened, the creatures began to drift away, returning to their nests, burrows, and beds beneath the stars. The forest settled into a tranquil silence, the only sound the gentle whisper of the wind, now a companion rather than a foe. Thistle watched them go, his heart full with the knowledge that the stories and wisdom of their forest would continue to live on, passed down through the generations. He knew that as long as there were creatures like Willow and Bramble to listen and learn, the balance would endure, and the forest would remain a sanctuary of peace and magic. As the night wore on, a soft mist began to weave its way through the trees, cloaking the forest in a silvery veil. Thistle gazed up at the stars, their light twinkling like distant lanterns in the night sky, and his mind drifted back to a time when he was but a young tortoise, learning the ways of the forest under the guidance of his own mentor, an ancient owl named Elderwing. Elderwing had been a figure of great wisdom and mystery, his feathers as gray as the mist that now enveloped the forest. He had taught Thistle the importance of patience, the virtue of listening, and the art of storytelling. One particular lesson had stood out to Thistle, a lesson about the interconnectedness of the forest's inhabitants. "Thistle," Elderwing had said, his voice a low and soothing murmur, "each creature here is like a note in a grand symphony. Alone, they may seem insignificant, but together they create a melody that breathes life into the forest. Always remember that you are a part of this melody, and your actions affect the whole." Reflecting on this wisdom, Thistle understood now more than ever the weight of Elderwing's words. As the keeper of the forest's tales, he bore the responsibility of ensuring that the harmony of their home was preserved, that each creature found its place in the symphony of life. With a renewed sense of purpose, Thistle settled into the soft earth beneath the shelter of an ancient oak, ready to dream of the stories yet to be told, and the harmony that would guide them all. The gentle hum of the forest, a lullaby of crickets and rustling leaves, ushered him into a peaceful slumber, where the spirits of the forest danced in a timeless reverie. As dawn approached, the forest awoke to a symphony of sounds, the gentle babbling of a brook winding its way through the trees, the soft rustle of leaves underfoot, and the distant call of a cuckoo singing the morning into being. Thistle stirred, blinking slowly as the first fingers of sunlight warmed his shell. He recalled a promise made to a young fox named Ember, whose fiery curiosity was matched only by her relentless energy. Ember had approached Thistle the previous evening, her eyes alight with the desire to learn more about the ancient legends that filled the forest with mystery and wonder. "Thistle," Ember had said, her voice a mixture of excitement and awe, "I want to know more about how the forest came to be, about the spirits who walk among us unseen. Will you tell me?" Thistle had promised her a story for the following night's gathering, knowing that within Ember's keen interest lay the seeds of future wisdom. He pondered which tale to share, considering the depth of Ember's curiosity and her potential to become a guardian of the forest's secrets. As the morning sun rose higher, the forest buzzed with activity. Thistle watched as Willow leaped from branch to branch, her white-tipped tail a flash of light in the dappled shadows. Bramble grazed nearby, his antlers casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. Thistle decided to visit the ancient oak grove, a place of profound stillness, where the oldest trees stood like sentinels guarding the secrets of the earth. It was said that the grove was a portal to the past, where the whispers of the ancients could be heard by those who listened closely. The journey was slow, but Thistle relished every step, feeling the cool earth underfoot, the subtle shift of the wind, and the soft calls of birds echoing through the trees. As he approached the grove, he paused, sensing a presence beside him. It was Elderwing, or rather the memory of him, as vivid as if the wise old owl stood there in the flesh. Thistle felt a wave of gratitude for the guidance Elderwing had bestowed upon him, shaping him into the storyteller and guardian he had become. Remember, Thistle, Elderwing's voice echoed in his mind. Stories are the threads that connect us to the past, the present, and the future. They are the bridges that bind us to one another. Thistle nodded, his resolve strengthened. He knew the tale he would share with Ember and the others, a story of the origins of the forest, of the first whisper of magic that had breathed life into the land, and the spirits who watched over them all. As he reached the grove, Thistle lingered for a moment, soaking in the serene beauty of the ancient oaks. Their gnarled branches twisted skyward, reaching for the heavens, and their roots dug deep into the earth, intertwining with the very fabric of the forest. Here the air was still and heavy with an ancient wisdom, a palpable energy that seemed to pulse in the ground beneath Thistle's feet. Suddenly, a soft rustling sound caught Thistle's attention. Out from the shadows emerged a creature he knew only from tales, the elusive and enigmatic lynx, whose tufted ears and sharp eyes were said to see into the souls of those who wandered the forest. The lynx's coat shimmered like liquid silver under the dappled sunlight, and its gaze met Thistle's with an intensity that spoke of secrets long held. "Thistle," the lynx said in a voice as smooth as silk and as ancient as the stones beneath them, "I have come to listen and to share. There are stories that must be told, and it is time for you to hear them too." The forest seemed to hold its breath, and Thistle felt a thrill of anticipation. This meeting with the lynx was a rare and precious gift, one that promised new insights and deeper understanding. Together, they settled beneath the great oaks, and as the sun began its descent once more, their voices mingled with the whispers of the forest, weaving a tapestry of tales that would ripple through time, connecting the past with the future. With a heart full of purpose, Thistle turned back towards the clearing, eager to continue the legacy of wisdom and harmony that had been entrusted to him. As he made his way through the forest, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, signaling another night of stories, learning, and unity under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies and moonlight danced upon the leaves, there lay a quaint little village named Moonshadow Hollow. It was a place where magic wove through everyday life, like the gentle river that meandered through its center. The villagers lived in harmony with the enchanting creatures of the forest, exchanging stories and wisdom by the light of 1,000 fireflies. The woods themselves were a tapestry of colors and sounds. As dawn broke, the sun's rays filtered through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic of golden light upon the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, while birds serenaded the morning with their melodious symphony. It was in this enchanted backdrop that a thoughtful young girl named Leora lived. Leora had eyes the color of twilight and hair that shimmered like the sun-dappled brook. Her spirit was as vibrant as the forest itself, and she was known for her curiosity and her deep love for all the creatures and plants that called the woods home. Her days were spent exploring the forest, accompanied by her faithful friend, a clever fox named Finn, whose fur was as bright as autumn leaves. One crisp autumn morning, when the mist still clung to the ground like a soft, silken blanket, Leora noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved moonflower, a delicate blossom that only bloomed under the full moon, had vanished from its resting place by the riverbank. The moonflower was not just a plant. It was a symbol of the village's peace and prosperity, tended to by generations of Moonshadow Hollow's caretakers. Concerned whispers fluttered through the village like autumn leaves on the breeze. Never before had the moonflower gone missing. It was said to be protected by the gentle spirit of the forest, and its disappearance was a mystery begging to be solved. Determined to uncover the truth, Leora set out with Finn by her side. They journeyed deeper into the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. As they walked, Leora spoke softly, her voice barely a whisper above the rustle of leaves, sharing her thoughts with Finn. "Do you think someone took the moonflower, Finn? Or could it be something else entirely?" she mused, her eyes scanning the forest floor for clues. Finn flicked his tail thoughtfully, his keen eyes catching every subtle shift in the underbrush. "Perhaps we should seek counsel from the Wise One," he suggested. She knows the forest better than anyone. The wise one was an ancient owl named Sage, who lived in an old oak tree that stood like a sentinel in the heart of the forest. Her feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and her eyes held the depth of 1,000 starry nights. Sage had guided many a villager with her wisdom, and her knowledge of the magical woods was unparalleled. As Leora and Finn approached the oak, Sage greeted them with a warm hoot. "Ah, Leora and Finn, what brings you to my branch on this fine morning?" Leora explained the mystery of the missing moonflower, her voice tinged with the gentle urgency of the task at hand. Sage listened intently, her eyes narrowing as she pondered the situation. "The moonflower is a rare and precious part of our forest," Sage began, her voice a soothing melody. "It is no ordinary plant. Its magic is tied to the cycles of the moon and the harmony of the woods. If it has disappeared, there are likely signs left behind. You must observe the forest closely, for it often whispers its secrets to those who listen." With Sage's advice echoing in their minds, Leora and Finn continued their search. They moved quietly, listening to the forest's symphony and watching for any unusual patterns. As dusk settled over the woods, casting long shadows and painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, they discovered a trail of glistening silver dew that seemed to sparkle with its own light. Following the trail, they found themselves at the edge of a small, hidden glade. In the center stood a circle of toadstools, their caps adorned with luminescent spots. And there, nestled within the circle, was the moonflower, its petals glowing softly under the rising moon. Leora approached cautiously, her heart swelling with relief. Yet, as she reached out to touch the flower, she paused. There was something magical about this place, a feeling of enchantment that wrapped around her like a warm cloak. Suddenly, a gentle hum filled the air, and from behind the toadstools emerged a group of tiny, iridescent creatures. They fluttered like butterflies, their wings shimmering in the moonlight. Leora recognized them as the night sprites, guardians of the forest's hidden magic. One of the sprites, with wings that sparkled like starlight, hovered before Leora. "Do not be afraid," it chimed, its voice a sweet, tinkling melody. "We borrowed the moonflower for a special reason." Leora listened intently as the sprite explained. The forest was preparing for a rare celestial event, a convergence of stars that would bless the woods with a new cycle of growth and magic. The moonflower's presence was needed to complete the enchantment and ensure the forest's prosperity for years to come. Understanding dawned on Leora, and she nodded with a gentle smile. "Thank you for sharing this with me. The village was worried, but I will tell them of your purpose. Perhaps we can all celebrate this event together." The sprites twirled in delight, their wings casting a shimmering glow over the glade. Finn wagged his tail, his eyes bright with approval. As Leora and Finn returned to Moonshadow Hollow, the night air was filled with a sense of wonder and anticipation. Leora shared the story with the villagers, who gathered by the riverbank under the light of the full moon. Together they watched as the stars aligned, their light mingling with the moonflower's glow in a dance of cosmic magic. The mystery of the missing moonflower had been solved, not through suspicion or fear, but through understanding and friendship. As the night deepened and the villagers drifted home, they carried with them a renewed sense of connection to the magical world that surrounded them. In the days following the celestial event, Leora found herself reflecting on her journey. The adventure had stirred something within her, an awakening of her own connection to the forest's magic. She began to see the forest not just as a home, but as a living, breathing entity, with rhythms and secrets of its own. This newfound understanding ignited a desire to learn and protect the Whispering Woods more than ever before. Leora spent her days listening to the whispers of the trees and deciphering the songs of the birds. She spoke to Sage frequently, learning about the delicate balance that sustained the forest and its inhabitants. Finn was often by her side, his presence a comforting reminder of their shared adventure and the bond they had forged. One day, while wandering a lesser-known path, Leora stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, partially hidden by creeping ivy and dappled shadows. Intrigued, she knelt beside it, tracing the weathered runes with her fingertips. There, she could feel a faint hum of energy, an echo of the past that spoke of the forest's timeless magic. Leora realized that this circle was a remnant of old magic, a link to the ancestors who had once walked these woods. She understood that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just in the plants and creatures, but in the very earth itself, a legacy of those who had come before. With this revelation, Leora felt a deep sense of purpose. She knew that the forest's magic and history needed to be preserved and shared with future generations. She decided to become a guardian of this knowledge, recording what she learned and teaching the children of Moonshadow Hollow about the wonders and responsibilities of their enchanted home. As the seasons turned and the forest whispered new secrets, Leora's connection to the woods deepened. Her adventures with Finn continued, each day a new chapter in their shared story. Together, they roamed farther than ever before, mapping the hidden paths and discovering the forest's many facets. One late autumn afternoon, as the sun descended in a fiery blaze, casting a golden hue over the woods, Leora and Finn ventured into a part of the forest they had never explored. The air was crisp, filled with the aroma of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke. They stumbled upon an ancient grove of towering trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled like the hands of time itself. In the center of the grove stood a majestic tree, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. As they approached, they noticed intricate carvings spiraling around the trunk, depicting scenes of the forest's history, its creatures, its seasons, and the bond between the villagers and the enchanted woods. Leora felt a profound connection to these images, as if the tree was sharing its memories with her. Finn tilted his head, his ears twitching as he listened to the whispers of the forest. "This tree holds the stories of the past," he said softly. "It's a keeper of our history." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude and determination. She realized that the forest was not just a backdrop to their lives, but an integral part of their existence. Its magic was woven into the very fabric of their being, a testament to the enduring connection between nature and humanity. With newfound resolve, Leora vowed to protect the Whispering Woods and its stories, ensuring that future generations would understand the importance of preserving their magical heritage. She knew that every leaf, every creature, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Leora's commitment to the forest also led her to propose a new tradition in Moonshadow Hollow. Each season, the villagers would gather to celebrate the forest and its magic, sharing stories and songs passed down through generations. They would plant new trees and tend to the land, ensuring that the enchantment of the Whispering Woods would thrive for years to come. One winter evening, as snowflakes danced in the air like delicate whispers from the sky, Leora stood before the village council, her heart brimming with passion and hope. The warm glow of the hearth bathed the room in a golden light, casting flickering shadows on the walls. She spoke of her vision, her voice carrying the weight of her convictions. "We are the custodians of this magical place," Leora declared. "Let us forge a bond with the forest that honors our past and embraces the future. Together, we can nurture this land and preserve its magic for those who will come after us." The villagers listened, their faces reflecting the same awe and respect that Leora felt for the forest. As they nodded in agreement, a sense of unity spread through the room, weaving them closer together, much like the threads of magic that wove through their village. And so in the heart of the Whispering Woods, peace and harmony reigned once more. As the moonflower continued to bloom under the watchful eyes of both the villagers and the night sprites, Leora and Finn, their bond strengthened by the adventure, wandered the forest with newfound appreciation for the wonders it held, knowing that sometimes the answers to life's mysteries could be found in listening to the quiet whispers of the world around them. With the forest's gentle lullaby echoing in the distance, the village of Moonshadow Hollow settled into a serene slumber, cradled by the magic of the night. In the gentle glow of twilight, where the sun kissed the horizon goodbye and stars began to peek through the deepening blue, there lay a quaint village named Wisteria Hollow. Nestled within a lush valley, it was a place where time seemed to flow a little slower, where mornings were ushered in by the soft rustle of leaves and evenings serenaded by the songs of crickets. The village was surrounded by a thick, whispering forest, said to be older than memory itself, It was here, in this serene landscape, that our story unfolds. In the heart of Wisteria Hollow lived an old woodcarver named Finn. His cottage was a warm, inviting place filled with the earthy scent of pine and the comforting crackle of a hearth that never seemed to tire. Finn was known for his gentle hands that could coax life from the most unyielding pieces of wood, crafting toys and trinkets for the village children. Yet, there was one creation he cherished above all, a small, intricately carved wooden bird, its eyes set with tiny sapphires that seemed to twinkle with their own light. The bird was a gift from his late wife, Myra, who had been the heart of Finn's world. She had given it to him on a crisp autumn day, a token of love and a promise of hope. Finn treasured it dearly, keeping it close as a reminder of their shared dreams and the joy they had woven together. One evening, as Finn sat by the fire, he noticed something peculiar. The little wooden bird, perched silently on the mantel, seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Curious, Finn reached for it, and as his fingers brushed its wings, a warmth spread through his hand. In that moment, the room filled with a soft, melodious hum, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. To Finn's amazement, as if touched by magic, the bird fluttered its wings and took flight, circling the room with graceful ease before settling back into his palm. The old woodcarver's heart skipped a beat, for he realized the bird held a secret, an enchantment that had lain dormant until now. With newfound wonder, Finn pondered the bird's magic. He decided to seek answers from the wise woman of the village, an elder named Leora, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. She lived at the edge of the forest, in a cottage surrounded by fragrant herbs and wildflowers. The next morning, with the bird tucked safely in his satchel, Finn set off on a path that wound through fields of golden wheat and beneath boughs heavy with ripe apples. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of earth and leaves, whispering stories of the changing seasons. As he approached Leora's cottage, Finn felt a sense of calm wash over him. The wise woman welcomed him with a kind smile, her eyes twinkling like the night sky. She listened intently as Finn recounted the events of the previous evening, and her expression grew thoughtful. "The bird is a vessel of Myra's love," Leora explained, her voice as soothing as the forest song. "It carries a fragment of her spirit, woven into its wood by the strength of your bond. It seeks to guide you, Finn, to a place where dreams and reality entwine." Intrigued and comforted by Leora's words, Finn asked where this place might be. The wise woman gestured to the forest, her hands moving with the grace of a willow swaying in the wind. "Beyond the veil of the known lies the glimmering grove, a hidden world where magic flows as freely as a river. It is there you will find what your heart seeks." Determined and filled with a quiet resolve, Finn thanked Leora and set out towards the forest. The wooden bird nestled against his chest. The path ahead was unfamiliar, lined with ancient trees whose branches wove a canopy above, filtering the sunlight into a dappled dance upon the forest floor. As he ventured deeper, the air grew thick with enchantment, each step resonating with a sense of wonder and mystery. Finn marveled at the vibrant hues of the foliage, the leaves shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. The forest was alive with whispers, as if the trees themselves were sharing their secrets with the wind. It wasn't long before Finn came upon a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood a towering oak, its trunk wrapped in vines of silver and gold. The air hummed with a gentle melody, a song of peace and promise. Finn approached the great oak, feeling the strength of its ancient presence. He reached out, placing his hand upon the bark, and as he did, the wooden bird came alive once more, its wings unfurling as it took flight. It circled the oak, tracing patterns in the air, and with each pass, the grove seemed to pulse with life. Suddenly, the forest around him shimmered, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a world filled with light and color. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes filled with curiosity and kindness. There were foxes with fur like autumn leaves, rabbits whose ears sparkled with dew, and birds that sang with voices like tinkling bells. Among them was a figure, radiant and ethereal, her presence as calming as a gentle breeze. It was Mara, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the grove. Finn's heart soared at the sight of her, his eyes welling with tears of joy and longing. "Welcome, dear Finn," she spoke, her voice a melody that wrapped around him like a warm embrace. You have journeyed far, guided by love and the magic within your heart. Finn felt the weight of years lift from his shoulders as he stepped forward, his spirit buoyed by Mara's presence. I have missed you, he said softly, his voice filled with the depth of his devotion. Mara smiled, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. Though I am not as I once was, I am always with you, Finn. Our love is the thread that binds us, even across the veil. As they spoke, the grove shimmered with a gentle warmth, a testament to the bond they shared. Finn realized that this hidden world was a reflection of their love, a place where dreams lived and breathed, nurtured by the magic of the heart. Mara gestured to the wooden bird, now perched upon her hand. This little one holds a gift, a song of hope and healing. It will guide you as you continue your journey, reminding you of the light that dwells within. Finn nodded, understanding that the bird was more than a keepsake. It was a beacon of the love that transcended time and space. With a heart full of gratitude, he embraced Mara, feeling the warmth of her spirit envelop him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the grove in a gentle twilight, Finn knew it was time to return to the village. Mara's presence faded like a dream upon waking, but her essence lingered, woven into the very air he breathed. With the wooden bird nestled close, Finn retraced his steps through the forest, each step lighter than the last. The path seemed shorter on the return journey, as if the forest itself was guiding him home. Back in Wisteria Hollow, the village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, their golden warmth spilling across cobblestone streets. Finn's heart swelled with contentment as he stepped through his cottage door, the familiar scent of pine wrapping around him like a tender embrace. He placed the wooden bird back upon the mantel, where it gleamed in the firelight, a symbol of the journey he had undertaken and the love that had guided him. As he settled into his chair by the hearth, Finn felt a profound peace, knowing that Mara's spirit was with him, woven into the fabric of his life. The days that followed were filled with quiet joy. Finn continued to carve, his hands guided by the magic of his heart. The village children visited often, drawn to the warmth of his cottage and the stories he shared, tales of a hidden grove where dreams danced and love wove its eternal tapestry. Finn's journey to the glimmering grove had changed him, opening his heart to the magic that lay within and around him. He understood that love was the true magic, a force that transcended the boundaries of time and space, binding hearts in an unbreakable bond. As seasons turned and years passed, Finn remained a cherished figure in Wisteria Hollow, his spirit as steadfast as the ancient trees that surrounded the village. The wooden bird continued to sing its melodious song, a reminder of the journey he had undertaken and the love that had guided him home. On a particularly vibrant autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced their fiery waltz through the crisp air, Finn decided to visit a special place, an old, forgotten garden at the village's edge, where Mara had once tended to her beloved roses. The garden, though overgrown, still whispered of her touch, the roses blooming defiantly amidst the wild tangles of nature. Finn knelt by the roses, his hands tracing the petals with the same gentle care he bestowed upon his carvings. As he worked to clear the tangled vines, memories of Mara's laughter filled the air, a reminder of the joy they had shared in this very spot. He was not alone. A group of village children had gathered, intrigued by the old man's diligent work and the garden's enchanting beauty. His heart lightened by their presence. Finn shared stories of Mara's love for the roses, of how she believed they held the secrets of life's beauty within their delicate petals. The children listened, their eyes wide with wonder, as Finn recounted tales of the garden's magic, of how Mara's spirit seemed to linger among the blooms, nurturing them with her love. The shared laughter and joy in the garden became a new chapter in Finn's life, a testament to the enduring legacy of Mara's love. It was here, amidst the roses and the laughter of children, that Finn found a renewed sense of purpose, a way to honor Mara's memory by sharing her love with the world. As the sun set over Wisteria Hollow, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Finn knew that Mara's love would forever be a guiding light. The wooden bird, nestled safely back in his cottage, continued to sing its song, a melody of hope and healing that would echo through the village for generations to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of twilight, where the world was a tapestry of dreams and reality, Finn's story unfolded, a tale of love and magic, of journeys and homecomings, whispered from heart to heart, as timeless as the stars in the sky. On a serene winter's night, as snowflakes fell like whispered secrets from the heavens, Finn found himself by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames contrasting with the chill that lay outside. He pondered the journey he'd taken, reflecting on the profound connections that had shaped his life. A knock at the door startled him from his reverie. It was young Alara, a curious girl from the village, her cheeks flushed with cold and excitement. She held out a letter, its seal bearing the insignia of a nearby town. "Finn," she said breathlessly, "this came for you. It's from a woodcarver's guild." With trembling hands, Finn opened the letter, the crackle of the parchment echoing in the quiet room. It was an invitation to exhibit his works at an esteemed gathering of artisans, a chance to share his creations and the stories behind them with a wider world. The prospect both thrilled and intimidated Finn. He had always been content within the confines of Wisteria Hollow, his heart tethered to the memories of Mara and the village, but deep within a seed of curiosity stirred, a desire to explore new paths and share the magic he had discovered. That night, after Alara had left, Finn sat by the hearth, the letter clutched in his hand. The wooden bird, aglow with the fire's light, seemed to watch him, its sapphire eyes reflecting his inner turmoil. He knew that accepting the invitation would mean stepping beyond the familiar embrace of the village, venturing into a world that had always seemed distant. Yet, he also understood that this journey could be a testament to Myra's legacy, a chance to weave their shared love into the greater tapestry of life. The decision weighed heavily on him, yet in the stillness of the night, a quiet resolve took root. Finn realized that his journey to the Glimmering Grove had not only reaffirmed the love he shared with Myra, but it also kindled a spark of adventure, urging him to see beyond the confines of his world. With the dawn, Finn made his choice. He would attend the gathering, taking with him the wooden bird and the stories it held. The village, with its gentle rhythms and whispering trees, would always be his home, but he felt a calling to extend the magic he had found, to share it with those who yearned for a glimpse of the extraordinary. And so, as the seasons turned once more, Finn prepared for his journey, his heart alight with hope and anticipation. The wooden bird, a symbol of love and enchantment, would accompany him, a guide and a reminder of the wondrous journey he had undertaken. In the heart of winter, under a sky studded with stars, Finn set forth from Wisteria Hollow, his spirit buoyed by the promise of new beginnings. The village watched him go, their hearts filled with pride and affection for the woodcarver who had taught them the true magic of love. Arriving at the town, Finn was greeted by a bustling atmosphere, far removed from the tranquil embrace of Wisteria Hollow. The streets echoed with the clamor of merchants and the laughter of children chasing one another through the marketplace. Brightly colored banners fluttered in the chilly breeze, heralding the festival that had drawn artisans from far and wide. As he set up his booth, a mixture of nerves and anticipation coiled within him, yet the wooden bird, nestled safely in his satchel, seemed to hum with quiet reassurance. The festival opened its doors, and Finn found himself surrounded by a vibrant sea of crafts and art, each piece a testament to the creator's passion and skill. The spectators were drawn to his booth, their eyes alight with curiosity as they admired his intricate carvings. Each piece held a story, a fragment of Wisteria Hollow, and as Finn shared these tales, he saw the wonder in their eyes, the magic of Myra's love woven into every grain of wood. One evening, as the festival wound down, Finn found himself in a quiet corner of the town, a small garden tucked away behind the bustling streets. It was a place of solitude and reflection, much like the garden Mara had tended. The scent of blooming winter jasmine perfumed the air, and a small stone bench offered a place to rest. Finn sat there, the wooden bird perched upon his lap, as the memories of his journey washed over him. He thought of Myra, of Wisteria Hollow, and of the path that had led him to this moment. The bird, as if sensing his thoughts, began to emit a soft, melodious tune, a song of hope and healing that mingled with the whispers of the wind. In that serene garden, amidst the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant hum of the festival, Finn felt an overwhelming sense of connection to Mara, to the village, and to the wider world that lay beyond. The wooden bird had indeed become a beacon, guiding him through the tapestry of life, illuminating the threads of love and magic that bound them all. As the festival drew to a close, Finn knew it was time to return to Wisteria Hollow, to the home that held his heart. Yet, he carried with him a newfound understanding that the magic he had discovered was not confined to the village, but a part of the world, waiting to be shared and celebrated. And so, beneath a sky adorned with stars, Finn began his journey home, the wooden bird nestled close, its song echoing in the night. He returned to Wisteria Hollow, where the village embraced him with open arms, their hearts warmed by the stories he brought back. A tale of dreams, love, and eternal connection, whispered from heart to heart, as timeless as the stars that guided him on his way. Back in the village, Finn found himself at peace, content with the path he had traveled. He continued to carve with renewed vigor, infusing each piece with the magic of his journey. The wooden bird remained a steadfast companion, a reminder of the love that transcended all barriers. As the years passed, Finn became a storyteller, sharing the magic of the glimmering grove and his adventures with a new generation. His tales were treasured by the village, each story a thread woven into the rich tapestry of Wisteria Hollow's history. In the end, Finn realized that his journey was not just about discovering magic, but about understanding the power of love and connection. It was a lesson that resonated deeply within him, a truth that he carried with him for the rest of his days. And so, in the gentle embrace of twilight, where the world was a tapestry of dreams and reality, Finn's story continued. A tale of love and magic, of journeys and homecomings, whispered from heart to heart, as timeless as the stars in the sky. Story 5. Nestled in a serene valley surrounded by whispering forests and glistening streams, lay the quaint village of Moonhaven. This village was not just known for its lush gardens and vibrant markets, but for the gentle magic that seemed to linger in the air like a soft, endless melody. It was a place where the sun kissed the earth with warmth, the scent of blooming wildflowers filled the air, and the stars twinkled like old friends watching over the villagers. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and timber-framed houses, each uniquely adorned with colorful shutters and climbing roses. The markets bustled with the chatter of merchants selling everything from ripe fruit to handcrafted trinkets, their voices mingling with the laughter of children playing nearby. In a cozy cottage at the edge of Moonhaven lived a young girl named Kora. She was a bright soul with eyes as deep as the night sky and hair as wild as the forest vines. Despite the beauty of the world around her, Kora often felt a restlessness in her heart. She cherished her home and the familiar cadence of village life, but there was a yearning within her, a longing for something she could not quite grasp. She would often sit by her bedroom window, gazing at the horizon, dreaming of distant lands and untold stories. Her room was a sanctuary filled with books and maps, each a stepping stone to the world beyond Moonhaven. The walls were adorned with sketches of fantastical creatures and landscapes, drawn during quiet moments of daydreaming. Kora's mother, Alara, often watched her daughter from the kitchen window as she tended to the garden. Alara, with her gentle wisdom and hands that knew the touch of every herb and flower, sensed the unspoken questions in Kora's heart. She had once been a restless spirit herself, and the empathy she felt for Kora was profound. One evening, as they sat by the hearth, Alara shared tales of her own youth, when she too had felt the call of the unknown. The fire crackled warmly, casting dancing shadows on the walls as Alara spoke. Sometimes, she said softly, the answers we seek are found not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Her words lingered in the air, wrapping around Kora like a comforting embrace. Alara's stories were a tapestry of adventure and introspection, each one a thread connecting Kora to a lineage of explorers and dreamers. One breezy afternoon, as Kora wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tree unlike any she had ever seen stood before her. Its bark shimmered with hues of silver and gold, and its leaves sang softly in the breeze, a melody both foreign and comforting. The air around the tree was laced with a sweet fragrance, reminiscent of jasmine and honey. At the base of this magical tree lay a small, glowing acorn, pulsating with a gentle light. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for her to take the next step. Intrigued, Kora carefully picked up the acorn. As she held it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, and a voice, soft and soothing, whispered in her mind, "Plant me, and I shall grow with you." Kora hesitated, unsure of what this meant, but something within her urged her forward. She returned home, her heart fluttering with a mix of anticipation and hope, and planted the acorn in her garden under the watchful eyes of the moon. Days turned into weeks, and from the soil emerged a sapling, delicate yet resilient. Kora tended to it with care, marveling at the tiny leaves that unfurled like emerald whispers. As the sapling grew taller and stronger, so too did Kora's understanding of herself. She began to embrace the changes within her, feeling a transformation that mirrored the growth of the enchanted tree. Her dreams were no longer confined to the horizon, but began to branch out into the infinite possibilities of life. Each morning, as she watered the tree, she whispered her hopes and dreams to it, feeling a deepening connection to this living symbol of her journey. Kora's friends and family noticed the change as well. Her neighbor, kindly old Mrs. Willow, often shared stories of her own adventures, encouraging Kora to explore beyond the village. Mrs. Willow's tales were woven with threads of wisdom and laughter, each story a spark that fueled Kora's curiosity. Her friend Finn, with his mischievous grin and endless curiosity, accompanied her on walks through the forest, where they discovered new paths and hidden wonders. Together, they laughed and learned, their friendship deepening with each shared adventure. Finn's infectious enthusiasm often led them to secret glades and bubbling brooks, places that seemed to hum with the same magic that filled Moonhaven. One day, Kora and Finn stumbled upon a secluded meadow, a secret sanctuary where wildflowers danced in the breeze, and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. The sunlight painted the meadow in golden hues, and birds sang a chorus of joy. There, they met an eccentric old man named Thistle, who claimed to be a wandering bard. With laughter in his eyes and a lute slung over his shoulder, Thistle regaled them with tales of distant lands and magic beyond their wildest imaginings. His stories kindled a spark within Kora, igniting her desire to see the world and carve her own path. One evening, as Kora sat by the fireplace in her cottage, she decided to confide in her mother about the magical tree and the acorn that had changed her life. Alara listened intently, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "The world is full of wonders," Alara mused, "and sometimes we need a little magic to see them." She paused, her gaze softening on her daughter. "Remember, Kora, magic is not just in the extraordinary, but in the simple things that bring us joy." With each passing day, Kora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the streams. On quiet nights, she would sit by the shimmering tree, its branches swaying gently as if in conversation with the stars above. She discovered that the world was filled with magic, not just in the shimmering tree in her garden, but in the laughter of her friends, the warmth of the sun, and the quiet moments of reflection. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a part of the journey of life. Kora's newfound peace did not go unnoticed by the villagers. They began to seek her out for counsel, drawn to the calm wisdom that seemed to radiate from her. She became a bridge between the known and the unknown, her insight helping others find their own paths. Moonhaven, with its gentle magic, nurtured her growth just as it had embraced her dreams. The village, with its mosaic of stories and shared histories, became a living testament to the power of dreams and the bonds of community. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Kora sat beneath the now towering tree. Its branches stretched wide, sheltering her like a loving guardian. She closed her eyes and listened to the leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, feeling a profound peace settle within her. In that moment, Kora understood the true magic of the tree and the acorn. It was not the tree that had transformed her, but her own willingness to grow and embrace the unknown. She had learned that change was the seed from which true beauty blossomed. As the seasons turned and the tree continued to flourish, so did Kora's spirit. She ventured beyond Moonhaven, exploring the world with an open heart, always returning home with stories and wisdom to share. Her journeys took her across vast oceans and towering mountains. She stood on the shores of distant lands, feeling the ocean breeze on her face, and climbed peaks where the world lay beneath her like a vast unfolding tapestry. Kora met people from all walks of life, each encounter a brushstroke on the canvas of her understanding. In bustling cities, she marveled at the kaleidoscope of cultures and traditions, while in tranquil villages, she found echoes of Moonhaven's gentle magic. She learned from their stories and shared her own, planting seeds of friendship and hope wherever she went. Her adventures led her to ancient libraries filled with forgotten tomes, and to vibrant festivals where the air was thick with music and laughter. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Kora's journey unfolded, a tapestry of growth, friendship, and the gentle magic that binds us all. The village of Moonhaven, with its enchanting tree and beloved inhabitants, remained a sanctuary of warmth and wonder, a place where dreams took root and blossomed into reality. Kora knew that no matter where her path led her, the magic of Moonhaven would always be a part of her, guiding her steps and whispering the promise of endless discovery. Her story, woven into the very fabric of Moonhaven, became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that the world is vast and filled with wonders waiting to be discovered. Story 6. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the velvety folds of an ancient forest, lay the village of Willowbrook. This quaint little hamlet was cradled by the arms of towering trees, their leaves whispering secrets of the past as the gentle breeze played amongst their branches. In the heart of Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Mara. She was known for her spirit as bright as the morning sun, with eyes that sparkled like the dew-drenched grass at dawn. Mara had always been fascinated by the forest, which seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Every path was a new adventure, every rustle a hidden creature waiting to be found. Yet there was one place in the forest that had drawn her curiosity more than any other, a mysterious glade known as the Whispering Hollow. It was said to be a realm of enchantment, where the veil between the ordinary and the magical was as thin as gossamer. One crisp autumn morning, with the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure, Mara set out to explore the Whispering Hollow. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the forest floor was a tapestry of amber and gold. As she walked, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the melody of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves. After a short while, Mara reached a clearing where sunlight pooled like liquid gold, illuminating the edges of a small, glimmering pond. It was here that the stories said the magic of the forest was strongest. As she approached the water's edge, something caught her eye. A small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a blanket of moss. Curiosity piqued. Mara knelt down and brushed away the moss with gentle fingers. The box was cool to the touch and seemed to hum with a faint, otherworldly energy. She opened it cautiously, revealing a delicate, shimmering pendant. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with a stone that seemed to capture the essence of the forest itself. Shimmering green, flecked with rays of sunlight. As Mara held the pendant in her hand, she felt a warm sensation spread through her body, as if the forest had extended its roots into her very soul. The pendant glowed softly, casting ethereal light that danced across the trees, and in that moment, she understood that she had found something truly magical. With the pendant around her neck, Mara continued her journey through the Whispering Hollow. But now, the forest seemed alive in a way she had never noticed before. The trees whispered her name, and the animals watched her with knowing eyes. It was as if the pendant had awakened a connection between her and the forest, a bond woven from ancient magic. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small, fox-like being with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. The creature introduced itself as Lumen, a guardian of the Whispering Hollow, and seemed to know of her newfound gift. Lumen explained that the pendant was a conduit of the forest's magic, a tool for those who would protect and cherish the natural world. With it, Mara could communicate with the creatures of the forest and understand their needs. In return, the forest would share its secrets and mysteries with her. Mara's heart swelled with a sense of purpose. She realized that her journey had only just begun, and with Lumen by her side, she set out to explore the hidden wonders of the Whispering Hollow. They ventured into places where the air was thick with enchantment, and the ground sparkled with the light of 1,000 tiny stars. One day, as they wandered through a grove of ancient oaks, Mara noticed a change in the air, a ripple of unease that settled over the forest like a shadow. The leaves murmured of a disturbance, a darkness that threatened to unravel the harmony of the Whispering Hollow. Determined to help, Mara and Lumen set off to uncover the source of the disruption. Their journey led them to a part of the forest that was unfamiliar to Mara, a place where the trees grew tall and twisted, their branches forming a tangled canopy overhead. The air was thick and heavy, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate the gloom. It was here, in this shadowed grove, that they found the source of the forest's distress, a withered tree, its bark cracked and its leaves blackened. Mara approached the tree cautiously, feeling the weight of its sorrow in her heart. It was clear that this was no ordinary ailment. A dark magic had taken hold, threatening to spread its blight throughout the forest. She turned to Lumen, seeking guidance. The little fox-like guardian explained that the tree was once a great and wise elder of the forest, a keeper of ancient knowledge. Its sickness was the result of a curse, cast by those who sought to harness the forest's magic for themselves. To lift the curse, Mara would need to find the source of the darkness and restore the balance. With Lumen's guidance, Mara set off on a quest to find the heart of the forest's magic. Along the way, they encountered many challenges and made new friends, creatures of all shapes and sizes who shared their knowledge and offered their aid. Together, they journeyed deeper into the forest, guided by the pendant's glow and the whispers of the trees. As they traveled, Mara learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the beauty of the forest's rhythms and the wisdom of its inhabitants. She found strength in her connection to the natural world and a sense of belonging she had never known before. Their journey led them to a hidden glen, where a crystal-clear stream wound its way through a carpet of wildflowers. In the center of the glen stood a stone circle, ancient and weathered, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle, golden light. Mara knew that this was the heart of the forest's magic, the source of its power and its wisdom. As she stepped into the circle, the pendant around her neck glowed brightly, resonating with the energy of the stones. The air shimmered around her, and she felt the presence of the forest enveloping her, welcoming her as one of its own. In that moment, she understood what she needed to do. Drawing upon the strength of the forest and the bond she had forged with its creatures, Mara focused her thoughts on the withered tree and the darkness that plagued it. She reached deep within herself, calling upon the magic of the pendant and the wisdom she had gained on her journey. A warm, golden light blossomed from her heart, flowing through her and into the stones. The runes glowed brighter, their light spilling out into the glen and washing over the forest. The darkness that had taken hold of the elder tree began to recede, replaced by a vibrant green that spread like new life. The forest rejoiced, its songs rising in a joyous crescendo as the balance was restored. The trees danced in the breeze, their leaves rustling in harmony, and the creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate the return of their elder. Mara watched in awe as the once withered tree stood tall and proud once more, its branches reaching for the sky. She felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had played a part in healing the forest she loved. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, Mara and Lumen sat in the heart of the glen, surrounded by their newfound friends. They shared stories and laughter, their hearts full of gratitude for the bonds they had formed and the journey they had undertaken together. Mara knew that her journey was far from over, but she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She had found her place in the world, a place where magic and friendship intertwined, and she knew that as long as she had the forest by her side, she would never be alone. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mara and her friends drifted into a peaceful sleep, surrounded by the gentle embrace of the Whispering Hollow. The forest whispered its lullabies, and the world was at peace once more, cradled in the arms of nature's magic. In the days that followed, Mara continued to explore the forest with Lumen by her side. She learned to read the signs that the trees and creatures shared, discovering new ways to help maintain the harmony of the Whispering Hollow. Her heart was filled with joy as she deepened her connection to the natural world, and she found solace in the knowledge that she was part of something much greater than herself. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the forest floor, Mara awoke with a sense of anticipation. Today, she would venture beyond the Whispering Hollow to share the wisdom she had gained with the people of Willowbrook. She wanted them to understand the magic that lay within their reach and to inspire them to live in harmony with the world around them. As she approached the village, the familiar sounds of life greeted her. The clatter of pots and pans, the laughter of children, and the gentle rhythm of the blacksmith's hammer. Yet she noticed a change in the air, a newfound sense of wonder that seemed to ripple through the villagers' hearts. Mara gathered the villagers in the town square, where she shared stories of her journey and the incredible magic of the Whispering Hollow. She spoke of the wisdom she had learned from the creatures of the forest and the importance of protecting their home. Her words resonated with the villagers, and they listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder. Inspired by Mara's tales, the villagers began to see the forest in a new light. They embraced the magic that surrounded them, fostering a deeper connection to the natural world. Together, they worked to restore the balance between the village and the forest, planting new trees and creating gardens that thrived with life. As the village of Willowbrook flourished, Mara's heart swelled with pride. She had found her calling, a purpose that gave her life meaning and direction. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, confident in the knowledge that she was not alone. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, as the village of Willowbrook and the Whispering Hollow blossomed in harmony. Mara continued to explore the forest, her heart open to the wonders that awaited her. She discovered hidden groves, secret springs, and creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. With each new discovery, Mara's bond with the forest deepened, and her connection to the pendant grew stronger. She learned to wield the magic with grace and understanding, using it to help those in need and to protect the delicate balance of the natural world. As the seasons changed, Mara found herself reflecting on the journey that had brought her here. She thought back to the day she had first discovered the pendant and the mysterious world of the Whispering Hollow. She remembered the challenges she had faced, the friendships she had forged, and the lessons she had learned. Through it all, she had grown and changed, becoming a part of the magic that surrounded her. She had discovered the power of friendship, the strength of wisdom, and the beauty of living in harmony with the world around her. And as she stood at the edge of the forest, gazing out over the village she had come to love, Mara knew that her story was just one of many that unfolded within the embrace of the Whispering Hollow. She understood that the magic of the forest was not just in the pendant she wore, but in the connections she had made and the love she had shared. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit brimming with hope, Mara turned back toward the forest, ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited her. She knew that as long as she followed the whispers of the trees and listened to the wisdom of her heart, she would always find her way. And so, with Lumen by her side and the magic of the forest guiding her path, Mara continued her journey, her spirit as bright as the morning sun and her heart as open as the sky. In the embrace of the Whispering Hollow, she had found her home, a place where dreams took flight and the magic of friendship and love wove a tapestry of wonder and joy that would last a lifetime. The end. Story 7. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a world of hidden wonders thrived. The trees, gnarled and twisted, seemed to whisper secrets to those who dared listen closely. The soft carpet of moss beneath one's feet muffled every footstep, as if inviting silence and reverence. In this realm, the creatures who called the forest home lived in perfect harmony with the rhythms of nature. The gentle deer, their coats dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy, grazed peacefully on tender shoots and sweet berries. Squirrels scampered along the branches, their bushy tails flicking in time with the melodies of birdsong. Yet, there were beings far more extraordinary than the eye could perceive. The nymphs, ethereal guardians of the trees, danced among the trunks, their gossamer gowns shimmering like moonlight on a still pond. Their laughter tinkled like wind chimes, beckoning the forest to awaken with each new dawn. As the seasons waxed and waned, the forest came alive with magic. In the spring, the nymphs coaxed the first tender buds to unfurl, their whispers carrying the promise of renewal. The summer brought a riot of colors as butterflies flitted among the wildflowers, their wings painted with the hues of 1,000 sunsets. Autumn's arrival heralded a different kind of enchantment. The leaves transformed into a kaleidoscope of crimson, gold, and amber, their vibrant hues a final blaze of glory before the long winter's slumber. The nymphs gathered, weaving intricate tapestries from the fallen leaves, recording the stories and secrets of the forest. It was in the depths of winter that the true magic unfolded. The first snowflakes drifted down like crystalline kisses from the heavens, and the nymphs would dance, their laughter mingling with the crisp, hushed air. With each twirl and leap, they coaxed the snowflakes to swirl and whirl, painting ephemeral masterpieces upon the forest floor. Amidst this wondrous world lived a wise old oak, its gnarled bark a tapestry of stories etched by time. This ancient guardian had borne witness to countless cycles of life, death, and rebirth within the forest's embrace. Beneath its boughs, the creatures would gather, drawn by the oak's quiet strength and the wisdom it had accrued over centuries. It was here that the elders of the forest would share the ancient tales, passed down from generation to generation. They spoke of the delicate balance that sustained their world, of the symbiotic relationships between plant and animal, earth and sky. They taught the young ones to tread lightly, to respect the intricate web of life that bound them all together. As the stories unfolded, the creatures would listen with rapt attention, their eyes shining with wonder and reverence. For in this hidden realm, the magic was not merely a spectacle but a reflection of the profound beauty and harmony that permeated every fiber of existence. And so, the forest continued its rhythmic dance, guided by the wisdom of the elders and the gentle stewardship of the nymphs. The creatures lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the ebb and flow of the seasons, each one playing its part in the intricate tapestry of nature's grand design. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of leaves formed a living mosaic of greens and golds, there existed a secret world known only to the gentle creatures who dwelled there. This was a place where the whispers of the wind carried tales older than time, and where the sun's dappled light played upon the forest floor like flecks of molten gold. It was a sanctuary woven from the threads of nature itself, where harmony and balance were the guiding principles of life. The forest was home to myriad creatures, each with their own role in the intricately balanced ecosystem. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered like silver in the moonlight. Orin had lived many seasons, and his eyes, deep and wise, had seen the cycle of life turn in countless ways. He was the guardian of the forest's lore, a keeper of stories passed down through generations, and a gentle guide to those who sought his counsel. As spring breathed new life into the woods, painting the landscape with vibrant blooms and the sweet scent of renewal, Orin watched over the forest with a caring eye. He perched high in his oak tree, its branches strong and enduring, and from this vantage point he could see the delicate dance of life unfolding below. The forest was alive with activity. Squirrels chattered as they darted among the trees, while streams babbled with laughter, their waters sparkling under the sun's warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of soft pink and purple, a gentle rain began to fall. It was a magical rain, the kind that seemed to carry a melody within its droplets. Each drop tapped a gentle rhythm on the leaves, a lullaby that lulled the forest into a serene calm. Orin closed his eyes, listening to the symphony that the rain composed, and he felt the ancient wisdom of the forest humming through him like a warm, familiar song. As the rain fell, a young fox named Orin ventured into the clearing beneath Orin's tree. Her fur was a rich, russet red, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Orin had heard the legends of the forest's magic, of how the rain could weave enchantments into the world, and she longed to understand the mysteries it held. "Orin," she called softly, her voice barely rising above the sound of the rain. "Tell me, what magic does the rain bring?" Orin opened his eyes and smiled, his gaze gentle and knowing. "Ah, dear Auri," he began, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "The rain is a gift from the sky, a whisper of the heavens that nourishes all it touches. It carries the wisdom of the clouds and the dreams of the stars. Each drop is a story, a lesson of harmony and renewal." Auri listened intently, her heart open to the wisdom of the old owl. "But how do we hear these stories, Orin?" she asked, her voice filled with the earnestness of youth. Orin ruffled his feathers, the silver tips catching the fading light. "You must listen with more than your ears, little one. You must feel with your heart, and see with eyes that look beyond what is plain. The rain speaks in quiet tones, in the language of life itself." Ori nodded, understanding dawning like the first light of dawn. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle rain upon her fur, and let herself become part of the rhythm of the forest. She could sense the life around her, the slow, steady growth of the trees, the soft rustle of leaves, the quiet pulse of the earth itself. In that moment of stillness, Ori began to understand the delicate balance that sustained her home. She felt the interconnectedness of all things, the way each creature, each plant, had its place in the grand tapestry of life. The rain, she realized, was a reminder of this balance, a gentle nudge from the world that life was about harmony and coexistence. As the rain continued to fall, Orin shared more tales with Ori, stories of seasons past, of creatures who had come before, and of the cycles that governed the natural world. His words painted pictures of spring blooms and autumn leaves, of summer's warmth and winter's quiet rest. Each story was a thread in the fabric of the forest's lore, a lesson in the enduring wisdom that nature provided. The night deepened, and the rain softened to a gentle mist, wrapping the forest in a cloak of tranquility. Ori felt a deep sense of peace, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She looked up at Orin, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you, Orin," she whispered, her voice a soft echo in the night. Orin nodded, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Remember, Ori, the forest is always speaking to those who listen. And in listening, we find our part in the story of life." With those words, Ori curled up beneath the shelter of Orin's tree, the earth beneath her soft and welcoming. The sound of the rain continued its gentle lullaby, and as she drifted into sleep, she carried with her the wisdom of the forest, a gift as enduring as the stars that watched over her. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the gentle wisdom of creatures like Orin and the ever-present magic of the natural world. It was a place where harmony reigned, where every drop of rain was a reminder of the balance that sustained all things, and where stories of old lived on in the hearts of those who listened. Story 9. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst a tapestry of emerald hills and crystal streams, lived a young dreamer named Finn. Finn was known for his boundless curiosity and the twinkle of adventure in his eyes. He often wandered the sun-dappled paths through the village, imagining the world beyond the rolling hills and whispering woods. One cool autumn morning, as the scarlet and gold leaves danced through the air, Finn awoke with an unshakable urge to explore the forest that bordered Willowbrook. The forest, with its towering ancient oaks and murmuring brooks, was a place of mystery and enchantment, filled with tales and secrets passed down through generations. With a small burlap satchel slung over his shoulder, containing a loaf of bread, a flask of warm cider, and a soft woolen blanket, Finn set out towards the edge of the forest. As he stepped into the cool shade beneath the canopy, the world seemed to change. The air was laced with the sweet scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves whispered stories of old. Finn followed a narrow, winding path that snaked its way deeper into the heart of the forest. The path was lined with moss-covered stones, soft and cushioned beneath his feet, and beams of sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patterns that danced on the forest floor. It was not long before Finn heard the soft tinkling sound of water nearby. Intrigued, he veered off the path, following the melodic sound until he stumbled upon a hidden grove. In the center of the grove was a small, shimmering pond, its surface like a sheet of glass reflecting the sky above. Around the pond, wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, blues and purples, yellows and reds, filling the air with their delicate perfume. And there, at the water's edge, sat a creature unlike any Finn had ever seen. It was a diminutive figure, no taller than a rabbit, with skin that shimmered like opal in the sunlight. Its eyes were large and gentle, like pools of starlight, and it had delicate wings that sparkled with hues of silver and lavender. The creature looked up at Finn with a warm, welcoming smile, as if inviting him to join in the splendor of the grove. "Hello," came a soft voice, like the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. "I am Zephyr, keeper of the grove. It is rare to have a visitor from the outside world." Finn, enchanted and a little awestruck, returned the greeting. "Hello, Zephyr. I am Finn. I didn't mean to intrude, but the forest drew me in with its beauty." Zephyr nodded, understanding in its gaze. The forest has a way of calling to those who seek adventure and knowledge. It is said that those with open hearts and minds can unlock its many secrets. As they talked, Finn shared stories of Willowbrook and his dreams of exploration. In turn, Zephyr spoke of the forest's wonders, the hidden grottos, the singing stones, and the creatures that only appear under the light of the moon. With each tale, Finn's sense of wonder grew, and he felt a deep kinship with the forest and its guardian. As the sun started its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the grove, Zephyr invited Finn to witness something truly magical. "Come," Zephyr beckoned, leading Finn to a small hidden path that wound its way through the trees. "Let me show you the heart of the forest." They walked together, the air filled with the soft hum of nature's symphony. The path opened into a clearing, where stood an ancient, towering oak, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. In its branches hung hundreds of tiny, luminescent orbs, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. "This is the heart of the forest," Zephyr explained, gesturing to the tree. "These lights are the dreams and hopes of every creature that lives here. It is a reminder that we are all connected, and that courage and exploration bring us closer to understanding ourselves and the world around us." Finn stood in awe, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. He realized that his journey into the unknown had revealed not only the beauty of the forest, but also the strength and courage within himself. As the first stars appeared in the twilight sky, Finn knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. Zephyr gifted him a small, glowing orb as a token of friendship and a reminder of his adventure. "May this light guide you on your journeys," Zephyr said with a gentle smile. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Finn bid farewell to Zephyr and the enchanted forest, promising to return one day. As he made his way back home, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the leaves whispering encouragement in the cool night air. When Finn finally emerged from the woods, the village of Willowbrook was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. He carried with him not just the memory of a magical day, but a newfound courage and a bright, shining light, a beacon of hope and adventure to guide him in all his future endeavors. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a mind brimming with possibilities, Finn lay down to sleep, the warmth of his adventure still glowing gently by his side, as the stars watched over him from above. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, there lay a small village named Willow Grove. Nestled between ancient oaks and babbling brooks, the village exuded an air of tranquility, with cobblestone paths winding around quaint cottages adorned with climbing ivy and vibrant blooms. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens and gathering by the fireside as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and violet. In one of these cottages lived a gentle soul named Marina. She was a young woman with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the deep, serene waters of the nearby lake. Marina had always felt an unspoken bond with the forest, its secrets whispering to her on the wind. Yet, despite the beauty surrounding her, Marina struggled with change. The world seemed to be in a constant state of flux, and she longed for the comfort of familiarity, for things to remain as they were. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight spilled through the canopy, Marina set out for a walk along her favorite path, which wound through the heart of the forest. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss, while birds chirped merrily from their perches high above. Marina breathed deeply, her steps light and unhurried, until she reached a clearing where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. As Marina sat beneath the willow's protective boughs, she noticed an unusual sight, a delicate cocoon hanging from one of the lower branches, glowing softly in the dappled sunlight. She leaned closer, marveling at the intricate patterns woven into its surface. It was then that she heard a soft voice, as if carried by the rustling leaves themselves. "Do not fear change, dear one," the voice whispered, "for within it lies the promise of growth and transformation." Startled, Marina looked around, expecting to see someone nearby, but she was alone, save for the gentle presence of the willow and the cocoon. Intrigued and a little bewildered, she decided to return each day to watch over the cocoon, curious to see what would emerge. As days turned to weeks, Marina visited the willow tree often, finding solace in its shade and the quiet company of the cocoon. During her visits, she began to notice small changes within herself, a growing sense of peace and acceptance, as if the forest itself were imparting its wisdom to her. One crisp autumn afternoon, Marina was joined by two of her dearest friends, Rowan and Leora, who had come to share in her fascination with the mysterious cocoon. Rowan, with his warm smile and eyes like a summer sky, was always ready with a reassuring word, while Leora, with her infectious laughter and boundless curiosity, brought light and joy wherever she went. Together, the trio spent many afternoons beneath the willow, sharing stories and dreams, their friendship deepening with each passing day. Rowan often spoke of the transformative power of nature, while Leora delighted in imagining the magical creature that might emerge from the cocoon. As the seasons shifted and the first snowflakes kissed the earth, Marina's heart began to mirror the changes around her. She realized that just as the forest moved through cycles of growth and renewal, so too did she. The idea of change began to feel less daunting and more like an adventure, a journey of discovery. One frosty morning, as the sun rose, casting a golden glow over the snow-laden branches, Marina arrived at the clearing to find the cocoon trembling slightly. Her heart quickened with anticipation, and she called out to Rowan and Leora, who quickly joined her beneath the willow. Together they watched in awe as the cocoon began to unravel, threads of light spilling into the crisp morning air. Slowly, a magnificent butterfly emerged, its wings iridescent with hues of sapphire and emerald, shimmering like a precious jewel in the sunlight. The butterfly unfurled its wings, pausing for a moment as if to take in the world for the first time. Then, with a gentle flutter, it took flight, weaving a dance of joy and freedom through the air. Marina felt a profound sense of wonder, her heart swelling with the beauty of the moment. It was as if the butterfly's transformation was a reflection of her own journey, a testament to the power of change and the magic it held within. As the butterfly disappeared into the horizon, Marina turned to her friends, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice soft and full of emotion, "for being with me, for helping me see the beauty in change." Rowan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his smile warm and reassuring. "We're always here for you, Marina. Change can be daunting, but it also brings new beginnings and endless possibilities." Leora nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "And who knows what wonders await? Just like the butterfly, we're all on our own journey of transformation." With renewed hope and a heart open to the future, Marina embraced her friends, feeling the warmth of their friendship like a gentle fire on a winter's night. Together, they made their way back to the village, the promise of new adventures lighting their path. From that day forward, Marina carried the memory of the butterfly's magical transformation in her heart, a reminder of the beauty and potential that lay within change. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage, wisdom, and the unwavering support of her friends. And so, in the peaceful village of Willow Grove, beneath the watching eyes of ancient oaks and the whispering winds of the forest, Marina continued her journey, a journey of growth, discovery, and the unending magic of transformation. The forest, with its timeless wisdom, remained a steadfast companion, guiding her with its gentle whispers and endless wonder. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Marina found joy in the ever-changing tapestry of life, embracing each new chapter with an open heart. She learned that change, like the forest itself, was a natural part of life, an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become something new. And so it was that Marina, with her friends by her side and the forest as her guide, discovered the true beauty of personal growth and magical transformation, forever enriched by the journey and the lessons it brought. Thus, the village of Willow Grove continued to thrive, its people living in harmony with the land and each other, ever inspired by the gentle wisdom of the forest and the magic of change. And as the sun set each night, painting the sky with a tapestry of colors, the villagers gathered by their firesides, sharing stories and dreams, their hearts open to the endless possibilities of the future. Story 11. In the gentle embrace of an early autumn evening, as the sun dipped behind the distant hills, a soft glow suffused the sky with hues of amber and deep purple. The air carried a crispness that foretold the coming chill of winter, yet the warmth of the day still lingered like a comforting embrace. In the heart of a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, life moved at a slower, more deliberate pace, where stories were whispered among the rustling leaves, and the very air seemed to hum with anticipation. This village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages, was home to many tales of wonder and mystery. One such tale, both ancient and ever-renewing, was about to unfold. It began with a young girl, a curious soul named Anwin, who possessed a heart as wild and free as the winds that danced through the forest canopy. Anwin had always been drawn to the woods that bordered her village. She spent her days exploring its winding paths and hidden glades, collecting stones and feathers, and listening to the stories the wind would whisper through the leaves. Her auburn hair, often tangled with twigs and leaves, seemed to mirror the forest's own untamed beauty. One particular day, as the first leaves of autumn began to fall, Anwin discovered something extraordinary. Venturing deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Anwin knelt beside the box, brushing away the leaves with gentle fingers. As her hand touched the box, a warm sensation spread through her, as though the object had been waiting for her all along. She carefully lifted the lid, revealing a shimmering crystal nestled within, its facets catching the light in a dazzling display of colors. The crystal seemed to pulse with its own inner light, casting a gentle glow that illuminated Anwin's surroundings. As she gazed into its depths, she felt a strange connection, as if the crystal was speaking to her in a language beyond words. It was then that she realized she had discovered something truly magical, a treasure from a world hidden just beyond the veil of her own. With the crystal in hand, Anwin returned to the village, her mind buzzing with possibilities. She felt an inexplicable urge to share her discovery, yet she knew the importance of keeping such a wonder safe from those who might not understand its true nature. She decided to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise woman named Leora, known for her knowledge of the forest and its secrets. Lera's cottage stood at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden where herbs and wildflowers mingled in fragrant disarray. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the air. As Anwin approached, she could see Leora tending to her garden, her hands deftly gathering sprigs of lavender and thyme. "Leora," Anwin called softly, her voice carrying the excitement she felt. "I found something in the forest." The elder looked up, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. She wiped her hands on her apron and beckoned Anwin closer. "What is it, child?" she asked, her voice warm and inviting. Anwin held out the crystal, its light dancing in the twilight. Leora's eyes widened in recognition, and she reached out to gently touch the crystal. "Ah," she murmured, her voice laced with wonder. "This is a crystal of whispering light, a rare and precious gift from the hidden world of the forest." The elder's words filled Anwin with a sense of awe. She listened intently as Leora explained the crystal's significance, how it was said to hold the wisdom of the forest and the power to reveal hidden truths. But with such power came responsibility, for the crystal must never be used selfishly or without understanding. "You must learn its secrets, Anwin," Leora advised, her voice a gentle guide in the gathering dusk. "And you must do so with an open heart and a mind willing to listen." Anwin nodded, feeling the weight of the task before her. She knew she must return to the forest, to seek out the hidden world where the crystal's true purpose would be revealed. With Era's blessing, she set out the next morning as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops. The forest greeted her with its familiar embrace, the air alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. As Anwin walked, she felt the crystal's warmth pulsing in her pocket, guiding her deeper and deeper into the heart of the woods. Hours passed and the forest began to change around her. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows across the forest floor. Anwin felt a tingling sensation, as if she were crossing an invisible threshold into a realm untouched by time. She soon found herself in a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. In the center of the clearing stood a great oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like the arms of an ancient guardian. As Anwin approached, she noticed a small door set into the trunk of the oak, its surface carved with the same symbols that adorned the wooden box. The door seemed to beckon to her, inviting her to step through and discover what lay beyond. With a deep breath, Anwin opened the door and stepped inside. She found herself in a dimly lit chamber, the walls lined with shelves filled with scrolls and books. At the center of the chamber sat a table, upon which rested a single candle, its flame flickering softly in the still air. Anwin felt a presence in the room, a gentle yet powerful force that seemed to emanate from the very walls. She realized she was not alone, and as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw a figure seated at the table, shrouded in a cloak of shadows. "Welcome, Anwin," the figure said, its voice as soothing as the murmur of a forest stream. "I have been expecting you." The figure gestured for Anwin to sit, and as she did so, the shadows seemed to recede, revealing the face of an old, wise being, their eyes filled with the depth of countless ages. Anwin realized she was in the presence of a guardian of the hidden world, a keeper of the forest's ancient secrets. "You have brought the crystal of whispering light," the guardian said, their gaze resting on the crystal tucked safely in Anwin's pocket. "It is a rare and precious gift, one that holds the power to unlock the truths of the heart and the mysteries of the world." Anwin nodded, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and curiosity. She listened as the guardian spoke of the crystal's purpose, how it could reveal the hidden beauty in the world and teach those who possessed it to see with eyes unclouded by doubt or fear. "But the crystal's true power lies not in what it reveals," the guardian continued, their voice a gentle guide through the labyrinth of understanding. "It lies in the journey it inspires, the paths it leads you to explore, and the lessons it teaches along the way." Anwin understood then that the crystal was not merely an object of power, but a catalyst for personal growth and transformation. She realized that her journey into the forest, her discovery of the hidden world, and her encounter with the guardian were all part of a larger tapestry of life, woven together by the threads of wisdom and understanding. With newfound clarity, Anwin thanked the guardian for their guidance and prepared to return to her village. As she stepped back into the clearing, the crystal's light seemed to glow brighter, as if in harmony with the rhythm of her own heart. The journey back to the village was filled with a sense of peace and purpose. Anwin felt the forest's gentle embrace, the whispers of the wind, and the warmth of the sun on her skin, each a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. When she finally emerged from the forest, she found Ira waiting for her, a knowing smile on her lips. Anwin shared her tale, the lessons she had learned, and the understanding she had gained. Ira listened with a heart full of pride, knowing that Anwin had taken her first steps on a path of wisdom and discovery. In the days that followed, Anwin became a beacon of light and knowledge in her village, sharing the wonders of the hidden world and the gentle wisdom of the crystal of whispering light. She inspired others to seek their own paths of understanding, to listen to the whispers of the world around them, and to embrace the beauty of the journey itself. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the village flourished in harmony with the forest, each soul a part of the great tapestry of life. Anwin's story became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder that within each heart lies the power to discover the hidden wonders of the world and the wisdom to share them with others. As the sun set on another peaceful day, casting its warm glow over the village and the forest beyond, the story of Anwin and the crystal of whispering light continued to inspire, a testament to the gentle and enduring magic of wisdom, friendship, and the journeys that transform us all. Story 12. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, emerald-green forest, there lay a small village known as Eldergrove. This village, with its cobbled paths and quaint thatched cottages, was a place where tales of magic and wonder were whispered beneath the canopy of ancient oaks. In Eldergrove, the air was always fragrant with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the nearby river provided a soothing lullaby that cradled the inhabitants to sleep each night. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. With her chestnut hair often tangled by the wind and her eyes the color of the forest canopy, Leora was known for her boundless curiosity and her unyielding spirit. She wore a cloak of soft wool, dyed the deep blue of twilight, which she had inherited from her grandmother. This cloak, worn and frayed at the edges, was her constant companion on her many adventures. Leora's best friend was a boy named Finn, whose laughter was as bright as the sun breaking through clouded skies. Together they were inseparable, exploring every nook and cranny of Eldergrove and its surroundings. They had an unspoken promise to each other, to uncover every secret the forest held, no matter how hidden or mysterious. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in a shower of reds and golds, Leora and Finn set off on a new adventure. The air was alive with the promise of discovery, and the forest seemed to whisper tales of old as they walked. Their path wound through towering trees and over moss-covered stones, leading them to a part of the forest they had never ventured before. Here the trees grew closer together, their branches forming an intricate lattice that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cooler, carrying a hint of something ancient and magical. It was in this hidden corner of the forest that Leora stumbled upon something extraordinary, a glimmering stone half buried in the earth. The stone, no larger than a robin's egg, shimmered with an inner light that shifted through a spectrum of colors. Intrigued, Leora reached down and picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth radiate through her fingertips. Finn peered over her shoulder, his eyes wide with amazement. "What do you suppose it is?" he asked, his voice hushed with awe. Leora turned the stone over in her hand, captivated by its beauty. "I don't know," she replied, "but it feels special." As they continued their exploration, the stone seemed to pulse gently, as if alive. Leora tucked it safely into her cloak pocket, feeling a strange sense of connection to the mysterious object. The days passed, and the stone remained with Leora, nestled in her pocket like a secret treasure. She found herself drawn to it, often holding it and marveling at its changing colors. It was during one such moment, on a particularly quiet evening, that the stone revealed its true nature. As Leora sat by her window, the moon casting a silver glow across her room, she noticed the stone growing warmer in her hand. The colors within it began to swirl more rapidly, and with a soft sigh it released a delicate, shimmering mist. The mist danced around the room, forming intricate patterns that glowed softly in the moonlight. From within the mist, a gentle voice emerged, as soft as the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "I am the Heartstone," it said, "a keeper of secrets and a guide to those with the courage to seek the truth." Leora's heart skipped a beat. She had heard tales of the Heartstone from her grandmother, who spoke of it as a mythical object said to reveal hidden worlds and forgotten wisdom. But she had never imagined it truly existed, let alone that she would hold it in her hands. "What do you want from me?" Leora asked, her voice a mix of wonder and trepidation. The Heartstone's light pulsed gently. "I am here to guide you, Leora. There are secrets within this forest, waiting to be discovered, but you must journey with an open heart and a mind willing to see beyond the ordinary." Eager to share this revelation, Leora sought out Finn the very next morning. Under the canopy of the ancient oaks, she recounted the stone's message. Finn listened intently, his eyes bright with excitement. "Then let's not waste any time," he said. "If the Heartstone has chosen you, there must be a reason. We have a quest to embark upon." And so, with the Heartstone as their guide, Leora and Finn set off deeper into the forest. The path was unfamiliar, winding through thickets and over babbling brooks. The trees here seemed older, their gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like ancient guardians. As they walked, the Heartstone pulsed with warmth, guiding them through the dense undergrowth. It was as if the forest itself was alive, watching over them with a gentle, protective presence. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that accompanied their journey. It wasn't long before they reached a clearing unlike any they had seen before. Bathed in sunlight, the clearing was home to a glistening pond, its surface as smooth as glass. Surrounding the pond were flowers of every hue, their petals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. In the center of the pond stood a small island, and upon it a tree unlike any other. Its trunk was silver, its leaves a vibrant green that seemed to sparkle in the sunlight. At its base lay a small, intricately carved door. Leora and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts racing with the thrill of discovery. With a deep breath, Leora stepped forward, the Heartstone warm against her chest. As she approached the pond, the water parted to form a narrow bridge of stepping stones leading to the island. With Finn close behind, Leora crossed the bridge, her heart pounding with anticipation. When they reached the island, the carved door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a spiral staircase leading down into the earth. The Heartstone's light grew brighter, illuminating the steps as they descended into the hidden world below. The air was cool and filled with the scent of earth and moss, a reminder of the ancient secrets that lay waiting to be uncovered. At the bottom of the staircase, they found themselves in a vast cavern, its walls shimmering with veins of precious metals and gemstones. In the center of the cavern stood a pedestal, upon which rested a book bound in leather as soft as velvet. Leora approached the pedestal, her fingers brushing the book's cover. As she opened it, the pages glowed with a gentle light, revealing words written in a language she instinctively understood. "The Book of Whispers," Finn breathed, recognizing the name from the stories they had heard. According to legend, the Book of Whispers contained the wisdom of the forest, a collection of stories and secrets passed down through generations. It was said that those who read from its pages would gain insight into the mysteries of the world and the strength to face their own challenges. As Leora read, the words seemed to lift from the page, swirling around her in a dance of light and shadow. She felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of understanding and clarity that filled her heart. The stories spoke of the forest's history, of the creatures that dwelled within it, and the balance that must be maintained to ensure harmony. They told of the importance of friendship, of kindness, and of the courage needed to stand against the darkness that sometimes threatened to overshadow the light. As Leora and Finn absorbed the wisdom of the Book of Whispers, they realized that their journey was not just about uncovering hidden secrets, but about learning to see the world with eyes unclouded by fear or doubt. With newfound understanding, they carefully closed the book and made their way back up the spiral staircase, the Heartstone's light guiding their way. The sun was setting as they emerged from the hidden world, casting the forest in hues of gold and crimson. As they crossed the pond and returned to the clearing, they felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. The journey had changed them, deepening their bond and their appreciation for the world around them. From that day forward, Leora and Finn continued to explore the forest, guided by the Heartstone and the wisdom of the Book of Whispers. They shared their discoveries with the villagers of Eldergrove, weaving tales of magic and wonder that inspired others to look beyond the ordinary and find the extraordinary in their own lives. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, the village of Eldergrove thrived, a place where friendship, courage, and the magic of the forest lived on in the hearts of all who called it home. As the years passed, Leora and Finn grew older, their adventures becoming cherished memories. But the Heartstone remained with them, a symbol of the bond they shared and the journey that had shaped them. It was a reminder that the world was filled with hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them out. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered its timeless lullabies, Leora, Finn, and the village of Eldergrove continued to live in harmony with the magical world around them, forever enriched by the stories of the Heartstone and the Book of Whispers. Thus ends the tale of Leora and Finn, two friends whose journey of discovery and transformation taught them the true power of friendship, courage, and the enduring magic of the world. May their story inspire others to seek out the wonders that lie just beyond the edge of the ordinary, and to embrace the mysteries that make life so beautifully enchanted. Story 13. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where time seemed to weave its own gentle spells, there was a hidden world teeming with life and magic. Here, the air was perpetually sweet, with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of long-forgotten tales. The forest was a living symphony of chirping crickets, the gurgling of hidden brooks, and the occasional soft hoot of a wise old owl perched high in the canopy. The creatures of the Whispering Woods lived in a delicate balance, orchestrated by the changing seasons and guided by the wisdom of the elder beings. Among them was a venerable tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the markings of countless years. Thistle's presence was as steady as the ancient trees that surrounded him, and his wisdom was revered by all who dwelled in the forest. As the leaves began their transformation from emerald green to hues of amber and gold, the creatures prepared for the coming of autumn. This was a time of reflection and preparation, for the forest's rhythm was dictated by the cycles of the earth. The first crisp breeze of the season carried with it a whisper of change, and the animals gathered around Thistle in a sun-dappled clearing to hear his guidance. "Autumn is upon us," Thistle began, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "And with it comes the dance of the seasons. We must ready ourselves and our homes, for the colder winds will soon follow." A young squirrel named Pippin, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity, tilted her head. "What must we do, Thistle?" she asked, her voice as light as the leaves drifting down from the trees. Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "We must embrace the gifts of the forest and work together. Gather what you need, but remember, take only what is given. The forest provides, but it requires our care and respect in return." The animals nodded in understanding. They had learned through generations that the forest's bounty was abundant, yet fragile. Each creature had a role, and their harmony was the secret to their survival. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the forest was painted in a tapestry of colors. The foxes, with their russet coats, blended seamlessly into the fallen leaves, while the deer moved like shadows among the trees, their eyes alert and gentle. The birds, too, lent their voices to the forest's chorus, their songs a celebration of the changing season. One evening, as a silvery mist curled around the trunks of the great oaks, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. The skies, clear and star-studded, shimmered with an ethereal glow. The northern lights, rare visitors to the Whispering Woods, danced across the heavens in a cascade of colors, painting the night with ribbons of green and violet. The animals watched in awe, their hearts beating in time with the celestial display. Even Thistle, who had seen many wonders in his long life, was captivated by the beauty before him. "It is said," Thistle spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, "that the lights are the spirits of the forest, blessing us with their presence. They remind us that we are all part of something greater, a web of life that connects us all." The creatures sat in silence, absorbing the wisdom of the ancient tortoise and the majesty of the lights. It was a moment of unity, a reminder of the harmony they shared with the world around them. As the lights faded and the stars reclaimed the sky, the animals slowly returned to their nests and burrows, their hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose. Pippin, the young squirrel, paused to gather an acorn that had rolled to her feet. She held it in her tiny paws, feeling the smoothness of its shell, and remembered Thistle's words about taking only what was given. With a thoughtful nod, she buried the acorn, knowing that it would one day grow into a mighty oak, continuing the cycle of life in the forest. As the first frost dusted the forest floor, the animals settled into their winter routines, each contributing to the well-being of the Whispering Woods. The bears, heavy with sleep, retreated into their dens, while the birds fluffed their feathers against the chill. Even the smallest insects found warmth in the crevices of bark and beneath stones. Through the long winter months, the memory of the northern lights remained a beacon of hope and a testament to the beauty of their world. And as the snows began to melt and the first buds of spring peeked through the earth, the creatures of the Whispering Woods emerged once more, ready to embrace the promise of renewal. In the heart of the forest, Thistle continued to share his wisdom, passing down the lessons of harmony and respect to each new generation. And so, the cycle of the Whispering Woods continued, a testament to the power of nature and the gentle magic that bound them all together. In this place of wonder and peace, the forest thrived, a living tapestry of life and magic, forever nurtured by the kindness and wisdom of its inhabitants. And as the sun set, casting a golden glow over the ancient trees, a sense of calm and contentment enveloped the Whispering Woods, a place where dreams took flight and the spirit of the earth whispered in every breeze. Story 14. In the heart of the lush and whispering forest of whimsy, where the leaves hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming moonflowers, a little village named Willow Hollow nestled snugly among the tall, ancient trees. This was no ordinary village, for it was a place where magic and nature danced hand in hand, creating a serene and enchanting world. The villagers of Willow Hollow lived harmoniously with the creatures of the forest, sharing their days with whimsical beings like the fluttering glow moths, who lit the pathways at night, and the gentle river sprites, who sang to the babbling brooks. Among the villagers was a young, curious soul named Finn, known for his bright eyes and insatiable curiosity. One particularly crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Finn noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved starflowers, which only bloomed beneath the light of the stars, were not unfurling their petals as they should. Instead, they remained tightly closed, their vibrant colors hidden from view. Whispers of concern drifted through the village like the rustling leaves. The starflowers were more than just beautiful. They held a special magic that was believed to bring dreams filled with joy and peace to those who slept nearby. Without their nightly bloom, the villagers feared restless nights and troubled dreams. Finn, with his heart full of determination and a dash of adventure, decided to unravel the mystery. He set out, lantern in hand, to seek the wisdom of the forest's elder, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who made his home high in the branches of the ancient oak known as the Whispering Giant. As Finn approached the great tree, the wind carried the sound of Eldrin's soft, rhythmic hoots. "Who seeks the wisdom of the forest at this late hour?" came the gentle inquiry, as Eldrin peered down with eyes as deep and twinkling as the night sky. "It's me, Finn," he called up, his voice a respectful whisper. "The starflowers won't bloom, and the village is worried. Can you help us understand why?" Eldrin fluttered down to a lower branch, his feathers rustling like pages of an old book. "Ah, the starflowers. They are indeed a mystery of their own. Perhaps the answer lies with the earth beneath or the stars above. Have you spoken with the forest's keepers?" Finn nodded thoughtfully. "Not yet, but it's a good start. Thank you, Eldrin." With the owl's guidance in mind, Finn made his way to the edge of the village, where the earth spirits dwelled. These gentle beings, called the Terralings, were as old as the forest itself, their forms woven from roots and soil, their eyes shining with the wisdom of the ages. "Dear Terralings," Finn greeted as he reached their grove, where the ground was soft and warm underfoot. "Can you tell me why the starflowers have not bloomed tonight?" The Terralings emerged from the earth, their presence a comforting hum that vibrated through the ground. "The starflowers draw their strength from the harmony between earth and sky," one of the spirits intoned, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Perhaps something has disrupted this balance." Finn thanked the Terralings and pondered their words as he made his way to the moonlit clearing, a place where the sky opened wide above and the stars seemed close enough to touch. Here he found the Sky Whisperer, a gentle creature of shimmering stardust and silvery light. "Sky Whisperer," Finn called softly, his breath visible in the cool air. "Do you know why the starflowers are at rest tonight?" The Sky Whisperer floated down, her presence like a comforting breeze. "The stars have whispered of a cloud of dreams that drifts across the sky, veiling their light from reaching the earth. This cloud, woven from the dreams of the world, is heavier than usual tonight. Finn listened intently, a plan forming in his mind. If we can lift this cloud, perhaps the stars will shine brightly enough to awaken the starflowers. With the wisdom of Eldrin, the Terralings, and the Sky Whisperer guiding him, Finn returned to the village. He gathered the villagers, sharing with them what he had learned. Together, they devised a gentle plan. The village musicians played their melodious flutes and harps, their notes rising into the night like a gentle breeze. The children, with laughter like tinkling bells, blew bubbles of joy into the sky. The elders, wise and patient, told stories of hope and wonder, their words weaving a tapestry of dreams. As the villagers' collective love and joy rose into the night, the cloud of dreams began to lighten, its weight lifted by the warmth of their hearts. Slowly, the stars emerged, twinkling brighter and brighter until their light bathed the village in a gentle glow. With a collective sigh of relief, the starflowers unfurled their petals, revealing their radiant colors and casting a soft, magical glow across Willow Hollow. That night, the villagers slept soundly, their dreams filled with peace and joy. As dawn approached, Finn awoke to the sound of the village bustling with gratitude and happiness. He smiled, knowing that through friendship, wisdom, and love, they had restored the balance between earth and sky. And so, in the cozy nook of Willow Hollow, where magic was as much a part of life as the air they breathed, the villagers learned that sometimes the answers to the mysteries of the world lay not just in the stars above, but in the hearts of those who seek them. And with that understanding, they returned to their days, filled with the wonder of what they had achieved together. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Finn drifted into dreams woven with stardust and moonlight, a gentle smile playing on his lips, knowing that all was well in their enchanted corner of the world. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lyla. Lyla had eyes the color of the morning sky, and a heart as gentle as the whispering winds that rustled through the trees. Her favorite place was the village library, a cozy, time-worn building that smelled of old paper and polished wood. The library was a place of quiet magic, where stories leapt from pages and danced through her dreams. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced down from the trees like golden confetti, Lyla stumbled upon a curious object. It was nestled in a forgotten corner of the library, covered in a fine layer of dust. It appeared to be an ordinary book, its cover worn and its pages yellowed with age. Yet as Lyla picked it up, she felt a strange warmth seep through her fingertips. The title, The Book of Whispers, glimmered faintly in the soft light filtering through the window. Intrigued, Lyla opened the book. To her astonishment, the pages were filled not with words, but with gentle murmurs and soft giggles that seemed to float up from the paper. As she turned each page, the whispers grew louder, forming a melody that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. The book seemed to sing of far-off lands, forgotten tales, and hidden secrets. That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of amber and rose, Lyla sat by her window, the book in her lap. She whispered a silent wish, hoping the book might reveal its secrets. In response, the whispers swirled and coalesced into a single clear voice. "Seek the heart of the forest," it said, "where the old oak stands. There lies the key to your journey." The thought of a journey filled Lyla with a bubbling excitement. She knew the forest well, its paths winding like threads through a tapestry of green. But she had never ventured to its heart, where the ancient oak stood, said to be the oldest tree in the land. The villagers spoke of it with reverence, as if it held the forest's wisdom within its gnarled branches. The next morning, with the book tucked safely in her satchel, Lyla set off towards the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As she walked, she was joined by an unexpected companion, a small fox with fur like russet velvet and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello," said the fox in a voice like a tinkling bell, surprising Lyla. "I'm Finn. I've seen you in the forest before. Where are you headed?" Lyla, though startled, smiled at the fox's friendly demeanor. "I'm going to the heart of the forest," she replied, "to find the old oak." Finn's eyes twinkled. "Ah, the old oak," he said knowingly. "It's a wise tree. I'll accompany you. The forest can be tricky, and two are better than one." Together, Lyla and Finn made their way deeper into the forest. The trees grew thicker, their leaves whispering secrets as the pair passed beneath their boughs. They walked past babbling brooks that sang cheerful tunes, and through sun-dappled glades where wildflowers nodded in the breeze. As they journeyed, they met other creatures of the forest. An owl named Oliver, with feathers like moonlight, who offered them guidance with his keen sight, and a family of rabbits who shared their knowledge of hidden paths. Each companion added their own touch of magic to the journey, sharing stories and laughter that filled the air with warmth. Finally, after a day's journey, they arrived at the heart of the forest. The old oak stood grand and majestic, its branches stretching towards the sky in a graceful arc. Its bark was rough and ancient, and its leaves whispered in a language only the forest understood. Lyla approached the tree with Finn by her side. She placed her hand on the trunk, feeling the life pulsing within. The book in her satchel began to hum softly, its whispers intertwining with the rustling leaves. Suddenly, a soft glow emanated from the tree, and a small door appeared at its base, carved from the living wood. Lyla exchanged a glance with Finn, her heart pounding with anticipation. Together they stepped through the door and into the heart of the oak. Inside, they found a chamber bathed in a gentle, golden light. In the center, on a pedestal of roots, lay a small, intricately carved key. Lyla reached out and took the key in her hand, feeling a rush of warmth and understanding. It was as if the key had unlocked something within her, a sense of purpose, of connection to the world around her. "The key is yours, Lyla," whispered the voice from the book, now clearer than ever. "It opens the door to your journey, not just in the forest, but in life. It is a reminder that wisdom and friendship will always light your path." With the key in hand, Lyla felt a newfound confidence blossom within her. She understood that the journey was not just about reaching a destination, but about the discoveries and friendships made along the way. As they left the chamber, the old oak seemed to nod in approval, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Lyla and Finn walked back through the forest, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. The path home was filled with the chatter of their new friends, who promised to visit the village and share their tales. When they reached the edge of the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. Lyla paused to look back at the forest, now a silhouette against the twilight. She knew that she would return, for the forest held many more secrets and stories waiting to be discovered. As she walked home, the Book of Whispers nestled in her arms. She felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey she had taken and the friends she had made. She understood now that every object, no matter how ordinary it seemed, held a story waiting to be told, and every journey, no matter how small, had the power to change a life. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit ready for new adventures, Lyla returned to her village, where dreams and whispers danced through the night, promising more tales to come. And as she drifted off to sleep, the soft, comforting murmurs of the book lulled her into a world of dreams, where the magic of the forest lingered, waiting for her to return. Story 16. In a quaint village nestled between misty hills and a shimmering lake, there lay a secret known only to a select few. The village, known as Elderglen, was a place where time seemed to dance more slowly, where the sun's golden rays lingered just a bit longer, and the moonlight kissed the cobblestone streets with a silvery glow. The villagers were kind-hearted souls, bound by generations of companionship and shared stories, whispered beneath the ancient oak trees that lined the village square. On the cusp of winter, when the air was crisp and the scent of pine wafted through the breeze, a young girl named Anwin lived with her grandparents in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Anwin was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like twin pools of starlight and a spirit as unyielding as the wind. Her days were filled with adventures both real and imagined, and her nights were spent curled by the fireplace, wrapped in a quilt, as her grandfather spun tales of wonder and magic. One chilly evening, as the fire crackled and cast dancing shadows upon the walls, Anwin's grandfather spoke in a hushed, reverent tone. "In the heart of the Whispering Woods," he began, "there lies a hidden world, a place of enchantment where the trees hum with the secrets of ages past. It is said that those who enter with a pure heart may find the wishing stone, a rare and magical object that holds the power to grant a single, true desire. Anwin's eyes widened with wonder, her imagination aflame with thoughts of this mystical artifact. "Has anyone ever found it?" she asked, her voice a breathy whisper. "Many have sought it," her grandfather replied, "but the wishing stone reveals itself only to those who seek not for themselves, but for the good of others." That night, as Anwin lay in her bed, she imagined the whispering woods, with its towering trees and the soft melody of leaves rustling in the wind. She dreamed of finding the wishing stone, not for herself, but to bring joy and peace to her village, which had recently been troubled by a lingering drought that threatened their crops and livelihoods. The very next morning, with the sun painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Anwin set off on her journey. She wore a thick woolen cloak to ward off the chill, and in her satchel she carried a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and a small wooden flute her grandmother had carved for her. As she crossed the village square, the villagers wished her well, their faces etched with hope and warmth. Anwin's path led her through fields dusted with frost, where the earth lay silent under a blanket of early snow. Her breath rose in puffs of silver mist, and her boots crunched softly on the frozen ground. At the edge of the whispering woods, she paused, taking in the sight of the towering trees, their branches reaching skyward like ancient sentinels guarding the secrets within. As she entered the woods, a sense of calm enveloped her. The air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves, the gentle song of a nearby stream, and the occasional call of a distant bird. Anwin walked for hours, guided by a feeling deep within her heart, a sense of purpose that urged her onward. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Anwin stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches festooned with delicate silver leaves that shimmered in the fading light. Beneath its boughs, nestled among the roots, was a stone unlike any Anwin had ever seen. It was smooth and luminous, shifting colors like the iridescent wings of a dragonfly. Anwin approached the stone reverently, her heart pounding with anticipation. She knelt before it, closing her eyes, and whispered her wish, a wish not for herself, but for the salvation of her village, for the rains to return and nourish the land. As her words faded into the stillness, the stone began to glow with an inner light, a warmth that spread through Anwin like a comforting embrace. She felt a gentle tugging at her heart, as if the forest itself was acknowledging her wish, her selflessness. The air around her shimmered, and for a moment she thought she heard a soft melodic hum, like the song of 1,000 voices singing in harmony. When she opened her eyes, the stone lay quiet and still, its glow fading into the twilight. Anwin felt a profound peace settle over her, a certainty that her wish had been heard. She rose, thanked the ancient tree and the mysterious forces that dwelled within the forest, and made her way back home. As she emerged from the woods, the first drops of rain began to fall, gentle and life-giving. By the time she reached the village, the rain had turned into a steady, soothing downpour, drenching the fields and filling the hearts of the villagers with joy. They gathered in the square, their faces lifted to the sky, their voices raised in gratitude. Anwin's heart swelled with happiness as she joined her friends and family. Her grandfather enveloped her in a warm embrace, his eyes sparkling with pride. "You did it, Anwin," he murmured. "The village owes you its thanks." But Anwin only smiled, her heart full, for she knew that the true magic lay not in the stone, but in the love and unity that bound the village together. As the rain washed over them, cleansing the earth and their spirits, Anwin felt a deep sense of belonging, a connection to the world and the hidden wonders it held. In the days that followed, the fields bloomed with new life, and the village thrived under the gentle gaze of the sun. Anwin often returned to the whispering woods, not to seek the wishing stone, but to revel in the beauty and tranquility of the hidden world she had discovered. She would play her flute beneath the ancient trees, her music a tribute to the magic that lay within and around her. Through her journey, Anwin learned that true strength and fulfillment came not from the granting of a single wish, but from the bonds of friendship and the selfless acts that nurtured the soul. And as she grew, so too did her understanding of the world and her place within it. a journey of transformation and growth that would guide her through the days of her life. And so, in the heart of Elderglen, where the village nestled between misty hills and a shimmering lake, the tale of Anwin and the Wishing Stone became a cherished legend, a story of hope and love passed down through generations, whispered beneath ancient oak trees and told by the warmth of a crackling fire. And always, the villagers remembered the lesson of the stone, that true magic resides not in the granting of wishes, but in the kindness and courage that dwell within each of us. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's golden rays danced through a canopy of emerald leaves, a serene and magical world thrived, hidden from the eyes of humankind. This was a place where time seemed to stand still, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets of old, and the air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Among the towering trees, a gentle brook meandered, its crystal-clear waters singing a merry tune as it tumbled over smooth stones. It was here that the creatures of the forest gathered each morning, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the natural world. Each creature, from the tiniest insect to the majestic stag, played a part in the delicate balance of their shared home. In a hollow at the base of an ancient oak lived a wise old badger named Bramble. His fur was as silver as moonlight, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many seasons. Bramble was the keeper of stories, a custodian of the forest's history, passed down through generations. He had seen countless cycles of life and change, and knew the importance of harmony within the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered the creatures together for the annual Tale of the Seasons, a story shared each year to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry of life. As the creatures nestled close, their breaths mingling in clouds of mist, Bramble began his tale. Long ago, he rumbled, his voice as soothing as the brook's lullaby, the forest was not as we know it. The seasons quarreled, each vying for dominion over the land. Winter's snowflakes wished to blanket the earth forever, while summer's sun longed to reign unchallenged. Spring and autumn, too, wished for eternal residence. The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder as they imagined a world where seasons fought for control, disrupting the harmony they cherished. It was then, Bramble continued, that a clever little wren with feathers the color of dawn decided to bring peace. She flew to each season, whispering a plan as delicate as a spider's web. "Let us take turns," she proposed, "each offering your gifts in harmony, so the forest may flourish." Bramble paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the leaves to punctuate his words. The seasons, moved by the wren's wisdom, agreed, and so they began to dance in a graceful cycle, each one leaving the stage in time for the next. Winter laid down its blanket, only to be gently lifted by spring's breath of new life. Summer's warmth kissed the earth, and autumn's colors painted a farewell, making way for winter once more. A soft murmur of appreciation rose among the gathered creatures, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood that, like the seasons, they too must share and cooperate, ensuring that each had a role in the forest's harmony. As Bramble concluded his story, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, scattering leaves like confetti. It was a reminder, a whisper from the forest itself, that they were all connected, woven into a living tapestry by the threads of nature's design. The creatures slowly dispersed, carrying the essence of Bramble's tale with them. The squirrels gathered acorns with renewed purpose, the birds sang melodies of togetherness, and even the brook seemed to babble with a deeper understanding of its place in the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Bramble retreated to his hollow, a contented smile playing on his lips. He knew that the stories, like the forest itself, would continue to grow and evolve, passed down through the ages. And as he settled into his nest of leaves, the gentle hum of the forest lulled him to sleep, a symphony of life playing on in perfect harmony. And so, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued, forever guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the simple truth of their interconnectedness. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a realm where dreams intertwined with reality, there lived a young girl named Evelyn. Her world was one of wonder and enchantment, for she possessed a rare gift, the ability to bring her own dreams to life. Each night, as Evelyn drifted into slumber, her imagination would bloom like a vibrant garden, and her dreams would manifest into tangible experiences. She could soar through ethereal skies, dance among whimsical creatures, or explore the depths of an underwater kingdom, all within the confines of her cozy bedroom. One night, Evelyn found herself dreaming of a hidden forest, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and the very air seemed to hum with magic. As she ventured deeper into the dreamscape, the forest grew denser, the foliage more vibrant, and the sense of wonder more profound. It was then that she stumbled upon a peculiar object, a glimmering orb nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Evelyn's curiosity was piqued, and as she reached out to touch the orb, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips. In an instant, the dream world shattered, and Evelyn found herself back in her bedroom, clutching the very same orb from her slumbering visions. Her heart raced with excitement and trepidation, for she had never brought a dream object into the waking world before. Determined to unravel the mystery of the orb, Evelyn embarked on a journey that would challenge her in ways she had never imagined. She soon discovered that the orb was a gateway to a hidden realm, a world that existed within the heart of the forest, invisible to those without the gift of dreaming. As Evelyn crossed the threshold, she found herself in a place of breathtaking beauty and wonder. Towering trees twisted and danced, their branches adorned with luminous blooms that shimmered like starlight. Enchanted creatures scurried and fluttered about, their whimsical forms a tapestry of colors and shapes that defied logic. But Evelyn's arrival in this dreamscape had not gone unnoticed. A mischievous sprite named Willow took it upon herself to guide the young dreamer through this unfamiliar realm. With her infectious laughter and boundless energy, Willow became Evelyn's closest companion, teaching her the ways of the hidden world and the importance of protecting its delicate balance. Together, they embarked on a series of adventures, each more fantastical than the last. They soared on the backs of winged creatures, danced with the whimsical inhabitants, and explored the deepest recesses of the forest, where ancient mysteries and forgotten tales resided. Yet as Evelyn's understanding of the hidden realm grew, so too did her awareness of the challenges it faced. A dark force, fueled by the doubts and fears of the waking world, threatened to engulf the dreamscape in a shroud of darkness, extinguishing its magic forever. Willow revealed that Evelyn's gift was the key to restoring balance. Her ability to dream and shape reality was a powerful force, capable of repelling the encroaching shadows. But to do so, Evelyn would need to confront her own inner doubts and fears, embarking on a journey of self-discovery that would test the very limits of her courage and resilience. With Willow's guidance and the support of the enchanted beings she had befriended, Evelyn delved into the depths of her own dreams, confronting the shadowy manifestations of her insecurities and anxieties. It was a harrowing journey, but one that ultimately revealed the true strength of her imagination and the power of belief. In a climactic battle against the dark force, Evelyn unleashed the full extent of her dreaming abilities, weaving a tapestry of light and hope that banished the shadows and restored the hidden realm to its former glory. The trees regained their vibrant hues, the creatures danced with renewed joy, and the air hummed with the melody of life. As Evelyn emerged victorious, she realized that her journey had not only saved the dreamscape, but had also transformed her own perspective. She had discovered the boundless potential of her imagination and the resilience of her spirit, forging a bond with the hidden world that would endure forever. From that day forward, Evelyn's dreams took on a new depth and richness, each night an adventure waiting to unfold. She continued to visit the hidden realm, sharing her experiences with Willow and the enchanted beings, and learning the secrets of the dreamscape. But Evelyn's true gift extended far beyond her own dreams. She had become a beacon of hope, inspiring others to embrace the power of their imaginations and to never lose sight of the magic that exists within them. And so, as the night falls and the stars twinkle in the velvet sky, Evelyn's dreams continue to weave their tapestry of wonder, reminding us all that even in the darkest of times, the light of imagination burns bright, illuminating the path to endless possibilities. Story 19. On the edge of a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering pines, there stood an unassuming little shop with a faded sign that read, "Curiosities and Whimsy." The shop, with its creaky wooden floors and shelves brimming with peculiar odds and ends, was run by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Finn. His eyes twinkled like stars, and he always seemed to know exactly what someone needed, even before they spoke. One chilly autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze, a young girl named Lily wandered into the shop. She was searching for something, though she wasn't quite sure what. Her heart felt heavy with a longing she couldn't quite place, a yearning for something beyond the ordinary humdrum of everyday life. Lily, with her chestnut curls and curious brown eyes, was a child of wonder. She loved stories of distant lands and magical creatures. The village, though beautiful, felt too small for her vast dreams. Today, however, something in the air seemed different, as if the world was whispering secrets just waiting to be discovered. As Lily meandered through the aisles, her fingers tracing the contours of antique trinkets and dusty tomes, she noticed a small, intricately carved wooden box tucked away in a corner. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, adorned with delicate engravings of swirling vines and tiny stars. Lily felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the box itself was calling her name. "Ah, you've found the Starkeeper," Mr. Finn said, appearing beside her with a soft smile. His voice was gentle and wise, like the rustling of old pages. "It's a special piece, that one." "What does it do?" Lily asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Mr. Finn chuckled softly. "Ah, that is for you to discover. But I will tell you this. It holds the power to reveal the extraordinary in the ordinary, to show you the world as you've never seen it before." Lily's heart fluttered with excitement. She cradled the box in her hands, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. With Mr. Finn's encouragement, she took it home, eager to uncover its secrets. That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over her room, Lily sat cross-legged on her bed, the Starkeeper resting in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, then gently lifted the lid. A soft, ethereal light spilled out, filling the room with a gentle luminescence. Within the box lay a small, shimmering crystal shaped like a teardrop, suspended in mid-air. It pulsed with a soft, rhythmic glow, like a heartbeat. As Lily reached out to touch it, she felt a tingling sensation, as if the magic within was coursing through her veins. Suddenly, the world around her began to shift. The walls of her room faded away, replaced by a vast starlit sky. She found herself standing on a narrow path that wound through a forest of towering trees, their leaves shimmering with a silver light. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the distant sound of a babbling brook. As Lily marveled at her surroundings, she heard a soft rustling nearby. Turning, she saw a small, luminous creature peering out from behind a tree. It looked like a fox, but its fur was the color of moonlight, and its eyes sparkled like sapphires. "Hello, Lily," the creature said in a voice as soft as a whisper. "I am Leora, the guardian of this realm. You have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery." Lily, though surprised, felt an immediate kinship with Leora. "What kind of journey?" she asked. "One that will show you the magic in your world," Leora replied, stepping onto the path. "Come, follow me." Together, they walked through the enchanted forest, the path illuminated by the glow of the Starkeeper. As they journeyed deeper, Lily felt her heart lighten, her worries falling away like autumn leaves. Along the way, they encountered a host of delightful creatures. There was Theo, the wise old owl with spectacles perched on his beak, who offered riddles and sage advice. And Nia, the playful sprite with wings that shimmered like rainbows, who danced around Lily, filling the air with laughter. Each creature had something to teach Lily, a piece of wisdom that opened her eyes to the wonders around her. Theo taught her to listen to the whispers of the wind, for it carried stories from afar. Nia showed her the beauty in small things, a dewdrop on a petal, the song of a distant bird. As they traveled, Lily began to notice the magic in her own world. She saw the way sunlight wove golden patterns through the leaves, how the river sang a melody all its own. She realized that the world was filled with wonders, if only one took the time to see them. However, the journey was not without its challenges. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, they reached the edge of a great, shimmering lake. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above. This is the Mirror Lake, Leora explained. To cross it, you must find the answer to a riddle. Only then will the path reveal itself. Lily nodded, her heart beating with anticipation. She loved riddles, and this felt like a test of all she had learned. "What is the riddle?" she asked, her voice steady. Leora smiled gently. "What is it that you can keep after giving it to someone?" Lily pondered the question, her mind sifting through the lessons she had learned. She thought of the wisdom Theo had shared, the joy Nia had brought her. Then, like a light dawning, the answer came to her. "A promise," she said softly. "A promise is something you can keep, even after giving it." As the words left her lips, the lake shimmered and shifted, revealing a path of stepping stones that led across the water. Leora nodded approvingly, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You have learned well, Lily," she said. "Now let us continue." With each step across the lake, Lily felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had discovered something precious, not just the magic in the world, but the magic within herself. Finally, as they reached the other side, the path began to fade, and the world around her dissolved into a soft, comforting glow. Lily found herself back in her room, the starkeeper resting in her hands, its light dimming as if to say good night. Her heart, once heavy with longing, was now filled with warmth and contentment. She had found what she was looking for, not in a faraway land, but within her own heart and the world around her. As she lay down to sleep, the gentle glow of the starkeeper casting a soft light over her dreams, Lily knew that she would forever hold on to the magic she had discovered. For she had learned that the world was full of wonders, and that sometimes the greatest journey was simply opening one's eyes to see them. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit renewed, Lily drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle whispers of the night, knowing that she was part of a world rich with magic and mystery. Once upon a time, nestled in the nook of a quaint little village surrounded by whispering forests and bubbling brooks, there was a cobblestone cottage with ivy-draped walls. Inside lived a gentle soul named Maribel. She was known far and wide for her kind heart and the way she could coax even the shyest of flowers to bloom with her gentle touch. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the air, Maribel set out for a walk through the forest. The sun filtered softly through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the path. Maribel loved these walks, for the forest always seemed alive with stories, each rustle of leaves and birdsong a note in its ancient melody. On this particular day, as she wandered deeper into the woods, Maribel noticed something unusual. A small, peculiar stone lay half buried in the path. It was unlike any she had seen before, shimmering faintly with an inner light. Curiosity piqued. She picked it up, feeling an unexpected warmth spread through her fingers. As she held the stone, she heard a soft whispering, like a gentle breeze through the trees. The stone seemed to speak, not in words, but in feelings and images, weaving a tapestry of stories from the past and glimpses of paths yet to come. Maribel realized she had found something truly special, a stone that held the secrets of the forest. With the stone nestled in her palm, Maribel continued her walk, feeling a new sense of wonder. The world around her seemed more vibrant, each leaf on the trees, each ripple on the brook shimmering with a life of its own. She felt a connection to the forest she had never imagined, as if she were part of a grand, living story. As days turned into weeks, Maribel began to understand the stone's magic. It didn't simply show her stories. It revealed the hidden connections between all living things. It was as if she had been given a key to understanding the whispers of the world around her. She could sense the needs of the plants, hear the songs of the stones, and feel the heartbeats of the creatures that called the forest home. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Maribel was visited by a pair of woodland creatures. The first was a wise old owl named Anwin, his feathers a blend of deep browns and creams. He was known as the keeper of ancient wisdom, and his eyes sparkled with the knowledge of ages. The second was a lively squirrel named Pip, whose boundless energy and mischievous spirit brought laughter to anyone who crossed his path. Maribel, Anwin hooted softly, his voice as smooth as the night breeze. "We have come to seek your help. The heart of the forest is in peril. A great shadow looms, and only with your newfound gift can we hope to save it." Maribel listened intently, her heart swelling with a mixture of excitement and responsibility. She nodded, promising to do all she could to help. Pip chattered enthusiastically, darting around her feet, and Olwen offered a solemn nod of gratitude. Together they set off deeper into the forest, the moonlight guiding their way. The path was narrow, lined with towering trees whose branches formed a protective canopy overhead. The air was filled with the scents of pine and earth, and the soft rustle of leaves accompanied their journey. As they traveled, Maribel felt the stone grow warmer in her hand, as if urging her onward. She realized that the forest was guiding her, showing her the way to its heart. They passed through groves of ancient oaks, their branches heavy with wisdom, and crossed babbling brooks that sang of times long past. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a small, shimmering pond. The surface of the water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the starry sky above. In the center of the pond stood a single willow tree, its branches trailing into the water like gentle fingers. "This is the heart of the forest," Olwen explained, his voice filled with reverence. "But look, Maribel, the willow is wilting, its life force fading. The stone has brought you here to restore its strength." Maribel approached the edge of the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars. She held the stone aloft, feeling its warmth spread through her entire being. Closing her eyes, she reached out with her heart, connecting with the tree, the pond, and the forest itself. In her mind's eye, she saw the web of life that connected everything, each thread a vital part of the whole. She sensed the imbalance, the shadow that threatened the forest's harmony. And then, with a deep breath, she let the stone's magic flow through her, weaving a new pattern, restoring the balance that had been lost. The air around her shimmered with light, and the willow tree straightened, its leaves unfurling with newfound vigor. The pond sparkled, its waters rejuvenated, and the forest sighed in relief, its heart beating once more with the rhythm of life. Maribel opened her eyes, feeling a deep sense of peace and accomplishment. Olwen and Pip stood by her side, their faces filled with gratitude and admiration. The forest was safe, its secrets entrusted to the one who listened with her heart. As they made their way back to the village, Maribel felt a change within herself. She had embarked on a journey of discovery, not just of the forest, but of her own place within it. The stone had taught her the power of understanding and connection, a lesson she would carry with her always. That night, as she lay in her cozy bed, the stone resting on her nightstand, Maribel drifted into a peaceful sleep. She dreamed of the forest, its stories swirling around her like a gentle breeze. And she knew that, whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with an open heart, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the friendship of those who shared her journey. And so the forest continued to thrive, its secrets safe in the hands of a kind-hearted guardian. The stars watched over them all, twinkling softly in the night sky, as a gentle breeze whispered a lullaby through the trees. Story 21. In the heart of the laughing woods, where the trees giggled with the wind and streams sang in bubbling melody, there lived a peculiar group of friends whose adventures were whispered about from the roots of the oldest oaks to the tips of the tallest pines. There was Pippin, the squirrel with a bushy tail that changed colors with his mood, and Lola, the ladybug who wore spectacles that made everything seem a bit larger and more wonderful than it actually was. Alongside them was Hops, the rabbit who had a penchant for knitting with clouds, and last but certainly not least was Whisker, the raccoon with a knack for solving puzzles, using his ever-growing collection of odd keys. One sunny morning, as the sun sprinkled dappled light across the forest floor, Lola was adjusting her spectacles to better admire the dew-kissed flowers. Hops was busy trying to knit a particularly fluffy cumulus into a scarf, while Pippin flicked his technicolor tail in time with the melody of the morning. "Something's amiss," Whisker declared, his paws rummaging through his collection of keys. His eyes twinkled with the light of a detective on the scent of a mystery. "What is it, Whisker?" asked Pippin, whose tail now shimmered a curious green. "There's a buzz in the air, a sort of magical hum," Whisker explained. "I suspect it has something to do with the great giggle tree." Now, the great giggle tree was no ordinary tree. It stood at the heart of the laughing woods and was said to be the source of all the joy and laughter in the forest. Its branches were laden with clusters of giggle berries, which, when tasted, could spark a fit of laughter so contagious that even the grumpiest badger would find himself chuckling. As the friends arrived at the base of the great giggle tree, they noticed it wasn't laughing as it normally did. Instead, it seemed to be hiccuping, with each hiccup sending a shower of giggleberries tumbling to the ground in a most uncharacteristic fashion. "Oh dear," said Lola, adjusting her spectacles so they sat just right on the bridge of her tiny nose. "The great giggle tree has the hiccups." "Indeed," replied Whisker, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "We must think creatively to cure these hiccups, for laughter must flow freely through our woods." "Perhaps a song," suggested Pippin, his tail turning a hopeful blue. "Or a dance," added Hops, already bouncing in a rhythm that made the meadow sway. But it was Lola who had the insight they needed. "What if we tickle it? Laughter is the best medicine, after all." The friends set to work, each employing their unique talents. Pippin scampered up the branches, tickling the leaves with his multicolored tail. Hops darted around the trunk, leaving trails of fluffy cloud scarves that brushed against the bark. Lola flew in swooping loops, her laughter tinkling like tiny bells, while Whisker used his keys to unlock the hidden giggles trapped within the tree's gnarled roots. Just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the great giggle tree let out a booming laugh that echoed through the woods. The branches shook, and a rain of giggleberries fell, bouncing and rolling with delight across the forest floor. The friends tumbled into a heap, laughing until they could barely breathe, their hearts light and spirits high. The great giggle tree's laughter was restored, and with it, the laughter of the forest. As they lay under the gently swaying branches, Pippin's tail settled into a contented lavender, and Lola's spectacles reflected the twinkling stars above. Hops knitted the last of his cloud scarf into a cozy blanket that covered them all, and Whisker, with a satisfied nod, tucked away a new key, one shaped like a smile. And so, nestled under the giggling branches of the great giggle tree, the friends drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with whimsical wonders and the comforting, joyful hum of their magical home. Story 22, title, The Whispering Willow. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sprawling emerald forest, there was a quaint little village named Thistledown. This village was known far and wide for its charming timber cottages and the warm, honeyed glow of its lanterns that softly illuminated the cobblestone paths winding through it. But what truly set Thistledown apart was the ancient willow tree standing at its edge, a tree so grand and wise that it was said to whisper secrets to those who listened closely. On a particularly crisp autumn evening, when the leaves danced lazily to the ground in hues of amber and gold, the village buzzed with excitement. It was the eve of the Harvest Moon Festival, a time of merriment and magic when the villagers gathered to celebrate the bounty of nature. Among them was a gentle-hearted young girl named Lena, known for her curious spirit and the twinkle of wonder that always lit her eyes. Lena had always been drawn to the whispering willow, captivated by the tales of its magic. It was said that the tree could reveal secrets of the past or dreams of the future to those who truly understood the language of its rustling leaves. With the festival as her excuse, Lena decided that this year she would unravel the mysteries of the willow herself. As twilight bathed the village in a violet glow, Lena slipped away from the bustling preparations and made her way to the willow. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of earth and pine, while the gentle symphony of crickets serenaded her steps. The willow stood tall and serene, its silver leaves shimmering like stars in the moonlight. Lena approached with a mix of excitement and reverence. She settled at the base of the tree, her back against its sturdy trunk, and closed her eyes, letting the cool breeze caress her cheeks. She listened intently, her heart in tune with the soft rustling above. "Tell me your secrets, wise willow," she whispered, her voice barely a breath in the night. For a moment, all was still. Then, a gentle rustling began, weaving through the branches like a melody. Lena listened, and as she did, she felt a strange warmth spreading through her, a sense of being cradled by the very essence of the forest. Images began to form in her mind, a tapestry of stories and dreams. The Willow's first secret was of a time long past, when the forest was young and the village merely a thought in the minds of wandering souls. It spoke of a hidden world nestled beneath the roots and leaves, a realm of creatures who lived in harmony with the land. These creatures, the Willow whispered, could only be seen by those who believed in the magic of nature. As the tale unfolded, Lena's heart brimmed with wonder. She saw mischievous sprites flitting like fireflies through the undergrowth, their laughter echoing like tinkling bells. She glimpsed wise old gnomes tending to the flowers and trees, their beards as long and tangled as the roots they nurtured. And there, in the heart of this hidden world, was a shimmering pool, its waters as clear as glass, reflecting the moon's gentle glow. The pool, the Willow murmured, held the key to unlocking the magic of the forest. It was said that those who gazed into its depths could glimpse their truest selves, their heart's desires laid bare like constellations in the night sky. Awestruck by the beauty of the hidden world, Lena resolved to find it. She knew that such a journey would change her, for the stories of the Willow had already begun to weave their magic into her soul. With the festival still in full swing, Lena slipped away, her feet carrying her deeper into the forest, guided by the whispers of the Willow. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of night creatures. Lena's heart pounded with a mix of trepidation and excitement as she ventured further into the woods. The path was narrow, overgrown with ferns and wildflowers, and the moonlight filtered through the canopy like silver threads. As she walked, Lena felt a subtle shift in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, awaiting her discovery. She followed her instincts, each step drawing her closer to the heart of the hidden realm. The whispers of the Willow guided her, a melody only she could hear. After what felt like an eternity, Lena emerged into a small clearing bathed in moonlight. There, nestled among the roots of the trees, was the shimmering pool the Willow had shown her. Its waters glowed with an ethereal light, casting dancing reflections onto the leaves above. With a mix of awe and anticipation, Lena approached the pool. She knelt at its edge, peering into the depths. The water was cool and inviting, its surface smooth as glass. Lena took a deep breath, her heart racing with the promise of the unknown. As she gazed into the pool, the water began to ripple, revealing a vision unlike anything she had ever seen. She saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, strong and wise, her heart aglow with the magic of the forest. She saw herself surrounded by friends, their faces kind and familiar, their laughter like music to her ears. The vision shifted, showing her moments of courage and kindness, of challenges overcome and friendships forged. Lena's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, of understanding her place in the world. She realized that the magic of the forest was not just in the hidden realm, but within her, in her ability to see the beauty and wonder around her. As the vision faded, Lena felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She knew that her journey had changed her, had awakened a part of her that was connected to the very soul of the forest. She understood that the magic of the Willow was not just in its secrets, but in its ability to inspire those who listened. With a heart full of gratitude, Lena rose from the pool, her spirit renewed. She made her way back to the village, the path now familiar and welcoming. The festival was still alive with laughter and joy, the villagers celebrating under the glow of the harvest moon. Lena rejoined her friends, her heart light and her eyes shining with the wonder of her journey. She shared her tale with those who would listen, her words a tapestry of magic and friendship, of the hidden world within the forest and the beauty of believing in the impossible. And so, as the night wore on and the stars twinkled above, Lena's story wove its way into the hearts of the villagers, a reminder that magic was all around them, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to dream. From that day forward, Lena was known as the Keeper of the Willow's Secrets, a title she wore with pride and humility. She continued to explore the forest, her heart open to the wonders it held, always listening for the whispers of the Willow and the stories it had yet to tell. As the years passed, Lena's tale became a legend, a beacon of hope and wonder for generations to come. And though the world changed and the village grew, the Whispering Willow stood as a testament to the magic of friendship, of journeys taken and dreams fulfilled. And in the heart of the forest, beneath the canopy of stars, Lena's spirit danced among the leaves, forever part of the hidden world she had discovered, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the whispering willow. Story 23. In the heart of a lush emerald forest, where soft whispers of the wind danced through the leaves and the scent of pine lingered in the air, stood the quaint village of Willowbrook. This charming hamlet was renowned for its warm, wooden cottages, each with a thatched roof and a garden filled with wildflowers. At the village's center, a tranquil stream gurgled, its waters as clear as crystal, reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. The villagers of Willowbrook were a merry bunch, always eager to help one another. However, they were puzzled by a peculiar series of events that had begun to unfold. Each night, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars peppered the sky, things would mysteriously shift. Mrs. Poppy's knitting needles would end up in Mr. Aiden's garden, and the books in the library would rearrange themselves into peculiar patterns. The most curious of all was the nightly disappearance of the baker's freshly baked loaves, only to be found the next morning, sitting perfectly aligned along the riverbank. The villagers, while puzzled, were not distressed, for they knew that the forest was alive with magic and mystery. Still, they wished to uncover the source of these playful antics. So they called upon the wisest among them, an elderly elf named Elder Finley. Elder Finley was known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries and his gentle laugh that could calm even the most restless of spirits. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, the villagers gathered around the fireplace in the village hall, where Elder Finley sat in a large, cushioned chair. The aroma of spiced cider wafted through the air, and the crackling fire cast a warm glow upon the faces of all present. "Friends," began Elder Finley, his voice as smooth as the velvet night, "to solve this gentle mystery, we must look with eyes unclouded and listen with hearts open. The forest often speaks in ways we may not immediately understand." Among those gathered was a clever young girl named Lyla, whose bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had a knack for noticing details others might overlook, and she was determined to aid Elder Finley in unraveling the mystery. "Perhaps we should spend a night in the village square, observing the happenings with fresh eyes," suggested Lyla, her voice filled with quiet enthusiasm. Elder Finley nodded appreciatively. "A fine idea, dear Lyla. Let us gather tonight under the stars." As the village settled into the comforting folds of night, Elder Finley, Lyla, and a few other villagers took their places in the square. They wrapped themselves in cozy quilts, their breaths visible in the crisp night air, and watched as the moon rose high, casting silver beams over Willowbrook. The hours passed peacefully, the only sounds being the soft hoot of an owl and the gentle rustle of leaves. Just as their eyelids began to droop with the weight of sleep, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, light as the touch of a butterfly's wing. Lila's eyes snapped open, and she gently nudged Elder Finley. "Did you hear that?" Elder Finley smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflection of the stars. "I did indeed." From the shadows emerged a small, mischievous sprite named Thistle. Her wings shimmered in the moonlight like gossamer spun from dew, and her eyes twinkled with the mischief of 1,000 playful pranks. "Oh, Thistle," laughed Elder Finley softly, "what brings you to our village at such an hour?" Thistle fluttered closer, her voice a melodic whisper. "I meant no harm, truly. The forest spirits and I have been playing a game. We've been borrowing things to see how they might fit in the moonlit world of the night." Lyla chuckled, her curiosity piqued. "And the bread by the river?" Thistle's laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells. "The river sprites adore the scent of freshly baked bread. We thought to share a meal with them under the stars." Elder Finley nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Thank you for sharing your story, dear Thistle. Perhaps we might find a way for your games to continue without troubling our good villagers." Thistle's wings fluttered with delight. "Oh yes, please. We meant only to play." With Elder Finley's gentle guidance, it was decided that Thistle and her forest friends would help the villagers in their tasks by night, leaving behind small tokens of appreciation, dewdrop necklaces for the women, tiny carved wooden figures for the children, and sweet forest fruits for all to enjoy. As the days turned into nights, the villagers grew accustomed to these delightful surprises. The laughter of the forest became a cherished part of Willowbrook. a reminder of the magic that danced around them. The mystery had been solved with kindness and understanding, and the villagers of Willowbrook went to their beds each night with hearts light and dreams filled with the gentle melody of a world where magic whispered in the woods. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village of Willowbrook nestled into peace, cradled by the forest and its gentle sprites, who now played their games in harmony with those who called the village home. Story 24. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by whispering woods and gently sloping hills, lay the quaint village of Eldergrove. This village was known far and wide for the ancient, towering oak that stood at its heart, a tree so grand and venerable that the elders swore it had witnessed the dawn of time. Among the villagers, young Rowan was particularly enamored with the tree, spending countless afternoons beneath its sprawling branches, dreaming of adventures in faraway lands. Rowan was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of moss and hair the hue of autumn leaves. He had always felt a deep connection to the natural world around him, finding solace in the rustling leaves and the songs of the forest birds. He often imagined that there was more to the woods than met the eye, a hidden world waiting to be discovered by those who dared to believe. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight filtered through the amber leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, Rowan made his way to the ancient oak. He carried with him a small satchel, filled with simple provisions and a well-worn map of the surrounding forest. Today, he had decided, was the day to venture deeper into the woods than ever before. As he approached the tree, he noticed something unusual. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was covered in swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the light. Overcome with curiosity, Rowan knelt down and carefully opened the box. Inside, resting on a bed of soft, green moss, was a shimmering compass. Its needle spun lazily, as though waiting for a purpose. Rowan's heart quickened with excitement. He sensed that this was no ordinary compass, but an object imbued with magic. Without a second thought, he slipped the compass into his satchel and set off into the forest, the promise of discovery guiding his steps. The woods were alive with the vibrant colors of autumn, the air crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Rowan walked for hours, the compass guiding him deeper into the heart of the forest. He passed babbling brooks and moss-covered stones, the sound of his footsteps muffled by the carpet of leaves. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Rowan found himself at the edge of a clearing. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces covered in a tapestry of lichen and moss. The compass needle pointed unerringly toward them, as if urging him onward. With a sense of wonder, Rowan stepped into the circle. As he did, the air shimmered and the landscape around him began to change. The colors deepened, becoming more vibrant, and the sounds of the forest grew richer and more melodious. He realized he had crossed into a hidden world, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary rules of nature were but a distant memory. In this world, the trees were taller and more majestic, their leaves glistening like precious gems. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and everywhere Rowan looked, creatures of all shapes and sizes moved with grace and purpose. It was a realm of wonder and mystery, and Rowan felt a profound sense of belonging. As he explored this enchanted land, he encountered a variety of creatures, each unique and wondrous in its own way. There were delicate fairies with wings like dragonfly glass, playful sprites that darted among the flowers, and wise old owls that watched with knowing eyes. Yet, among all the inhabitants of this magical realm, one creature stood out, a gentle giant with eyes like pools of starlight. The giant's name was Thistle, a being of immense wisdom and kindness. Despite his towering stature, Thistle moved with a quiet grace, and his voice was as soothing as a lullaby. Rowan felt an immediate kinship with him, sensing that Thistle had much to teach him about this hidden world. "Welcome, young traveler," Thistle said, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "I see you have found the compass of Aloria. It has long awaited one with a pure heart and a courageous spirit." Rowan bowed his head in respect. "I am honored to be here, Thistle. I never imagined such a place could exist." Thistle chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. Many do not. But you have the heart of a dreamer, and dreamers are the ones who find their way here. Over the days that followed, Rowan and Thistle became fast friends. Thistle shared his wisdom, teaching Rowan about the balance of nature and the importance of harmony with the world around them. Rowan, in turn, shared stories of his village and the people who lived there, painting a picture of a world that was both familiar and strange to Thistle. As Rowan learned more about this magical realm, he discovered that all was not well. A shadow had begun to creep into the edges of the land, a darkness that threatened to consume the light and beauty of the world. This shadow, Thistle explained, was born of fear and greed, feeding on the disharmony in the hearts of those who had forgotten the magic of the world. Determined to help, Rowan set out on a journey to find the source of the shadow and restore balance to the realm. Thistle gifted him with a cloak woven from moonlight and starlight, a garment that would protect him from the darkness and guide his steps. With the compass in one hand and the cloak draped around his shoulders, Rowan ventured into the heart of the shadow. The air grew colder, and the once vibrant colors of the land faded to shades of gray. Yet, even in the midst of the gloom, Rowan remained resolute, his heart filled with determination and the warmth of friendship. As he traveled deeper into the shadow, Rowan encountered others who had been lost to its influence, creatures who had forgotten their true selves and succumbed to fear. With gentle words and a kind heart, Rowan reminded them of the light within, helping them find their way back to the world of magic and wonder. Finally, after a long and arduous journey, Rowan reached the heart of the shadow. There he found a great chasm, its depths shrouded in darkness. The compass glowed brightly, its needle pointing toward the center of the abyss. With a deep breath, Rowan stepped forward, his heart steady and his mind clear. He held the compass high, its light cutting through the darkness, and spoke words of hope and love. As he did, the shadow began to retreat, its power diminishing in the face of Rowan's unwavering spirit. Slowly, the light returned to the land, colors blossoming anew, and the air filled with the sweet scent of flowers. The shadow had been banished, and balance restored to the realm. Exhausted but triumphant, Rowan made his way back to Thistle, who greeted him with a warm embrace. "You have done well, young traveler," Thistle said, his eyes shining with gratitude. "You have shown that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and hope can prevail." With the realm restored, Rowan knew it was time to return to his village. Though he longed to stay in this magical world, he understood that his journey had changed him, and it was time to share what he had learned with others. As he bid farewell to Thistle and the other creatures of the realm, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that the magic of the world would always be with him, a guiding light in his heart. When Rowan returned to Eldergrove, he shared his tale with the villagers, inspiring them to see the magic in their own lives and to cherish the beauty of the world around them. The ancient oak, which had witnessed the journey of a young dreamer into a land of wonder, stood as a reminder of the power of hope and the enduring strength of friendship. And so, the village of Eldergrove thrived, its people living in harmony with the world and each other, their hearts filled with the magic of dreams and the wisdom of a journey that had changed one young dreamer forever. As the years passed, Rowan grew into a wise and kind-hearted leader, guiding his village with the lessons he had learned in the hidden world. The compass, now a cherished artifact, was displayed in the village hall, a symbol of the courage and friendship that had saved a magical realm from darkness. Rowan often returned to the ancient oak, sitting beneath its branches and listening to the whispers of the wind. In those quiet moments, he felt the presence of Thistle and the other creatures he had met, their spirits intertwined with the land and its people. The story of Rowan's journey became a beloved tale, passed down through generations, a reminder of the power of dreams and the magic that lies just beyond the edge of the ordinary world. Children would gather around the fire on chilly evenings, their eyes wide with wonder as they listened to the tale of the young dreamer who had ventured into a realm of enchantment and returned with the light of hope. And so the magic of the hidden world lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the belief that even in the darkest of times, the light of love and hope can guide us home. Story 25, The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, there was a legend whispered among the townsfolk about a magical compass. This compass was said to lead the bearer to the Whispering Woods, a hidden realm where nature's secrets were revealed to those with a pure heart. Only the most earnest and kind-hearted could hope to find it and learn the forest's ancient wisdom. The story begins on a serene autumn morning, with the sun casting golden beams through the canopy of towering oak trees that lined the village's cobblestone streets. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the gentle murmur of distant streams. In one of the cozy cottages at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Anwin. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the sky and a heart as warm as the sun. Her days were often spent exploring the woods, gathering herbs for her grandmother, and dreaming of adventure beyond the horizon. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Anwin sat by the fireplace, listening to her grandmother's tales. "Many have sought the Whispering Woods," her grandmother said, her voice as soft as the crackling fire, "but only those who listen carefully can hear its call." Anwin's imagination danced with the flames. She had always felt a peculiar pull towards the woods, as if they were whispering secrets only she could understand. That night, as she lay in bed, she dreamed of the forest paths winding beneath moonlit boughs, of voices rustling through leaves, urging her to follow. The next morning, a gentle drizzle pattered against her window, filling the air with the fresh scent of rain-kissed earth. Anwin wrapped herself in a woolen cloak and set off on her usual path, her footsteps soft on the mossy ground. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow trunk. Inside, nestled amidst the roots, she found a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved compass. Its needles spun endlessly, as if alive with its own purpose. Intrigued, Anwin slipped the compass into her pocket and continued her journey. The forest seemed to come alive around her. The trees whispered with a language she almost understood, and the birds sang melodies that echoed her thoughts. She followed the compass, which guided her along a path she had never seen before, deeper into the heart of the forest. As she walked, the world transformed. The trees grew taller and denser, their leaves forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft emerald glow. Anwin felt a sense of calm and wonder wash over her, as if she had stepped into a dream. After hours of wandering, she came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, covered in moss and lichen. The compass in her pocket began to hum with a gentle warmth, guiding her towards the stones. As she stepped into the circle, a soft breeze stirred the air, and she heard a voice, a gentle, melodious whisper that seemed to come from the very earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, seeker of the Whispering Woods," the voice intoned. "You have found the heart of the forest, where the veil between worlds is thin. Here you may discover the truths you seek, if your heart is open to listen." Anwin closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. She felt the presence of the trees, the rustle of leaves, and the murmurs of the brook that meandered nearby. It was as if the forest was alive, a sentient being sharing its wisdom with her. Days turned into weeks as Anwin visited the clearing each day, learning the language of the woods. She discovered that the trees held memories of the past, and the streams carried tales of distant lands. Through the compass, she learned to hear the stories of the creatures that inhabited the forest, their joys and struggles, their dreams and fears. As Anwin's understanding grew, she realized that the compass was not just a tool for navigation. It was a conduit for connection, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the Whispering Woods. She began to see that every living thing was connected, part of a vast, intricate tapestry of life. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Anwin heard a new voice, a soft, plaintive cry carried on the wind. It was the voice of a young fox, lost and frightened in the deepening snow. Guided by the compass, Anwin followed the sound, her heart full of empathy for the creature in distress. She found the fox curled beneath a thorny bush, shivering and alone. Its fur was matted with snow, and its eyes wide with fear. Anwin approached slowly, her voice gentle and soothing. "Don't be afraid," she whispered, reaching out a hand. "I'm here to help you." The fox hesitated then, sensing the kindness in her heart, crept forward to nuzzle her hand. Anwin gathered the fox into her arms, wrapping it in her cloak. Together, they made their way back to the clearing, where she built a shelter of branches to keep the fox warm. As the days passed, Anwin cared for the fox, nursing it back to health. In return, the fox showed her hidden paths through the woods, secret places where the wildflowers bloomed even in winter and streams ran warm beneath the ice. They became inseparable friends, exploring the forest together, each learning from the other. Through her bond with the fox, Anwin came to understand the true gift of the Whispering Woods, the power of connection and the strength found in friendship. She learned that by opening her heart, she could bridge the gap between worlds, bringing harmony and understanding to both. As winter melted into spring, Anwin knew it was time to return to her village. The compass, its purpose fulfilled, no longer spun with urgency, but rested quietly in her pocket, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken. She bid farewell to the fox, knowing that their friendship would endure, woven into the fabric of the forest. With a heart full of gratitude, Anwin made her way home, where her grandmother awaited her with open arms. In the years that followed, Anwin became a guardian of the forest, sharing the wisdom she had gained with those willing to listen. She taught the villagers to respect the land and live in harmony with nature, ensuring that the secrets of the Whispering Woods would be preserved for generations to come. And so the legend of the magical compass and the Whispering Woods lived on, a testament to the power of kindness, the magic of friendship, and the enduring bond between all living things. As the sun set over Eldergrove, casting a warm glow over the village, Anwin stood at the edge of the forest, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering trees and the secrets they held. In the gentle embrace of dusk, as stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Anwin whispered a promise to the woods, a vow to cherish and protect the sacred bond that had transformed her life. With a final, lingering glance at the forest that had become her second home, she turned towards the village, the compass a comforting weight in her pocket, its magic now a part of her very soul. Thus, the story of Anwin and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale, passed down through the generations, a reminder that the truest magic lies not in the objects we find, but in the connections we forge and the love we share. And in the quiet moments of twilight, when the world was at peace, the villagers would listen closely, hoping to hear the gentle whispers of the woods, guiding them towards a world where kindness and harmony reigned. In the heart of Eldergrove, where the spirit of the forest lived on in the hearts of its people, Anwin's legacy endured, a testament to the power of an open heart and the boundless magic of the natural world. And so, as the village slumbered beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the Whispering Woods continued to weave its timeless tale, a song of friendship and wonder, echoing through the ages. Story 26. In a quaint little village nestled among the whispering pines and gentle hills, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a small garden that brimmed with lavender and marigolds. Every morning, the golden sunlight would dance through her window, casting playful shadows that seemed to invite her into the world beyond. Leora, however, was a creature of habit. She loved the predictability of her daily routine, tending to her garden, baking bread from scratch, and knitting by the fireside as dusk gathered its soft hues around her. Yet beneath her contentment lay a restless whisper of curiosity, a longing for something more, though she knew not what. One evening, as she sat by her fire, wrapped in the soothing warmth of her patchwork quilt, a peculiar flutter caught her eye. It was a tiny creature, no larger than a thimble, with wings that shimmered like moonlit water. It was a Phaleaf, a rare and magical being known to bring messages of change. "Good evening, kind Leora," the Phaleaf spoke, its voice like tinkling bells. "I've come with a gift, a glimpse into the wonders of transformation." Leora blinked in surprise, her knitting forgotten in her lap. "Transformation?" she echoed, intrigued and apprehensive. "Indeed," the Phaleaf replied, hovering gently near her ear. "To grow is to embrace the unknown, to unfurl your heart and discover its hidden gardens. Will you accept this journey?" Though uncertainty tugged at her heart, Leora felt an undeniable pull towards the Phaliaph's promise. She nodded, her curiosity outweighing her caution. With a graceful gesture, the Phaliaph sprinkled a handful of sparkling dust over her, and the world around her began to shimmer and shift. The room faded, replaced by a vibrant forest, where trees towered like ancient guardians, their leaves rustling with secrets. The air was rich with the scent of earth and pine, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and mossy. Leora found herself standing at the edge of a clear, sparkling pond. Its surface was so still it seemed to hold the sky itself. As she peered into its depths, she saw her reflection, but it was different. Her eyes sparkled with a light she hadn't noticed before, and her hair glinted with strands of silver. "Do not be afraid," came a gentle voice. It was an old turtle, its shell adorned with intricate patterns that glowed softly. "The pond reveals your potential, the beauty that lies within, waiting to bloom." "But I am content as I am," Leora protested gently, though her reflection captivated her. "Contentment is a lovely garden," the turtle mused, "but even gardens must change with the seasons to thrive." As Leora pondered this, a soft rustling drew her attention. From the shadows emerged a fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves. "Greetings, Leora," he said with a playful grin. "I've watched you from afar, and I've seen your heart yearning to wander." Leora smiled at the fox's frankness. "Is that so? And what do you suggest?" "Follow me," the fox replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "There's a world beyond your cottage that sings with possibilities." With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the fox deeper into the forest. They traversed winding paths lined with wildflowers that nodded in the gentle breeze and crossed streams that sang lullabies of the mountains. With each step, Leora felt a lightness in her heart, a sense of wonder she had almost forgotten. As they journeyed, Leora encountered others, a family of deer who spoke of the joy in facing the dawn together, and a wise owl who shared tales of stars that guided lost souls home. Each encounter left her with a piece of wisdom, a reminder of the beauty found in growth and change. In time, they reached a meadow, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. The air was filled with the sound of crickets serenading the evening. Here the fox paused and turned to Leora. "This is where your journey truly begins. The forest has shown you the magic of transformation, but the choice to embrace it is yours alone." Leora gazed at the meadow, feeling the peace and promise it held. She realized that change wasn't something to fear, but to welcome, like a friend who brings new light to a familiar room. "I am ready," she said softly, her voice steady with newfound confidence. The fox nodded, a warm smile on his face. "Then your heart has already begun to bloom." As the stars began to sprinkle the night sky, Leora felt a gentle warmth spreading through her, a sense of belonging not just to her cottage, but to the world beyond. She had learned that personal growth was not a departure from who she was, but an awakening to all she could be. When the Phaliaph returned, it found Leora in the meadow, her spirit alight with the joy of discovery. "Thank you," she whispered to the tiny creature, "for guiding me to see the world with new eyes." The Phaliaph fluttered close, its wings shimmering in gratitude. "The magic was always within you, dear Leora. I merely helped you find it." And so, with the moon casting its silvery path through the forest, Leora began her journey back to her cottage, a place she now saw as a part of a larger, wondrous world. Her heart was light, and her soul sang with the melodies of transformation. She knew that the beauty of life lay not just in standing still, but in embracing the dance of change. As she crossed the threshold of her cozy home, she felt a deep peace settle within her. Her world had expanded, yet it was more familiar than ever, a tapestry woven with the threads of her experiences and the vibrant colors of her dreams. And in the gentle flicker of the firelight, Leora found comfort in the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 27. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home, a small cottage with walls painted in the hues of the morning sky, was surrounded by a garden that sang with the colors of every season. Yet, for as long as she could remember, Leora felt a deep yearning for something more, something just beyond the reach of her outstretched hands. The village was a tapestry of traditions, where every day wove itself into the next with the predictability of sunrise. Although Leora loved the warmth of her community, she often found herself daydreaming of change, of new experiences, and of the unknown paths that lay beyond the village boundaries. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves danced like golden coins in the breeze, Leora set off into the woods that bordered her village, seeking solace in the rustling symphony of nature. As she walked, the forest seemed to lean in, listening to the quiet hum of her thoughts. The path was soft beneath her feet, carpeted with leaves that whispered secrets from seasons past. It was here, amidst the gentle embrace of the woods, that Leora stumbled upon an old, gnarled tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was twisted into intricate patterns, and its bark shimmered faintly as though kissed by 1,000 stars. Intrigued, she reached out, her fingertips brushing the ancient surface. As if invited by her touch, the tree began to glow softly, and a warm, golden light enveloped her. Leora felt a tingling warmth spread through her chest, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a place of ethereal beauty, a meadow blanketed with flowers that glowed with their own inner light, and streams that sang as they flowed over stones polished smooth by time. Leora was not alone. A small, silver-haired fox with eyes like twin pools of moonlight appeared at her side. It regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if it had been expecting her arrival. The fox spoke, its voice soft yet carrying the weight of ages. "Welcome, Leora," it said. "This is a place where change is not feared but embraced, where transformation is the essence of life. I am Ori, your guide, and together we will journey through the landscape of your heart." Though Leora was startled, Ori's presence was comforting, and she felt an inexplicable trust in this magical guide. As they walked through the meadow, Ori shared stories of the creatures and plants that thrived in this enchanted realm. Each tale was a lesson, revealing how every being had its own journey of growth, each unique and beautiful in its own way. They passed a butterfly with wings that shimmered like rainbows. Ori explained how it had once been a caterpillar, content in its simplicity, until the time came for it to embrace change and become something new. "Transformation," Ori said, "is a natural part of life, a journey from one stage to another." Leora listened intently, her heart swelling with understanding. Her fear of change began to dissolve, replaced by a sense of wonder at the endless possibilities that lay before her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the meadow in a gentle twilight glow, Ori led Leora to a circle of ancient stones. Here, the air was thick with magic, and Leora could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. "Place your hand upon the stone, dear Leora," Ori instructed. "It will show you the path of your heart." Hesitantly, Leora did as she was told. The stone was cool to the touch at first, but soon it warmed, and images began to dance before her eyes. She saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, confident, wise, and filled with a joy that resonated from within. She saw herself embracing new experiences, learning and growing with each passing day. Tears of realization welled in her eyes. The fear that had tethered her began to unravel, replaced by a quiet strength and a newfound understanding of her own potential. Ori watched with a gentle smile. "The magic of this place is not in changing who you are, Leora, but in revealing who you have always been. Embrace your journey and know that you are never alone." With a heart full of gratitude, Leora thanked Ori and the magical world that had shown her the way. When she returned to her village, she carried with her the golden light of transformation, a beacon of hope and courage that illuminated her path. From that day forward, Leora embraced change with open arms, trusting in the wisdom of her heart and the support of her friends and family. The village, once a tapestry of predictability, now buzzed with the colors of her newfound adventures, inspiring others to look beyond their comfort zones and discover the magic within themselves. And so, in the quiet corners of the village, where dreams were whispered like secrets in the night, the story of Leora and the enchanted meadow became a cherished tale, a reminder that true transformation begins within, and that the journey of personal growth is a wondrous adventure that never truly ends. Story 28. In the heart of the gentle hills, where the earth rolled like soft waves beneath a sea of stars, there lay the village of Alderwood. It was a place cradled in the arms of ancient trees, where the air carried the scent of pine and the songs of whispering leaves. A narrow brook wound its way through the center, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal under the moonlight, and the cobblestone paths were etched with stories of old. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as open and kind as the morning sun. Leora had a curious spirit, always seeking the hidden wonders of her world. Her days were spent in quiet exploration, wandering the woods that bordered the village, where she imagined that the wind carried secrets from distant lands. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Leora set out on her usual path to the woods. The air was cool, the kind that cradles you in a gentle embrace, and the leaves rustled softly as if bidding her a warm welcome. She wore a cloak of deep green, the hood pulled up to protect her from the chill, and carried with her a small lantern, its flickering light casting a golden glow around her. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Leora noticed something peculiar. A soft, melodic tinkling seemed to follow her, like the sound of tiny bells carried on the breeze. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her steps light and deliberate upon the forest floor. The source of the tinkling was soon revealed, a glade she had never encountered before. The trees stood like silent sentinels around it, their branches intertwined to form a natural archway. In the center of the glade lay a pond, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the twilight sky above. Floating upon the water were countless lilies, their petals shimmering as if dusted with silver. But what truly captured Leora's attention was a small, ornate box nestled among the roots of an ancient oak at the water's edge. It was a curious thing, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance in the dim light of her lantern. As she approached, the tinkling grew louder, resonating from within the box. With gentle fingers, Leora lifted the box, her heart a mix of wonder and caution. It was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft, ethereal glow spilled out, bathing her face in warmth. Inside lay a delicate, golden feather, unlike anything she had ever seen. It shimmered with a radiant light, pulsating gently, as if alive. The moment she touched it, a wave of warmth swept over her, and a voice, gentle and melodious, whispered in her mind, "Guardian of the glade, your journey begins." Startled, Leora glanced around, but she was alone. The voice seemed to emanate from the feather itself, resonating in her heart. The words filled her with a sense of purpose, as if she had been chosen for something beyond her understanding. Determined to uncover the mystery, Leora set off back to her village, the feather safely tucked in her cloak. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her, the leaves rustling with secrets only she could hear. The journey back, though familiar, felt different, as if the path itself had been transformed by the magic she carried. Upon reaching Alderwood, Leora was greeted by the comforting glow of lanterns that lined the village streets. The familiar sounds of laughter and the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. Yet beneath the surface of this tranquility, she sensed a newfound vibrancy, as if the village itself was under the spell of the feather's magic. That night, as she lay in her cozy bed, Leora clutched the feather close, its glow a soft beacon in the darkness. Sleep came gently, and with it, dreams of a hidden world within the woods, a place of wonders waiting to be discovered. The following morning, Leora awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She decided to seek the counsel of the village elder, Mistress Evelyn, a woman whose wisdom was as deep as the forest itself. Evelyn's home was a quaint cottage nestled at the edge of the village, its garden a wild tangle of herbs and flowers. As Leora approached, the sweet aroma of lavender and rosemary wrapped around her like a welcoming embrace. Evelyn was tending to her garden, her movements graceful and deliberate. She looked up as Leora approached, her eyes twinkling with a knowing kindness. "Ah, Leora," Evelyn greeted her warmly, brushing soil from her hands. "What brings you to my garden this fine morning?" Leora hesitated for a moment, then revealed the golden feather, its light shimmering in the morning sun. "I found this," she explained, recounting the events of the previous night, "and I think it holds a secret." Evelyn listened intently, her expression thoughtful. She reached out to gently touch the feather, and as she did, a soft smile played on her lips. "This is a rare gift indeed," she said. "It is said that such feathers are the keys to a hidden realm, a place where the magic of nature is alive and vibrant." Leora's eyes widened with wonder. "A hidden realm?" she echoed, her heart quickening with excitement. "How do I find it?" Evelyn chuckled softly, her gaze warm and reassuring. "The feather will guide you, dear one. Trust in its magic and it will reveal the path." With Evelyn's words echoing in her mind, Leora set out once more, her heart alight with anticipation. She returned to the glade, the journey feeling like a dance between the known and the unknown. The tinkling bells greeted her as she stepped into the clearing, the pond's surface smooth and inviting. Holding the feather aloft, Leora watched as its glow intensified, casting a golden light upon the water. The surface shivered, and with a gentle ripple, an archway of light emerged, shimmering with the colors of the dawn. Taking a deep breath, Leora stepped forward, her heart a symphony of courage and curiosity. As she passed through the archway, the world around her transformed. The hidden realm was a place of breathtaking beauty, a tapestry of vibrant colors and harmonious sounds. The trees towered like guardians, their leaves a kaleidoscope of emerald and gold. Streams of crystal-clear water flowed with a melody that sang to her soul. And there, in the heart of this wondrous world, was a village unlike any she had imagined. It was a place where nature and magic intertwined, where homes were woven from the trunks of ancient trees and pathways glowed with the light of fireflies. The villagers, creatures of gentle grace and kindness, welcomed Leora with open arms. They were beings of light and earth, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Among them was a young fox with fur as red as autumn leaves, who introduced himself as Finn. Finn became Leora's guide in this enchanting world, showing her the wonders hidden within its folds. Together they explored fields of flowers that bloomed with laughter, and rivers that wove stories into their currents. As the days passed, Leora learned the ways of this hidden world, discovering the magic within her own heart. She found joy in the simple pleasures of life, in the warmth of friendship, and the beauty of nature's embrace. But as she grew more attuned to the magic around her, Leora also sensed a shadow lurking at the edges of this realm, a darkness that threatened to disrupt the harmony of the hidden world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Leora confided in Finn. "I feel a shadow," she said, her voice tinged with concern. "Something is amiss." Finn nodded, his expression serious. "You are right, Leora. The balance of our world is threatened by a force that seeks to unravel its magic." Determined to protect the realm she had come to love, Leora set out on a journey to confront the shadow. With Finn by her side, she traveled to the edge of the world, where the light met the darkness. The path was fraught with challenges, yet Leora faced each one with courage and kindness, her heart a beacon of hope. She learned to see beyond the shadows, to find the light within herself. In the heart of the dark forest, where the shadows gathered like storm clouds, Leora met the source of the disturbance, a creature born of sorrow and fear, seeking to claim the magic for its own. But rather than confronting it with anger, Leora reached out with compassion, offering the creature a chance to heal. She shared the warmth of her heart, the light of the golden feather, and in that moment, the darkness began to fade. The creature, once filled with bitterness and despair, softened under Leora's gentle touch. It transformed into a being of light, its heart healed by the kindness of her spirit. With the balance restored, the hidden realm blossomed with renewed vitality. The villagers celebrated, their songs weaving through the air like a joyous symphony. Leora returned to Alderwood, her heart forever changed by her journey. She carried with her the lessons of the hidden world, the knowledge that true magic lies in the bonds of friendship and the light of kindness. As she settled back into her life in the village, Leora knew that the hidden realm would always be a part of her, a place of wonder and magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the starlit sky, with the gentle hum of the forest as her lullaby, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the magic of the hidden world would forever guide her path. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops and a heart that yearned for adventure. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was helping her mother in the garden when she noticed a peculiar flower blooming among the vibrant petals. It was a simple daisy, yet there was something extraordinary about it. Its center seemed to shimmer like a tiny star. Intrigued, Lily plucked the flower and gasped as a soft glow emanated from its petals. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Lily, you have been chosen to embark on a wondrous journey. This flower holds the key to unlocking the magic hidden within the ordinary." Lily's eyes widened with amazement, and she knew that her life had taken an unexpected turn. Clutching the glowing daisy close to her heart, she set off on a quest to unravel the secrets of this newfound magic. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Lily encountered a wise old oak tree named Oakley. His gnarled branches swayed as he spoke. "Ah, young one, I see you have discovered the gift of the shimmering daisies. They are magical flowers that can reveal the extraordinary within the mundane." Oakley then introduced Lily to his friends, a delightful group of helpers who would guide her on her journey. There was Nutkin, a sprightly squirrel with a penchant for acorns and mischief. Flutter, a graceful butterfly whose wings shimmered with every flap. And Ripple, a gentle stream whose waters seemed to sing with the laughter of 1,000 raindrops. Together, they embarked on a series of enchanting adventures, exploring the wonders that lay hidden in the most ordinary of places. Lily learned that a simple pebble could become a portal to a world of crystal caves, and a fallen leaf could unfurl into a magnificent tapestry of autumn colors. Along the way, they faced challenges that required wisdom and patience rather than force. When they encountered a towering mountain blocking their path, Ripple taught Lily the importance of persistence, as her gentle waters slowly carved a way through the rock over time. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Lily's understanding of the world around her deepened. She realized that magic was not something extraordinary, but rather a part of the everyday. One simply needed to open their eyes and heart to perceive it. One starry night, as they sat around a crackling campfire, Nutkin shared a tale of an ancient book that held the secrets of the shimmering daisies. Lily knew that she had to find this book, for it held the answers she sought. After many twists and turns, they discovered the book hidden within a hollowed-out tree trunk. Lily opened it with trembling hands, and the pages glowed with a warm golden light. As she read, she learned that the shimmering daisies were not mere flowers, but guardians of wonder, sent to remind the world of the magic that surrounds us all. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lily vowed to share this knowledge with others, so that they too could experience the beauty and enchantment that lay within the ordinary. She returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude for the extraordinary journey she had embarked upon. From that day on, Lily's eyes sparkled a little brighter, and her smile held a touch of magic. She would gather the children of the village and weave tales of her adventures, showing them how to find wonder in the simplest of things, a rainbow's arc, a butterfly's dance, or the laughter of a babbling brook. And whenever someone felt disheartened or lost, Lily would pluck a shimmering daisy and place it in their hands, whispering, "Remember, my friend, that magic is all around us, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds." Story 30. In the quaint village of Elderglen, where cobblestone paths meandered through moss-draped woods and sunlight danced on the rippling surface of the laughing brook, there lay a secret known only to those with the truest of hearts and the keenest of senses. Hidden beneath the roots of an ancient oak, whose branches stretched wide like the arms of a benevolent guardian, was a world untouched by time or human folly, a world called the Glimmering Groves. It was said that the groves held a delicate balance of life and magic, where creatures of legend roamed freely, and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of enchantment. It was here, on the cusp of this hidden realm, that young Finn found himself one golden afternoon, quite by accident, or perhaps by fate. Finn was a boy of 12, with unruly curls the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes as bright and curious as the sapphire sky. He had always been a seeker of wonders, a collector of tales and charms, known throughout Elderglen for his adventurous spirit and kind heart. Yet despite his youthful bravado, Finn was often lonely, for he longed for a friend who shared his passion for discovery and marvel. His journey into the Glimmering Groves began with a simple task, to gather wood for the evening hearth. He had strayed further than usual, lured by the song of a robin perched upon the whispering oak. As he approached, The air seemed to shimmer, and the ground beneath him softened to a carpet of emerald moss, leading him to a hollow at the tree's base. Peering into the hollow, Finn felt a peculiar tug at his soul, as if the very essence of the earth beckoned him forward. Without a second thought, he crawled into the opening, the world narrowing to a tunnel of roots and soil that twisted and turned until it unfurled into the most wondrous sight Finn had ever beheld. The glimmering groves were alive with color and light, a tapestry of greens and golds, where trees stood tall like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Flowers of every hue blossomed in abundance, their petals catching the sunlight in a dazzling array of colors that seemed to pulse with life. Birds with plumage of iridescent blues and purples flitted between branches, their songs mingling in a melody that filled Finn's heart with joy. Yet, it was not the beauty of the groves that captivated him most, but rather the sense of peace and belonging that enveloped him, as if he had finally found the place where his spirit could soar free. As Finn wandered deeper into the groves, he stumbled upon a clearing, at the center of which stood a stone pedestal. Upon it lay a small, intricately carved wooden flute, its surface glinting with a faint, otherworldly light. Drawn to it, Finn reached out and lifted the flute, its weight surprisingly comforting in his hands. At the moment his fingers wrapped around the flute, a soft voice echoed through the clearing, gentle yet powerful, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Welcome, Finn of Elderglen," the voice intoned. "You have found the heart of the groves." Startled, Finn glanced around but saw no one. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice both curious and cautious. "I am the spirit of the glimmering groves," the voice replied, seemingly emanating from the very air around him. "This place both sanctuary and secret, a haven for those who seek wisdom and truth. You, dear Finn, have been chosen as its guardian." Finn's heart swelled with a mixture of pride and curiosity. "Why me?" he inquired, the question bubbling forth unbidden. "Because your heart is pure and your mind open," the spirit answered. "The flute you hold is a key, a bridge between the worlds of man and magic. Through its music you can heal, protect, and understand the mysteries of the groves." Finn regarded the flute with newfound reverence. "What must I do?" "You must listen, learn, and share the music of the groves," the spirit instructed. "But be warned, for not all are kind-hearted, and some may seek to exploit the magic here. Use your gifts wisely, and you will find the friendship and purpose you seek." With that, the voice faded into the whispering leaves, leaving Finn alone with his thoughts and the flute. As he lifted it to his lips, a melody flowed forth, sweet and haunting, like the laughter of a brook or the sigh of the wind through the trees. The notes wove through the air, carrying with them a sense of hope and harmony that resonated deep within Finn's soul. Over the following days, Finn returned to the groves whenever he could, each visit teaching him something new about the land and its magic. He discovered that the flute's music could coax flowers to bloom, heal the injured creatures of the forest, and even calm the fiercest of storms. But more importantly, he found that the groves were never truly empty, for they were home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. Among these newfound friends was a fox named Lyra, whose coat shimmered like copper under the sunlit canopy. Lyra was clever and quick-witted, with eyes that gleamed with mischief and a heart as warm as the earth itself. From their first meeting, a bond formed between boy and fox, a friendship born of mutual respect and shared adventures. It was Lyra who taught Finn to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the language of the trees, and to understand the rhythm of the groves. In return, Finn shared tales of the human world, stories that made Lyra's eyes widen with wonder and curiosity. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn sat beside Lyra on the bank of a crystal-clear stream. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of evening blooms, and the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky. "Do you ever wonder what's beyond the groves?" Finn mused aloud, tracing patterns in the soft earth with his finger. Lyra flicked her tail thoughtfully. "Many have wondered that," she replied. "But the groves are a world unto themselves, bound by ancient magic. There are whispers of other lands, other places where magic thrives, but none have ventured beyond the borders and returned." Finn's heart quickened at the thought of undiscovered realms and hidden wonders. "Perhaps one day we'll find a way," he said, his voice brimming with youthful determination. Lyra chuckled softly, a sound like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Perhaps," she agreed. "But for now, there is much to learn and protect here." As the days turned to weeks, Finn's life became a dance between the two worlds he inhabited. By day, he was the boy of Elderglen, gathering wood, helping his neighbors, and sharing stories in the warm glow of the hearth. By night, he was the guardian of the groves, lost in the music of the flute, forging bonds with the creatures who called the groves home. Yet, despite the joy and fulfillment he found in his dual life, Finn could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Whispers of change drifted through the groves, carried on the wind like an unspoken warning. Even the creatures seemed more vigilant, their eyes darting to the shadows as if expecting danger to emerge. It was Lyra who finally voiced the concern that had been growing in Finn's heart. "There is a darkness stirring," she said one evening, her voice low and serious. "A shadow that seeks to take what is not freely given." Finn nodded, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. "What can we do?" "We must be vigilant and wise," Lyra replied. "The groves are strong, but their magic is delicate. We must find the source of this shadow and stop it before it can do harm." Determined to protect the groves and all he held dear, Finn set out with Lyra at his side, following the whispers of the wind and the guidance of the flute. Their journey took them to the heart of the groves, through hidden glades and sparkling streams, until they reached a place where the very air seemed to pulse with energy, a place known as the heart of the groves. There they found a figure cloaked in shadows, its form shifting and indistinct, like smoke caught in a breeze. The figure turned as they approached, and Finn felt a chill run down his spine, for the eyes that met his were cold and empty, devoid of warmth or kindness. "Who are you?" Finn demanded, his voice steady despite the fear that clawed at him. The figure laughed, a sound like dry leaves crackling in the wind. "I am the keeper of secrets, the one who seeks the power of the groves," it replied, its voice echoing with malice. "And you, boy, are in my way." The air crackled with tension as the shadow advanced, its presence dark and oppressive. But Finn stood firm, the flute clutched tightly in his hands, its magic thrumming beneath his fingertips. "You will not harm the groves," Finn declared, lifting the flute to his lips. With a deep breath, he played a melody that soared through the air, pure and bright, a song of hope and light that pierced the darkness like a ray of sunlight breaking through storm clouds. The shadow recoiled, its form flickering and fading as the music enveloped it. "This is not the end," it hissed, before dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the echo of its threat lingering in the air. As the final notes of the melody faded, the grove seemed to sigh with relief, the tension dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Finn lowered the flute, his heart racing, yet filled with a sense of triumph and peace. Beside him, Lyra nuzzled his hand, her eyes shining with pride. "You did it, Finn," she said softly. "You saved the groves." Finn smiled, the weight of responsibility lifting from his shoulders. "We did it," he corrected, grateful for the friendship that had guided and supported him. In the days that followed, the groves flourished, their magic stronger than ever, a testament to the resilience and harmony that bound all who dwelled within. Finn continued his role as guardian, his bond with the groves and its creatures growing ever deeper, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging and purpose. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak, the glimmering groves remained a sanctuary of wonder and magic, its secrets safe and its beauty undiminished. Finn's journey had transformed him, not only as a protector of magic, but as a beacon of hope and friendship, a reminder that even in the face of darkness, the light of wisdom and kindness could prevail. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn's tale became a legend in Elderglen, a story whispered by the fireside, a testament to the power of courage and the enduring spirit of friendship. And though the groves remained hidden to most, they continued to thrive, a haven of enchantment and dreams, a world where magic lived in harmony with all who dared to believe. Story 31. In a land where the mist kissed the mountains and the rivers sang to the stones, there lay a village, nestled beneath the watchful eyes of towering pines and gentle oak trees. This village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where magic hummed softly, like a lullaby carried on the wind. The villagers were accustomed to the enchantments that danced around them, from the sparkling dew that whispered secrets to the morning sun to the flowers that bloomed with laughter in the moonlight. In this serene setting lived a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as warm as the hearth inside her family's cottage. Clara had eyes the color of emeralds and hair like spun gold. She was known for her curiosity and kindness, often found wandering the meadows with a sketchbook in hand, capturing the beauty of her world with gentle strokes of charcoal. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Clara noticed something peculiar. A series of small, shimmering lights flickered in the forest that bordered Willowbrook. They danced and twirled like stars that had fallen to earth and taken to the woods. This was unusual, even for a village as magical as Willowbrook. Clara's curiosity was piqued, and she decided to investigate. With her trusted friend, a wise old owl named Anwin, she ventured into the forest. Anwin was a creature of many winters, his feathers a tapestry of browns and whites, and his wisdom as deep as the forest itself. "What do you think it could be, Anwin?" Clara asked, her voice soft as the leaves underfoot. Anwin blinked slowly, his eyes gleaming in the dappled sunlight. "The forest holds many secrets, dear Clara. We must observe and listen, for the answer will reveal itself in time." As they wandered deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine became more pronounced. The lights continued to flicker ahead, leading them like a trail of breadcrumbs. Clara and Anwin soon found themselves in a clearing, where the lights gathered in a circle, hovering above an ancient stone well. The well was draped in moss, its stones worn smooth by time. It was a place of old magic, known to the villagers as the Whispering Well. Legend had it that the well held the voices of the forest, speaking only to those who listened with their hearts. Clara approached the well with care, her hand resting gently on its cool stones. The lights shimmered more brightly now, casting a warm glow that illuminated the clearing. She listened intently, her breath mingling with the crisp autumn air. Then, faintly, she heard a sound, a soft, melodic hum like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. It was then that she realized the lights were not just lights. They were tiny creatures, each with wings as delicate as spider silk and bodies that glowed like fireflies. "Pixies," Anwin murmured, his voice filled with wonder. "But why are they here? And why now?" Clara pondered this question, her mind weaving through possibilities like a seamstress with her needle. The pixies seemed friendly, their dances joyful and inviting, yet there was a sense of urgency in their movements, as if they were trying to convey a message. It was then that Clara remembered a story told by her grandmother, of a time when the forest had lost its voice. The villagers had come together, sharing their hopes and dreams with the well, and the forest had found its song once more. "Perhaps the forest needs us," Clara suggested, looking to Anwin for guidance. The wise owl nodded, his eyes twinkling like the starlit sky. "Indeed, young one, the well may be calling for help. We must gather the villagers and share our voices with the forest." With a plan in mind, Clara and Anwin returned to Willowbrook, where they spread the word of the pixies' dance and the well's silent plea. The villagers, trusting Clara's instincts and Anwin's wisdom, gathered at the clearing as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. Each villager brought with them a token of their dreams and hopes, an old wooden flute, a small parchment with a heartfelt poem, a hand-carved wooden bird. They formed a circle around the well, their voices rising in a gentle melody, weaving their stories into a tapestry of sound. As they sang, the pixies joined in, their lights twinkling in harmony with the villagers' song. The forest seemed to listen, the trees swaying gently as if nodding in agreement. The air became warmer, filled with the scent of blooming flowers, though it was autumn. When the song ended, a hush fell over the clearing, the kind of quiet that holds promise. The pixies, their task complete, rose into the air, their lights growing fainter until they disappeared into the night. Clara, standing beside the well, felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the forest had whispered its gratitude. The villagers returned to their homes, their hearts light and their steps buoyant, knowing they had done something beautiful for their magical woodland. And so Willowbrook continued to thrive, its enchantments as gentle and kind as the people who called it home. Clara often visited the Whispering Well, where she would sketch the pixies and listen to the forest's quiet song, her heart forever intertwined with the magic that surrounded her. In time, the story of the pixies and the well became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of unity and the importance of listening with an open heart. And though the lights were not seen again, the villagers knew that, should the forest ever need them, they would be ready to share their voices once more. Thus, in the peaceful village of Willowbrook, where rivers sang and flowers laughed in the moonlight, the magic of friendship and kindness continued to weave its gentle spell, forever enchanting the hearts of all who dwelled there. Story 32. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Oliver. The village, with its cobblestone paths and blooming flower boxes, was a place where stories of wonder and magic were often shared over warm cups of chamomile tea. Yet, Oliver had never experienced any magic himself, though he was endlessly curious about the tales he heard. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced merrily in the breeze, Oliver set out for a walk in the woods. The air was filled with the rich scent of pine and the earthy musk of fallen leaves. As he wandered deeper into the forest, he stumbled upon an object half buried under a pile of golden leaves. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than his palm, with a delicate inlay of silver swirls that caught the sunlight in glimmers of enchantment. Curiosity piqued, Oliver gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box. To his surprise, it was warm to the touch, almost as if it held the warmth of a sunny afternoon. He sat down on a mossy log and slowly opened the lid. Inside, resting upon a cushion of soft velvet, was a tiny, golden compass. Its needle spun lazily, pointing not to the north but in a direction all its own. As Oliver held the compass, a curious sensation tingled through his fingers, as if the little instrument was whispering secrets only he could hear. He decided to follow its mysterious direction, feeling an odd sense of trust in this magical object. The compass guided him through the forest, past babbling brooks that sang cheerful songs, beneath towering trees that seemed to nod their ancient heads in approval. Along the way, Oliver met an array of delightful creatures who became his companions. The first was a wise old owl named Thistle, with feathers the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Thistle spoke in a voice as smooth as the rustling leaves, offering advice and stories of the forest's hidden wonders. Next, a sprightly squirrel named Juniper joined them, her bushy tail flicking with excitement. She was always on the lookout for nuts and mischief, her laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. Juniper had a knack for finding hidden paths and pointing out the beauty in the smallest things, teaching Oliver to appreciate the world around him. The last to join was a gentle fox called Fern, whose fur was the color of autumn itself. Fern had a calming presence and a heart full of kindness, always ready to lend a paw when the journey became challenging. Fern's quiet wisdom often led the group through difficult spots, teaching Oliver the value of patience and perseverance. As they traveled, the compass led Oliver to a part of the forest where the trees grew closer together, their branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a tapestry of soft, golden light. The air here was cooler, and a gentle hush lay over the forest, as if the woods were holding their breath. In the heart of this tranquil glade stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its roots twisting through the earth like the fingers of time itself. The compass needle stopped its dance and pointed steadily toward the tree. Oliver approached, a sense of awe settling over him like a warm blanket. At the base of the tree, he saw a small, hollowed nook. Inside, nestled among soft moss, was a collection of glowing stones, each radiating a gentle, pulsing light. As Oliver reached out to touch them, he heard a soft voice, not with his ears, but within his heart. It was the voice of the forest itself, whispering of balance and harmony, of taking only what one needs and giving back what one can. The challenge before Oliver was not one of might, but of understanding. The stones needed to be arranged in a pattern that would restore balance to the forest, a task that required intuition and wisdom rather than strength. Oliver, with Thistle, Juniper, and Fern by his side, set to work. Thistle flew overhead, observing the forest from above, offering insights on the patterns and rhythms of the natural world. Juniper, with her keen eye for detail, noticed the subtle shifts in the stone's light as they were moved. Fern, with his patient demeanor, encouraged Oliver to trust his instincts. Together, they arranged the stones into a spiral, a reflection of the swirling galaxies above and the unfurling ferns below. As the last stone clicked into place, a warm, golden light enveloped the glade, filling it with a sense of peace and fulfillment. The compass in Oliver's hand shimmered softly, its purpose fulfilled. The journey had changed Oliver, not by granting him great power, but by opening his heart to the wonders of the world and the quiet strength of friendship. With the forest's blessing, the compass would now guide others who sought wisdom and understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple, Oliver made his way back to the village, his heart full of the stories he would share. Thistle, Juniper, and Fern accompanied him to the edge of the woods, where they bid farewell, promising to always be near when needed. And so, with the gentle glow of the compass lighting his path, Oliver returned home, forever changed by the magic of the forest and the friends he had found. The village slept under a blanket of stars, and Oliver, now a storyteller in his own right, drifted into dreams filled with the warmth of adventure and the quiet joy of understanding. Story 33. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the sun's rays wove golden patterns through leaves of emerald and jade, there existed a realm hidden from the bustling world beyond. This was a place where nature's creatures lived in harmony, guided by the gentle whispers of the wind and the wise songs of the trees. As dawn broke, the forest awoke with a symphony of gentle rustling and melodious chirping. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, mingled with the sweet aroma of dew-kissed wildflowers. In the midst of this lush paradise, a small clearing lay bathed in the soft glow of morning light. Here the creatures of the forest gathered, each one a keeper of ancient knowledge. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the patterns of countless sunrises and sunsets. Thistle had lived through many seasons, each one leaving its mark upon his heart and mind. His eyes, deep and knowing, held stories of the forest's past, of the times when the balance of nature was nearly lost and then found again. One fine morning, as the first rays of sun filtered through the canopy, Thistle called for a gathering. The creatures arrived silently, their footsteps muffled by the soft carpet of moss. There was Fern, the gentle deer whose eyes sparkled with curiosity, Whisper, the fox with a coat that shimmered like autumn leaves, and Brook, the wise owl, whose wings spread stories across the night sky. Thistle spoke in a voice that rolled like distant thunder, yet soothed like the murmuring brook. "My friends," he began, "the forest sings a song of harmony, a song that we must listen to and nurture. We must ensure that its melody is never lost." The creatures nodded, understanding the importance of Thistle's words. They knew that the balance of their home depended on the changing seasons, each one a chapter in the forest's life. They had seen how the gentle touch of spring brought new beginnings, how summer's warmth nourished growth, how autumn's hues painted the world with wisdom, and how winter's embrace offered rest and reflection. But lately the forest had felt a change. The air seemed heavier, and the songs of the birds were tinged with an unfamiliar note. Thistle, in his wisdom, knew that the forest was speaking, and it was time to listen more closely. "We must seek the source of this change," Thistle said, his gaze sweeping over his friends. "It may be that nature is calling for our help." With renewed purpose, the creatures set out to explore the forest, their senses attuned to every rustle of leaf and shift of shadow. As they moved through the undergrowth, they marveled at the beauty around them, the way sunlight danced upon the river's surface, how the breeze whispered secrets through the tall grasses, and the gentle hum of life that thrummed beneath their feet. Fern led the way, her delicate hooves barely making a sound. She paused at a grove of ancient oaks, their branches reaching upward like wise old arms. Here the air was thick with the scent of earth and time. Whisper, ever curious, sniffed the air, detecting a faint, unfamiliar scent. "It smells of something not from here," Whisper remarked, his voice as soft as the wind. Brook, perched high in the branches, hooted in agreement. "Change is the nature of life," she said, "but we must ensure it is the right kind of change." As they journeyed further, the creatures came upon a scene that filled their hearts with wonder. The forest floor was carpeted with a tapestry of flowers, each petal glistening with dew, catching the light in a rainbow of colors. Above, the sky was a dome of azure, dotted with fluffy clouds that drifted lazily by. Yet in the midst of this beauty, there was a patch of earth that lay bare, its soil cracked and dry. It seemed out of place, a discordant note in the forest song. Thistle approached, his footsteps slow and deliberate. "This is where we must focus our efforts," he declared. "The forest is reaching out to us, asking for renewal." The creatures gathered around the barren patch, each contributing their unique gifts. Fern gently nudged seeds into the soil, while Whisper dug small channels to guide water from a nearby stream. Brook flew to the canopy, her wings spreading seeding spores that drifted down like gentle snowflakes. Together, they worked in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the knowledge passed down through generations. As they toiled, the forest seemed to breathe with them, its rhythms aligning with their efforts. The air grew lighter, filled with the scent of new beginnings. Days turned into weeks, and slowly, the barren patch began to transform. Tiny green shoots emerged, reaching toward the sun with hopeful tendrils. Flowers blossomed, their colors vibrant against the rich, dark soil. The creatures watched with joy as life returned to the heart of their home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Thistle gathered his friends once more. The clearing was alive with the sounds of celebration, the creatures' hearts full of gratitude and peace. "Together, we have restored the balance," Thistle said, his voice warm with pride. "Let us remember that we are all part of this great tapestry, each thread as important as the last. Through wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge." As the stars began to twinkle above, the creatures settled in for the night, the gentle hum of the forest cradling them in a soothing lullaby. The air was cool, carrying the promise of dreams filled with adventure and wonder. And so, in the ancient forest, where reality and magic entwined, the creatures continued to live in harmony, their lives a testament to the power of unity and the enduring spirit of nature. Under the watchful eyes of the stars, they rested, knowing that the forest's song would always guide them home. As the embers of the day faded into the night, the forest glowed softly, a beacon of balance and peace. And in the gentle embrace of their beloved home, the creatures dreamed of tomorrow's adventures, their hearts alight with the knowledge that they were, and always would be, a part of the forest's eternal symphony. Story 34. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees were so old they seemed to remember stories from 1,000 years ago, there lay a little village named Willow Glade. The village was home to charming cottages with thatched roofs, each nestled amid blooming gardens overflowing with flowers. Every evening, the air was perfumed with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender, and the gentle hum of crickets played a lullaby as the sun set. One day, a peculiar thing began to happen in Willow Glade. The villagers noticed that their household objects, simple items like spoons, socks, and spectacles, were mysteriously disappearing, only to reappear in the most unusual places. A spoon would be found nestled in a flower pot, a sock hanging from a tree branch, and spectacles perched atop the weather vane of the village clock tower. The villagers were puzzled, yet not alarmed, for Willow Glade was a place where mysteries often unfolded with the softness of a dream. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted, inquisitive girl named Mira. Mira lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the walls were lined with books and the hearth always glowed warmly. Mira loved the forest, especially at twilight, when the shadows stretched long and the air was filled with the murmurs of unseen creatures. Determined to solve the mystery of the wandering objects, Mira decided to seek the wisdom of the forest's ancient guardian, a gentle owl named Oliver. Oliver was known for his vast knowledge of the forest and all its magical secrets. His feathers were as soft as the down of a dandelion, and his eyes, large and amber, held the light of 1,000 sunsets. As night cloaked the village in a blanket of stars, Mira set out into the forest. The path was lit by the silvery glow of the moon and the twinkle of fireflies dancing through the leaves. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling branches and the occasional hoot of an owl. Mira felt a comforting presence around her, as if the very trees were guiding her steps. She found Oliver perched on an ancient oak, his silhouette outlined against the moonlit sky. "Wise Oliver," Mira called softly, "there's a mystery in our village. Our belongings are wandering and returning in strange places. Can you help us understand why?" Oliver blinked his wise eyes slowly, considering Mira's words. "Ah, young Mira," he replied in a voice as smooth as the night breeze. "This is the work of the forest sprites. They are playful little beings, invisible to most, who delight in harmless mischief. They mean no harm. Their antics are a way to share their joy and invite us to see the world from a different perspective." Mira listened intently, a smile touching her lips. "Is there a way to communicate with them, to ask them to return our things to where they belong?" Oliver nodded, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "The sprites love music and kindness. If you play them a tune, they might just listen." Thanking Oliver, Mira hurried back to the village, her mind alight with a plan. She gathered her friends, and together they crafted simple instruments, a flute from a hollow reed, a drum from an old pot, and a harp from the strings of a kite. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars twinkled into view, the children of Willow Glade gathered in the village square. They played a melody that floated into the night air, sweet and gentle, weaving through the trees and over the rooftops. It was a song of friendship and understanding, a song that spoke of appreciation for the whimsy of life. As they played, a soft, shimmering light began to dance among the shadows. The villagers watched in awe as the sprites revealed themselves, tiny figures with wings like the finest gauze, glimmering in the moonlight. The sprites giggled and twirled, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Mira stepped forward, her voice soft and warm. "Dear sprites, we thank you for your playful gifts. We ask only that our things be returned to us, so we might continue our daily lives with a touch of your magic in our hearts." The sprites nodded, their eyes twinkling with understanding. With a wave of their delicate hands, the missing objects began to reappear, each gently placed back where they belonged. The villagers clapped and cheered, grateful for the return of their belongings and the enchanting experience they had shared. From that day forward, the villagers of Willowglade left small gifts for the sprites, tiny bouquets of wildflowers, bowls of sweet honey, and little woven charms. In return, the sprites occasionally left behind a shimmering feather or a dewdrop that sparkled like a diamond, reminders of the magic that danced just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so the mystery of the wandering objects was solved, not through confrontation, but through understanding and friendship. The village of Willowglade thrived under the gentle watch of the forest, where creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, and where the magic of kindness wove everyone together in a tapestry of wonder and peace. As the fireflies flickered out and the village settled into the embrace of night, Mira lay in her bed, listening to the soothing sounds of the forest. She smiled, comforted by the thought that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer to the heart of the world around us. With a heart full of stories and dreams, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that Willowglade was exactly as it should be, a place where magic and kindness walked hand in hand. Story 35. In the heart of a whispering forest, where the trees danced with the wind and the flowers sang in colors unseen, there lived a peculiar little village known as Tinkerwood. This was no ordinary village, for here the sun always seemed to rise with a giggle, and the moon would wink good night every evening. The villagers were a merry bunch, but none more so than the delightful duo of Pippin the periwinkle pixie and Oliver the dapper owl. Pippin, with his shimmering wings and a penchant for wearing mismatched socks, was always flitting about, sprinkling joy wherever he went. Oliver, with his tiny spectacles perched on his beak, was the wisest of the owls, but had a delightful habit of reciting poetry backwards just for fun. One bright morning, as the dewdrops were still tickling the grass, a peculiar magical problem fluttered into Tinkerwood. The great whispering willow, an ancient tree with leaves so wide they could hug the sky, had suddenly stopped whispering. Its silence was unsettling, for its gentle hum was the heartbeat of the forest. Pippin, with a twinkle in his eye, fluttered up to Oliver, who was perched on a branch, reading a book upside down. "Oliver," Pippin exclaimed, "the whispering willow needs our help. Its leaves have lost their song." Oliver blinked slowly, adjusting his spectacles. "Indeed, my dear Pippin, a tree without its whisper is like a riddle without a punchline. We must investigate." And so the two set off on a whimsical adventure. They traipsed through fields of dandelion fluff, where each step sent clouds of seeds floating into the azure sky. They crossed the bubble brook, where every ripple burst into bubbles of laughter, and even the fish seemed to giggle as they swam by. Finally, they reached the base of the great whispering willow. Its branches drooped with a melancholy that made the whole forest seem to sigh. Pippin fluttered up to the highest branch, while Oliver flew in a gentle spiral, landing beside him. They listened closely and noticed something peculiar, a tiny, almost imperceptible hiccup coming from within the tree. "Ah," Oliver said with a sage nod, "it seems the willow has caught the hiccups. No wonder it can't whisper properly." Pippin giggled, his wings shimmering with mirth. "A tree with hiccups! How delightful! But how do we cure it?" The duo pondered for a moment, and then Pippin had a spark of inspiration. "I have an idea, Oliver. Remember how we calmed the hiccuping hedgehog last spring with a lullaby?" With a nod of agreement, they began to sing a soothing tune, their voices blending with the rustle of leaves and the distant babble of the brook. As their song floated up through the branches, the hiccups began to subside, and the willow's leaves started to quiver gently, like a sleepy child being lulled to rest. But just as things seemed to be settling, an unexpected twist occurred. A family of cheeky squirrels who had been tickling the roots of the willow for fun tumbled out of a nearby knot in the trunk, chattering with laughter. "Oh, it was you!" Pippin chuckled, realizing that the squirrels' playful antics had been the source of the willow's hiccups. "You scamps!" The squirrels, with their bushy tails and mischievous grins, scampered around, clearly pleased with their unintended prank. Oliver, always one for a clever twist, suggested, "Perhaps our squirrel friends would like to help keep the willow entertained with their antics, but in a way that encourages singing rather than hiccups." And so, a new tradition was born in Tinkerwood. Every evening, the squirrels would perform playful acrobatics, while the villagers gathered to sing along with the willow, their joyful voices mingling with the rustling leaves to create a symphony of laughter and song. The great whispering willow never lost its song again, and the forest thrived in its harmonious embrace. Pippin and Oliver, satisfied with their day's adventure, lounged beneath the willow's now contented branches, sharing stories and dreams as the stars twinkled above. And as the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the enchanted village of Tinkerwood, the forest sighed not with sadness, but with contentment, cradling its inhabitants in a soft blanket of peace. In this land of whimsy and wonder, where problems turned into play, everyone drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in Tinkerwood, joy was never far away. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum the softest lullabies and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, there lay a quaint little village named Moon Hollow. It was a place where magic gently wove through everyday life, like a soft breeze playing with autumn leaves, and where each villager knew the comforting glow of a hearth and the allure of a tale well told. One crisp evening in early autumn, as the chimneys began to puff out tendrils of smoke and the air filled with the warm smell of baking bread, something peculiar began to happen in Moon Hollow. The village lanterns, which lined the cobblestone streets and flickered with a welcoming glow each night, began to dim inexplicably. They would shimmer brightly for a moment, then wane, casting strange shadows that danced along the walls of the snug cottages. The villagers, usually unfazed by the whims of the magical world around them, began to murmur in curiosity and slight concern. What could be causing this mysterious dimming? Was it a sign, or perhaps a playful trick of some mischievous spirit? The village knew they needed answers, and so they turned to the one who often had them, an elderly woman named Granny Moss. Granny Moss lived in a cozy, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the whispering woods. Her home was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting scent of herbs and the soft sound of a crackling fire. Known for her wisdom and kindness, Granny Moss had a particular knack for understanding the peculiarities of the world around her. Her door was always open to those who sought her guidance. That evening, as the village lanterns grew dimmer, a small group of villagers, led by the ever-curious young Milo, made their way to Granny Moss's cottage. Milo, with his bright eyes and quick smile, was known for his insatiable curiosity and gentle heart. He was the first to notice the odd behavior of the lights, and so he felt it his duty to seek out the wise old woman. As they approached the cottage, the group was greeted by the soft glow of candlelight spilling out from the windows, and the gentle sound of a fiddle playing a soothing tune. Milo knocked lightly on the wooden door, which creaked open to reveal Granny Moss, her eyes twinkling with a knowing warmth. She ushered them in with a nod, inviting them to sit by the fire. "Ah, my dear Milo and friends," she said, settling into her favorite rocking chair, the wood creaking softly beneath her. "I've heard the whispers of the dimming lights. What do you think it means?" Milo, perched on a large cushion by the hearth, pondered for a moment before speaking. "We don't know, Granny Moss. It's as if the lanterns are trying to tell us something, but we can't understand what." Granny Moss chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves. "The world speaks in many ways, dear ones. Sometimes we must listen with more than just our ears." With that gentle nudge, the villagers sat quietly, contemplating. It was then that a soft flutter caught Milo's attention. He turned towards the window, where a small, glimmering creature hovered, a moon moth, its delicate wings shimmering like silver in the firelight. Granny Moss smiled at the sight. "Ah, a moon moth," she murmured. "These gentle beings are often messengers of the forest. Let's see what it has to say." The moon moth fluttered closer, landing gracefully on the windowsill. Its eyes, large and luminous, seemed to convey a sense of urgency, yet a serene calmness. Milo watched intently, feeling a peculiar connection to the creature. "Perhaps," Milo ventured, "the moth knows something about the lights. Could it be leading us somewhere?" Granny Moss nodded approvingly. "A wise thought, dear Milo. Why don't you follow it? Trust in the guidance of the forest." With a newfound sense of purpose, Milo, along with a few brave villagers, set off into the whispering woods, guided by the gentle light of the moon moth. The forest, though shadowed by night, felt alive with whispers and secrets, the air cool and crisp against their skin. The path was dappled with moonlight, creating a mosaic of silver and shadow on the forest floor. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing where the grass was soft underfoot and the stars seemed to hang lower, their light twinkling brighter. At the center stood a peculiar sight, a circle of ancient stones, each one etched with glowing runes that pulsed with a gentle rhythmic light. The moon moth fluttered above the stones, casting a delicate glow upon them. Milo stepped closer, feeling the hum of magic in the air. He noticed that the runes, though unfamiliar, seemed to pulse in time with the dimming lanterns back in the village. "What do you suppose it means?" asked one of the villagers, her voice hushed with wonder. Milo studied the stones, tracing the shapes of the runes with his gaze. "I think," he began slowly, "that these stones are connected to the village lights. Maybe they're like a heart, and the lights are its pulse." The villagers murmured in agreement, their eyes wide with awe. Granny Moss had often spoken of ancient magic that connected the natural world to the everyday lives of the villagers. It seemed this was one such instance. But why would the heart of the stones be dimming? Milo wondered aloud. What could it need? Just then the moon moth alighted on one of the stones, its wings fluttering gently. Milo watched as it seemed to draw their attention to a particular rune, one that glowed with a softer, deeper hue than the others. He approached, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath his fingers. Granny Moss's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him to listen with more than just his ears. Milo closed his eyes, letting the magic of the forest guide him. In the stillness, he felt a gentle nudge of understanding, a sense of longing from the stones. They weren't just dimming, they were reaching out, seeking something. Opening his eyes, Milo turned to his friends, a smile spreading across his face. "I think the stones need a story," he said, "a story to remind them of their purpose, to rekindle their light." The villagers nodded, feeling the truth in Milo's words. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they gathered around the stones, sharing tales of Moon Hollow, of its people, its magic, and the gentle beauty of the whispering woods. They spoke of kindness and friendship, of the warmth of home, and the joy of discovery. As the stories unfolded, the runes began to glow brighter, their light weaving through the stones like threads of gold. The heart of the stones pulsed steadily, growing stronger with each tale. The moon moth fluttered above, its wings shimmering in approval. When the last story had been told, a gentle peace settled over the clearing. The stones glowed with a radiant light, their pulse steady and strong. Milo and his friends knew that the village lanterns would shine brightly once more, their light a beacon of warmth in the night. With hearts full of wonder and satisfaction, the villagers made their way back to Moon Hollow, guided by the comforting glow of the forest. As they entered the village, they were greeted by the welcoming sight of the lanterns, their light flickering joyfully in the cool evening air. Granny Moss stood at the edge of the village, a knowing smile on her face as she watched their return. "Well done, my dear Milo," she said as he approached. "The heart of the forest beats strongly tonight, thanks to you and your friends." Milo beamed with pride, feeling the warmth of the village lights wrap around him like a comforting embrace. The mystery had been solved not through force or fear, but through understanding and storytelling, a gentle reminder of the power of connection. That night, as the villagers settled into their cozy homes, the lanterns shone brightly, casting a peaceful glow over Moon Hollow. The mystery of the dimming lights had been resolved, leaving behind a tale of wonder and friendship to be cherished and retold. And in the whispering woods, the moon moth fluttered softly through the trees, its wings carrying the stories of Moon Hollow to the stars above, ensuring that the light of the village would never fade. Story 37. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young lad named Finn. Finn was known for his gentle heart and an imagination as vast as the sky. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the golden horizon, Finn would sit by the fireplace, listening to stories of far-off lands and hidden wonders. One chilly autumn morning, as the crisp air painted the leaves in shades of amber and scarlet, Finn stumbled upon an old, crinkled map hidden within a dusty corner of his attic. The map was unlike any he had seen before, filled with swirling lines and playful illustrations of places that seemed to dance right off the parchment. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for adventure, Finn decided to follow the map, which promised a journey to a place called the Glimmering Glade. He packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a canteen of fresh spring water, and his favorite scarf knitted by his grandmother, before setting off with a spring in his step. The path led Finn through the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood like gentle giants with their branches swaying in the breeze, murmuring secrets of the forest. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft, melodic chirping of birds. As he walked, Finn marveled at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that seemed to dance along the forest floor. After a while, Finn reached a clearing where the map hinted at the first magical encounter. There, nestled among a cluster of wildflowers, was a shimmering pond that mirrored the sky. As Finn approached, the water rippled, and from its depths emerged a family of water sprites. They were delicate creatures, their translucent wings catching the light like tiny rainbows. "Welcome, dear traveler," chimed the leader of the sprites, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "We guard the path to the Glimmering Glade. To continue, you must solve a riddle, a test of wit and heart." Intrigued, Finn nodded eagerly. The sprite smiled and recited, "I am not alive, yet I grow. I don't have lungs, yet I need air. I don't have a mouth, yet water kills me. What am I?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the gentle breeze on his face and the warmth of the sun on his skin. Suddenly, it came to him. "Fire!" he exclaimed with a confident smile. The sprites twirled joyfully, their laughter like tinkling bells. "Correct, brave one. You may proceed," they chorused, and with a wave of their tiny hands, they pointed Finn towards the next part of his journey. With renewed excitement, Finn continued along the path, which wound deeper into the woods. The trees gradually thinned, revealing a landscape bathed in soft golden light. Ahead lay the Glimmering Glade, a meadow that glowed with ethereal beauty. The air was alive with the fragrance of blooming jasmine and honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees busy at work. In the center of the glade stood a majestic tree, its branches adorned with lantern-like blossoms that flickered with an inner light. Beneath its boughs sat an elder, a wise tortoise with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Finn approached with reverence, sensing the tortoise's gentle aura. "Welcome, young traveler," the tortoise greeted with a slow, deep voice. "You have shown courage and kindness to reach this place. The glimmering glade is a sanctuary for those who seek and learn." Finn sat beside the tortoise, feeling a sense of peace envelop him. "What do I learn here?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Here you learn that the true magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself," the tortoise replied. "Your courage to explore the unknown and your kindness to all you meet will lead you to your truest self." As the day turned to dusk, Finn lingered in the glade, soaking in the beauty and tranquility of the place. The sky was painted in hues of lavender and rose, and the first stars began to twinkle above. He knew it was time to return home, but he carried with him a newfound understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn bid farewell to the tortoise and the glade, retracing his steps through the whispering woods. As he emerged into the village, the familiar warmth of home welcomed him back. That night, as he sat by the fireplace, Finn shared his adventure with his family, his eyes alight with the joy of discovery. And so, the story of Finn's journey to the glimmering glade became a cherished tale in the village, a reminder that courage and kindness are the keys to unlocking the wonders of the world. And as the seasons turned and the stars continued to twinkle in the night sky, Finn's spirit of exploration lived on, inspiring others to seek their own paths of adventure. In the gentle glow of the fireplace, with the comforting crackle of logs and the soft rustle of leaves outside, Finn's story lulled the village to sleep, a bedtime tale woven with warmth, wonder, and the magic of a curious heart. Story 38. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of the willow mist forest, there lived a community of wonderful creatures. The trees were ancient and gnarled, their branches draped with glowing mosses that cast a warm, golden light. Mushroom cottages dotted the mossy floors, and winding paths were worn into the earth from the gentle tread of tiny feet. One of these cozy homes belonged to Tavi, a kind-hearted hedgehog who loved baking acorn cakes and tending her garden of moon-kissed flowers. Every morning, Tavi would wake to the cheerful singing of her friend Willow, a sprightly will-o'-the-wisp who danced among the trees. But one day, something strange happened. Willow's merry voice was nowhere to be heard. Tavi emerged from her cottage, blinking in confusion at the unnatural stillness of the forest. The other residents, an assortment of rabbits, badgers, and gentle woodland folk, gathered with worried whispers. "Where has Willow gone?" Tavi wondered aloud. "The forest feels so dull without her light and laughter." Just then, a wise old owl named Minerva swooped down, her feathers ruffled. "I've seen some peculiar things this morning," she said in her soft, sage voice. Strange wisps of smoke drifting through the trees, and faint echoes of giggling that seemed to come from nowhere. The creatures exchanged puzzled looks. Something magical was definitely afoot, but what could it be? Determined to solve this mystery, Tavi, Minerva, and a few other friends set out to investigate. They trekked deep into the forest, following the trail of wispy smoke until they reached a sunny clearing. There, they beheld an extraordinary sight. In the center of the glade stood a towering, ancient tree stump, its gnarled bark covered in moss and tiny, glowing mushrooms. But the most curious thing was the faint, shimmering haze that surrounded it, almost like a veil of stardust. As they watched in wonder, shapes began to materialize within the haze, tiny, laughing figures that danced and swirled with abandon. They were sprites, mischievous but harmless creatures of pure magic and delight. "Why, they've woken the heart tree!" exclaimed Minerva. An event that happens only once every 100 years or so. The sprites emerge in their full glory to spread joy and enchantment throughout our forest. At that moment, the willowy form of Willow appeared among the sprites, glowing brighter than ever as she twirled and giggled with her ethereal companions. Relieved to see their friends safe and happy, the forest dwellers couldn't help but join in the magic. dancing and laughing together in the heart tree's warm, sparkling light. For the next few days, a spirit of joy and wonder filled Willow Mist as the sprites played among the trees. And though the sprites eventually faded back into slumber within the heart tree's dreaming boughs, their enchantment lingered. From that day on, the creatures of Willow Mist always remembered the importance of magic, delight, and friendship in their cozy woodland home. Story 39. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Bluebell Mountains, where the morning mist kissed the emerald peaks and the evening sunsets painted the skies in hues of lavender and gold, there lived a gentle soul named Mira. Mira's days were filled with the soft rustle of leaves in the orchard her family had tended for generations, and the sweet, fragrant aroma of ripe apples that danced in the air. Though she cherished her quiet life, Mira often felt a soft whisper of curiosity in her heart, a yearning to understand the stories whispered by the ancient trees and the murmuring brook that wound through the village like a silver thread. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves crunched beneath her feet, Mira discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail leading up the mountainside, lined with wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. Feeling an irresistible pull, she followed the path, her heart beating in time with the rhythmic song of distant birds. As she climbed higher, the world below faded into a tapestry of green and gold, and the air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira reached a clearing where stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with intricate symbols and patterns that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. In the center of the circle lay a small chest, its wood weathered by time but still sturdy. Mira knelt beside it, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that adorned its surface. With a gentle push, the lid creaked open to reveal a collection of artifacts, each one a piece of her forgotten heritage. There was a beautifully woven tapestry, its colors vibrant and alive, depicting the story of her ancestors who had once been the guardians of this land. A necklace lay nestled among the threads, its pendant a delicate silver leaf that gleamed like the stars now appearing in the night sky. And there, wrapped in soft cloth, was a small, ornately carved flute. Mira held the flute to her lips, and as she played, the notes spilled out like a stream of liquid moonlight, weaving a melody that spoke of the mountains, the forests, and the lives entwined with them. The music wrapped around her like a warm embrace, filling her with a deep sense of belonging and connection to the past. As the final note lingered in the air, she noticed a gentle glow emanating from the earth beneath the stone circle. The symbols, now illuminated, seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, whispering secrets of wisdom and courage that had been passed down through generations. Mira realized that her ancestors had left these treasures not as relics of the past, but as guides for the future, a reminder of the strength and harmony that came from living in unity with the land and its stories. With the flute in her hand and the necklace around her neck, she felt the weight of her heritage settle comfortably in her heart. As she made her way back down the mountain path, the stars twinkled brightly above, as if nodding in approval. The village welcomed her return with the soft glow of lanterns and the warm smiles of her neighbors. Mira shared her discovery with them, and together they celebrated the renewal of their ancient traditions, each person finding their own connection to the stories of old. In the days that followed, the village thrived with new life and hope, its people inspired by the lessons Mira had uncovered. They planted new orchards, crafted more flutes, and wove tapestries that told both the stories of their ancestors and the dreams of their future. And so, as the gentle winds carried the melody of Mira's flute across the hills and valleys, a profound peace settled over the village, a peace born of understanding and belonging, echoing the timeless bond between the land and those who called it home. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the moon cast its silvery glow upon the world, Mira's heart felt as full and radiant as the night sky, forever touched by the legacy of those who had come before. Story 40. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves and painted dapples of gold upon the forest floor, lived a community of creatures who thrived in harmony. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, mingling with the whisper of the wind, which carried secrets only those who listened closely could hear. At the center of the forest stood the great oak, its branches sprawling wide, providing shelter and shade. Its roots dug deep into the earth, drawing wisdom from the soil and whispering it to the creatures who dwelled nearby. The forest was a symphony of life, with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of insects creating a melody that soothed the soul. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted place was a wise old turtle named Tiberius, whose shell was etched with intricate patterns that told stories of seasons past. Tiberius moved slowly, with a grace that belied his age, and was respected by all for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms. His home was nestled beneath the roots of the great oak, a snug burrow lined with soft moss and fragrant petals. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, a delicate mist hung over the forest. Tiberius emerged from his burrow to find his dear friend, a gentle deer named Lyra, waiting for him. Lyra's eyes sparkled with curiosity, reflecting the glint of the morning dew. "Tiberius," she began softly, her voice as soothing as a summer breeze, "have you noticed the changes in the forest? The leaves seem restless, and the streams sing a different tune." Tiberius nodded slowly, his eyes thoughtful. "Indeed, Lyra, the forest is speaking to us. It is time for the gathering of seasons, a time when we must ensure balance and harmony are maintained." The gathering of seasons was an ancient ritual observed by the forest creatures to honor the cyclical dance of nature, ensuring that the transitions between seasons were as seamless as the turning pages of a well-loved book. Together, Tiberius and Lyra set out to invite the other creatures of the forest to the gathering. As they walked through the woods, the symphony of nature accompanied them, the babbling brook, the rustling leaves, and the distant call of an owl settling into its daytime slumber. Their first stop was at the Meadow of Whispers, where the rabbits frolicked and played. The meadow was awash with wildflowers, their vibrant hues painting a canvas of color that stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with the sweet scent of lavender and honeysuckle, and the gentle buzz of bees added a pleasant bass to the symphony around them. "Good morning, dear rabbits," called Tiberius, his voice warm and inviting. "The time has come for the gathering of seasons." The rabbits paused in their play, their noses twitching with excitement. "We shall be there!" they replied in unison, their voices a harmonious chorus. Next, Tiberius and Lyra visited the glimmering pond, where the frogs sang their evening songs and the dragonflies danced upon the water's surface. The pond was a mirror reflecting the sky, and the scent of lilac hung heavy in the air, a heady perfume that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. The frogs croaked their agreement to attend, their voices blending with the tinkling laughter of the dragonflies. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, the creatures of the whispering woods gathered at the foot of the great oak. The air was thick with anticipation, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the ritual to begin. With a gentle nod from Tiberius, the ceremony commenced. The creatures formed a circle around the great oak, their presence a testament to the bonds that united them. Tiberius spoke softly, his voice carrying the weight of generations. "The gathering of seasons is a time to honor the changes that life brings," he began. "We must remember that every leaf that falls, every breeze that blows, and every drop of rain has its place in the tapestry of our world." As he spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it the scent of fresh rain and the promise of change. The leaves of the great oak rustled as if in agreement, and the forest seemed to exhale, its tension slipping away like morning mist. Lyra stepped forward, her eyes bright with understanding. "We are all connected," she said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "Just as the seasons change, so too must we adapt and grow, learning from each other and the world around us." The creatures nodded, their hearts resonating with the truth of her words. The gathering of seasons was more than a ritual. It was a reminder of the beauty and balance, the importance of unity, and the wisdom that comes from embracing change. As the ceremony drew to a close, the forest began to sing a new song, a song of hope, renewal, and harmony. The creatures dispersed, their spirits lightened, knowing they had played their part in maintaining the balance of their beloved home. Tiberius and Lyra lingered beneath the great oak, their hearts full of gratitude. The stars began to twinkle above, casting a gentle glow over the forest. "Thank you, Tiberius," Lyra said softly, her voice a gentle caress. "Your wisdom guides us all." "And thank you, Lyra," Tiberius replied, his voice a warm embrace. "Your kindness and curiosity inspire us to see the world with open hearts." Together they watched as the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the symphony of nature a soothing lullaby. The whispering woods breathed a sigh of contentment, knowing that the balance was restored, and the magic of the seasons would continue to dance through the trees. And so, under the watchful gaze of the great oak and the twinkling stars, the creatures of the forest fell into a deep, restful sleep, cradled by the harmony they had nurtured and the wisdom they held dear. Story 41. In the starlit tapestry of the Andromedon sector, where galaxies shimmered like a sea of diamonds against the velvet night, there existed a lush planet called Solara. Solara was renowned for its floating islands that drifted lazily through the sky, their surfaces blanketed with flora that glowed in soft pastels under the twin moons. On one of these islands, a gentle creature named Samara lived. Samara was a luminal, a species known for their translucent skin that shimmered with the colors of their emotions. Her home was a cozy burrow nestled beneath the roots of a great luminous tree, whose leaves whispered secrets in the night breeze. Samara loved to wander the floating meadows, her heart aglow with the joy of discovery. In a distant quadrant of the galaxy, on the rocky planet of Brundar, lived a sturdy being named Drax. Drax was a Brundarian, characterized by their robust stone-like skin and an innate ability to sense the subtle vibrations of the universe. Drax's village was carved into the granite cliffs, where waterfalls sang their endless lullabies. He spent his days crafting sculptures from the very stone that made up his world, finding solace in the rhythm of his chisel. Fate, with its gentle hand, brought Samara and Drax together on a day when the stars aligned in a rare cosmic dance. Samara, curious as ever, had climbed aboard a drifting comet that happened to pass through her skies, its icy tail a beacon of wonder. The comet, with its whimsical trajectory, carried her far from Solara to the rugged landscapes of Brundar. When Samara landed with a soft thud amidst the rocky terrain, she was a sight to behold, an ethereal figure glowing with the colors of awe and trepidation. The Brundarians, unaccustomed to such luminescent beings, regarded her with wary curiosity. Drax, intrigued by the shimmering visitor, approached her with cautious steps. "Are you lost, traveler?" Drax rumbled, his voice deep and resonant like the echo of a distant thunderstorm. Samara, her skin flickering with surprise and relief, nodded. "I am, kind sir. I come from Solara, a place of light and air, and this is new to me." Though they spoke the same tongue, their worlds were as different as night and day. Yet, beneath the surface of misunderstanding, a seed of friendship was planted. Drax offered Samara shelter in his home, a cavern warmed by the gentle heat of the earth. As the days unfolded, they learned to navigate the unspoken language of companionship. Samara marveled at the solidity of Brundar, where every sound seemed to echo forever, and the earth resonated with stories of old. Drax, in turn, was captivated by Samara's tales of floating islands and luminescent flowers that sang under the moonlight. Each shared story, each moment of laughter, was a stone laid in the foundation of their growing friendship. Their bond was tested one fateful day when the sky darkened with the approach of a solar storm, a rare but dangerous phenomenon on Brundar. The storm, with its fierce winds and blinding flashes, threatened to tear through the village. Panic spread like wildfire among the Brundarians, their usual stoic demeanor shaken by the impending chaos. In the eye of the storm, Samara's inner light blazed with determination. She reached out to Drax, her touch a gentle glow against his rugged exterior. "We must guide them to safety," she urged, her voice a soothing balm amidst the rising fear. Drax felt the truth of her words resonate within him. Together, they orchestrated a plan to lead the villagers to the safety of the deepest caverns, where the earth's embrace would shield them from the storm's wrath. Samara's luminescence served as a beacon in the darkness, while Drax's knowledge of the land ensured their path was true. As the storm raged above, the villagers huddled in the cavern's heart, their fear slowly ebbing away. Samara and Drax stood side by side, drawing strength from each other's presence. In those moments of shared adversity, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged in understanding, nurtured by kindness, and strengthened by mutual support. When the storm finally passed and the skies cleared, the villagers emerged to find their world still standing, testament to the resilience of their spirit and the power of unity. Samara and Drax, now inseparable companions, were celebrated as heroes, their story a beacon of hope and camaraderie. In the days that followed, Samara's heart longed for the skies of Solara, yet she hesitated to leave the newfound family she had discovered. Drax, sensing her yearning, spoke with a gentle smile. "Your world calls to you, Samara, but know that the bond we share transcends distance." With a heart full of gratitude and a promise of return, Samara bid farewell to Brundar. Drax watched as she ascended to the skies, her light a radiant trail against the heavens. Though worlds apart, their friendship remained a constellation in the universe of their hearts. Back on Solara, Samara found herself surrounded by familiar beauty, yet she carried with her the warmth of Brundar and the steadfast friendship of Drax. She often gazed at the stars, knowing that somewhere beneath the same sky her friend was chiseling stories into stone, their connection as enduring as the galaxies themselves. And so, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, the tale of Samara and Drax became a legend, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, neither of distance nor of difference. It is a light that guides us home, wherever that may be, and a melody that sings in our hearts, uniting us in the symphony of life. Story 42. Once upon a time, in the heart of a wondrous forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the flowers giggled in the morning dew, there lived a group of quirky and endearing creatures that called themselves the Whimsy Folk. The Whimsy Folk were known for their peculiar yet delightful traits, each one more charming than the last. There was Twinkle, the smallest of the group, who could change the color of her skin to match any flower she touched, making her the master of hide-and-seek. Then there was Pippin, who had the uncanny ability to hear the thoughts of the forest creatures, which came in handy when trying to decipher the riddles of the wise old owls. Next in line was Snippet, a jovial little fellow who had a tuft of grass growing from his head, always fresh and fragrant, which he would trim into interesting shapes depending on his mood. And lastly there was Wobble, the tallest, with legs that seemed to have a mind of their own, often propelling him into unexpected, hilarious tumbles that never failed to amuse his friends. Their home was nestled in the lush, vibrant Glimmerwood, a place brimming with magic and mischief. The sun shone just a little bit brighter there, and the streams sang a melody as they danced over pebbles. One day, as the Whimsy Folk gathered around their favorite mossy knoll, a peculiar thing happened. The normally sparkling river that wound through Glimmerwood had turned a most unusual shade of fuchsia, and it released bubbles that floated lazily into the sky, popping with a gentle sigh. What could have caused such a thing? Twinkle wondered aloud, her skin shifting to match the rosy hue of the river. Pippin closed his eyes and listened intently. "The river spirits are whispering," he said, his voice full of intrigue. "They say the great bubble has awoken." Snippet scratched his grassy head, shaping it into a thoughtful topiary. "The great bubble?" he echoed, eyes wide with curiosity. "Yes," Pippin confirmed. "It's an ancient magic, a playful spirit that hasn't stirred in many a season, but it seems it's gotten itself into a bit of a muddle." Wobble, ever enthusiastic, wobbled to his feet. "Well, there's nothing for it but to help. A muddled bubble spirit sounds like just the sort of adventure we need." With a playful sense of purpose, the Whimsy Folk set off on their quest to find the great bubble. Their path took them through fields of silver-tipped daisies that sang when the wind blew, across bridges woven from rainbow-hued spider silk, and past ancient rocks that told stories if you stopped to listen. As they walked, the Whimsy Folk encountered all manner of delightful forest residents. A family of foxes, whose tails glowed softly in the moonlight, offered them directions. A flock of parrots, wearing tiny hats, squawked encouragement from above. Each encounter filled their hearts with joy and laughter, spurring them onward. Finally, they reached the heart of Glimmerwood, where the river pooled in a crystal-clear pond. There, floating above the water's surface, was the great bubble, a magnificent orb shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. But it was quivering with uncertainty, its surface rippling with distress. "Oh dear," Twinkle murmured, her skin turning a soothing lavender as she approached. "We've come to help you, Great Bubble." The Great Bubble responded with a gentle sigh, and a soft voice echoed in their minds. "I'm afraid I've forgotten how to float freely. I've been resting so long that I've become rather stuck." Snippet, always the thinker, pondered this for a moment. "What if we reminded you of the joy of floating? Perhaps you just need a little inspiration." Wobble nodded eagerly, his legs twitching with excitement. "Yes, let's show you how much fun it can be." With that, the whimsy folk began to dance around the pond, their movements filled with lightness and laughter. Twinkle changed colors with every step, creating a dazzling display. Pippin hummed a merry tune, the notes drifting through the air like leaves on the breeze. Snippet shaped his grassy hair into a crown, making everyone giggle. And Wobble, with his unpredictable legs, performed the most spectacular tumbles, each one ending in a grand, triumphant pose. The Great Bubble watched in wonder, its surface starting to shimmer with delight. Slowly, it lifted higher above the pond, its colors growing ever more vibrant. Inspired by the whimsy folk's playful spirit, it began to spin and twirl, releasing a cascade of tiny bubbles that danced in the air like fireflies. With a joyful laugh, the Great Bubble floated up into the sky, free once more. As a token of gratitude, it sent a gentle rain of sparkling mist over the forest, each droplet carrying a wish of happiness and harmony. The whimsy folk cheered and clapped, their hearts full of the simple magic that comes from helping a friend. They watched until the Great Bubble was just a twinkle in the vast blue sky, then turned to head home, their steps light with the satisfaction of a day well spent. As they returned to their mossy knoll, the forest seemed to hum with contentment. The river had regained its clear, shimmering flow, and the sun set in a glorious blaze of colors, a perfect end to their whimsical adventure. And so, under the gentle glow of the stars, the whimsy folk settled in for the night, their dreams filled with laughter and the soft, playful spirit of the Great Bubble. For in Glimmerwood, where magic and friendship go hand in hand, every day holds the promise of a new and delightful tale. Story 43. In the heart of a vast and ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang melodies to the stones, there lay a hidden world known only to those with hearts attuned to the extraordinary. This was the realm of Luminara, a place untouched by the passage of time and cloaked in the gentle embrace of nature's wonders. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a soft, silvery mist began to rise, weaving through the trunks of the towering oaks and birches like a gossamer veil. It was in this twilight hour that the creatures of Luminara stirred, coming together for their nightly gathering under the great oak, whose branches stretched wide and welcoming, cradling the stars. Among these creatures was a young girl named Mari, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and whose heart beat with the rhythm of adventure. Mari was not like other children in the nearby village. She possessed a gift, a magical ability to communicate with the beings of Luminara, a gift that had been passed down through generations of her family, though many had forgotten its true power. Mari was guided by her dearest friend, a wise old fox named Leora, whose fur shimmered with the colors of autumn leaves, and whose voice was as soothing as a lullaby. Leora had been Mari's companion since she could remember, teaching her the ways of the forest and the secrets it held. On this particular evening, as the air cooled and the first stars began to twinkle, Leora nudged Mari gently with his snout. "It is time, little one," he whispered, his eyes gleaming with warmth and mischief. "Tonight, we embark on a journey that will change your life and the lives of those you love." Mari's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She had heard tales of the mystical journeys undertaken by her ancestors, but never had she imagined that she would be chosen to follow in their footsteps. "Where shall we go, Leora?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the serenity of the forest. "We seek the Heartstone," Leora replied, his voice a gentle rumble. "It is a magical gem that contains the essence of Luminara. It has been hidden for many years, waiting for one with a pure heart and a brave spirit to find it once more." Mari's eyes widened, and she felt a surge of determination rise within her. She nodded, her resolve firm. "I am ready," she declared softly, her voice steady despite the fluttering of her heart. With Leora by her side, Mari began her journey deeper into the forest, her feet treading softly over the carpet of moss and leaves. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, their light dancing like tiny stars in the night. As they walked, the sounds of the forest wrapped around them, a symphony of crickets chirping, owls hooting, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. As they ventured further, the forest began to change, the trees growing taller and the air growing cooler. The mist thickened, wrapping around them like a silken cloak. Mari felt a sense of wonder and awe, as if she had stepped into a world where magic was as real as the earth beneath her feet. They arrived at a clearing where the moonlight spilled like liquid silver over a tranquil pond. In the center of the pond stood a small island, and upon it a stone pedestal, worn and weathered by time. Mari felt a pull, an inexplicable urge to reach the pedestal, as if it called to her from across the water. "That is where the Heartstone lies," Leora murmured, his eyes reflecting the moonlit water. "But the path is not without its challenges. You must listen to your heart, for it will guide you true." Mari nodded, her gaze fixed on the island. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill her lungs, and stepped forward. As she approached the water's edge, she noticed stepping stones emerging from the depths, forming a path to the island. They glistened in the moonlight, inviting her to cross. With each step, Mari felt a sense of peace and purpose, the fears and doubts that had lingered in her mind dissolving like morning mist. As she reached the island, she saw the Heartstone, a brilliant gem that pulsed with a gentle, warm light, resting atop the pedestal. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth surface of the stone. At that moment, a surge of warmth and light enveloped her, filling her with a sense of belonging and understanding. It was as if the Heartstone had unlocked a part of her soul, revealing the interconnectedness of all things, the trees, the creatures, the stars, and herself. As the light faded, Mari found herself back in the clearing, the Heartstone nestled safely in her palm. She turned to Leora, her heart overflowing with gratitude and wonder. "Thank you, Leora," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "I understand now. The Heartstone is more than a treasure. It's a reminder of the magic within each of us." Leora nodded, his eyes crinkling with a gentle smile. "Indeed, little one, you have found the Heartstone, but more importantly, you have found the heart within yourself." With the Heartstone's magic guiding them, Mari and Leora made their way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As they reached the edge of the village, the first light of dawn began to break, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. Mari knew that her journey had only just begun, but she felt a newfound strength and confidence, knowing that the magic of Luminara and the wisdom of her ancestors would always be with her. And as she stepped into the light of a new day, she carried with her the lessons of the forest, the power of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the magic that lies within every heart. And so, Mari's story became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder of the hidden wonders that await those who dare to seek them, and the incredible transformations that can occur when one listens to the whispers of the heart. Story 44. In the vast, star-speckled tapestry of the cosmos, where nebulae bloom like celestial gardens, there lived beings so different yet drawn together by the invisible threads of fate. Among the swirling galaxies, 2 planets orbited a sun in harmonious rhythm. These worlds, though neighbors in the grand scheme of space, were as distinct as day from night. On the verdant world of Luminara, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and teal, lived the gentle lumens. They were beings of light, their translucent forms glowing softly like lanterns in the evening. Their existence was one of peace, cultivating vibrant gardens that sang with the sweet notes of harmony. The lumens communicated through melodic tones, their language a symphony of understanding and grace. In contrast, the rugged planet of Ferox was a realm of iron and stone, where the hardy Ferosians thrived. These creatures, with skin like burnished metal and eyes that gleamed like polished gems, valued strength and resilience. Their society was built on the principles of endurance and honor. a place where the clang of hammers and the hum of machinery filled the air. The story begins with a curious lumen named Lynn, whose heart yearned for adventure beyond the lush confines of her garden. She often gazed at Ferox with wonder, intrigued by tales of its robust inhabitants. Her kind warned her of the Ferocians' perceived harshness, but Lynn was undeterred. Her spirit, like a comet's trail, was drawn to the unknown. One day, Lynn crafted a small vessel from the petals of her garden, infused with her own light. She set sail across the cosmic seas, her heart a beacon of hope and curiosity. Meanwhile, on Ferox, a young Ferocian named Kor was tasked with repairing an ancient communication device. Kor was known for his meticulous nature and an unyielding spirit. His people often spoke of the lumens as fragile and whimsical, yet something about their stories piqued his interest. As fate would have it, Lynn's journey brought her to Ferox, where her vessel gently landed amidst its rocky plains. The sight of Lynn's glowing form startled the Ferocians, who had never seen a being of pure light. They gathered around her, their expressions a mix of awe and suspicion. Kor, intrigued by the visitor from the stars, stepped forward. "Who are you, and why have you come to Ferox?" he asked, his voice steady but tinged with curiosity. Lynn responded, her tones a melody that resonated through the air. "I am Lynn, a traveler from Luminara. I seek to learn about your world and its wonders." Kor, though initially wary, felt a spark of kinship with the gentle lumen. Her light, though foreign, was warm and welcoming. Despite the language barrier, Lynn's intentions were clear. She sought friendship, not conflict. The Ferocians, however, were not easily swayed. They whispered among themselves, debating whether Lynn's presence was a blessing or a threat. Misunderstandings brewed, as Lynn's ethereal nature seemed at odds with their solid, practical world. Determined to bridge the gap, Kor offered to show Lynn the beauty of Ferox. Together, they ventured into the heart of the iron forests, where trees with metallic leaves sang in the wind like wind chimes. Lynn marveled at the way sunlight danced across the metal surfaces, creating a symphony of light and sound. As they explored, an unexpected storm swept across the land, its winds howling like a chorus of ancient voices. The storm was fierce, a test of endurance for both visitors and hosts alike. Lynn's light flickered in the tempest, her form dimming with each gust. Seeing her struggle, Kor acted instinctively. He shielded Lynn with his own body, his metal exterior deflecting the storm's fury. In that moment, Lynn understood the strength of the Ferocians was not merely physical. It was a strength of heart. Kor, too, saw the resilience in Lynn's unwavering spirit, her light refusing to be extinguished. The storm, though daunting, became a crucible in which their friendship was forged. After the skies cleared and the land lay still, Lynn and Kor found themselves changed. They had discovered that beneath their differences lay a shared core of courage and compassion. The misunderstandings that once seemed insurmountable had become stepping stones toward mutual respect and understanding. As Lynn prepared to return to Luminara, Kor gifted her a small piece of Ferox, a stone polished to a mirror finish, reflecting the light of distant stars. In return, Lynn left behind a glowing petal from her vessel, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions can illuminate the darkest paths. Their farewell was not one of sadness, but of promise. Lynn set sail once more, her vessel carrying her back to Luminara, its glow a little brighter with the knowledge of newfound friendship. Kor watched her depart, his heart warmed by the bond they had forged. In the days that followed, the Lumens and Ferocians began to exchange stories and knowledge. Lynn and Kor became symbols of unity, their journey a testament to the power of friendship in overcoming fear and prejudice. The Lumens learned the strength of Ferox, while the Ferocians discovered the grace of Luminara. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, Lynn and Kor had found the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended worlds and illuminated the universe with its gentle light. And so, under the same sun that embraced both Luminara and Ferox, two worlds once divided by misunderstanding were united by the enduring light of friendship. Story 45. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets in the soft breeze and the dappled sunlight danced playfully through the branches, there lay a quaint little village called Glade. The villagers of Glade were known for their gentle hearts and generous spirits. living harmoniously with the magical creatures and enchanted flora that thrived around them. One serene afternoon, as the sun dipped low and cast a golden glow over the village, a peculiar series of events began to unfold. It started with a gentle tapping sound, like the patter of tiny feet, echoing through the cobblestone streets. The villagers, initially dismissing it as the playful antics of the woodland sprites, soon realized that the tapping seemed to follow them, echoing softly but persistently wherever they went. Among the villagers was a thoughtful young girl named Lyla. She had a heart as warm as the sun and a mind as curious as a starry night. She loved the whispering woods dearly and felt at home amongst its mysteries and wonders. Lyla noticed the tapping too, but instead of fear, she felt a spark of intrigue. Determined to uncover the source of this mysterious sound, she set off on a gentle adventure. Her first stop was the home of the wise old owl, Horatio, whose feathers were as soft as moonlight and whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. Horatio perched high in the great oak, his favorite tree, and welcomed Lyla with a soft hoot. "Good evening, dear Lyla," he greeted, his voice a soothing melody in the rustling leaves. "What brings you to my branch on this fine dusk?" "Good evening, Horatio," Lyla replied with a smile. "There's a strange tapping sound echoing through Mossglade. I was hoping you might have some insight." Horatio tilted his head thoughtfully, his golden eyes gleaming. "Ah, the night holds many secrets, and sometimes they choose the most curious hearts to reveal themselves to. Have you noticed anything unusual besides the sound?" Lyla pondered for a moment. "Well, I've noticed the flowers in the gardens are blooming at an unusual rate, and the air seems to shimmer just a little more than usual, as if touched by unseen hands." Horatio nodded sagely. "Perhaps the answer lies not in what you hear, but in what you see. Trust your senses, dear child, for they are often more perceptive than you realize." Thanking Horatio for his wisdom, Lyla continued her journey, her heart buoyed by the owl's gentle encouragement. She made her way through the village, her soft footsteps blending with the tapping sound that seemed to dance along beside her. As she wandered, Lyla came upon the vibrant clearing where the fireflies held their nightly dance. There, she found Finn, the sprightly fawn who was known for his playful nature and keen observational skills. Finn was busy organizing a parade of fireflies, their lights twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Finn!" Lyla called softly, not wanting to disrupt the delicate procession. "Have you heard the tapping sound? It's been following me all through the village." Finn looked up, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Ah, the tapping! Yes, I've heard it too. It's like a gentle reminder that there's magic afoot, don't you think?" Lyla nodded, watching as the fireflies wove intricate patterns in the air. Horatio suggested that I should trust my senses more. "Do you think there's something I'm missing?" Finn tapped his chin thoughtfully with a slender finger. "Well, the flowers have been opening their petals wider than usual, as if expecting something. Perhaps the tapping is trying to guide us to a hidden wonder." Encouraged by Finn's insight, Lyla decided to follow her heart and let the tapping lead her. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, allowing the sound to envelop her senses, and then began to walk with a newfound purpose. The tapping grew softer, almost a whisper now, as it led her to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods met the glistening silver stream. It was here, amidst the gentle babble of the water and the soft rustle of the leaves, that Lyla found what she had been seeking. Nestled under the roots of a grand willow tree was a tiny door, intricately carved and shimmering with an ethereal glow. The tapping ceased, as if satisfied with having guided Lyla to this hidden place. With a gentle touch, Lyla opened the door, revealing a hidden chamber filled with the soft glow of luminescent flowers and a myriad of tiny, winged creatures. They fluttered around her like a warm breeze, their laughter echoing softly. "Welcome, dear Lyla," a voice chimed as a small, regal-looking fairy with wings like stained glass emerged from the throng. "We are the keepers of the Whispering Woods, and we have summoned you to help us." The tapping was our call, a melody of friendship and invitation. Lyla's eyes widened in wonder. "But why me?" The fairy smiled warmly. "Because you listen with your heart and see with your soul. We have been preparing to share our magic more openly with Mossglade, but needed someone with kindness and understanding to guide us." Lyla felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle glow like the hearth on a winter's night. I would be honored to help. And so, with Lyla's guidance, the keepers of the Whispering Woods began to share their wonders with the village of Glade. The tapping sound became a gentle rhythm of life, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The villagers embraced the enchantment with open hearts, and a new harmony blossomed between the people and the magical creatures of the woods. Each night, the fireflies would dance a little brighter, the flowers would bloom a little wider, and the air would shimmer with the promise of dreams realized and mysteries unveiled. As Lyla lay in her bed, the moonlight casting a silver path across her room, she felt a deep sense of peace. The Whispering Woods had shared its secret, and she, in turn, had found her place within its gentle embrace. And thus, in the heart of Glade, where magic whispered on the wind and friendship blossomed like the finest rose, the village slept, cradled in the warm glow of a world where the extraordinary was simply a heartbeat away. Story 46. In the heart of the galaxy, where the stars danced like fireflies in an eternal night, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Lumaria. Its surface was a tapestry of luminescent flora and glistening rivers that whispered secrets into the winds. This was where our story begins, with a gentle breeze carrying the scents of sweet nectar and earth, weaving through the home of a humble Lumarian named Nyla. Nyla, a creature of light and gentle demeanor, spent her days tending to the glowing flowers that unfurled under her touch. Her skin shimmered with the colors of dawn, and her eyes mirrored the deep, tranquil hues of the cosmos. Though content with her solitude, Nyla often gazed up at the stars, wondering if there were others beyond her world who felt the same quiet longing. One evening, as the twin moons of Lumaria cast their silvery glow over the landscape, a sudden streak of light split the sky. It was not a shooting star, but a spacecraft, spiraling down in a cascade of fiery brilliance. The vessel tumbled through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of stardust in its wake, and crashed softly into the meadow not far from Nyla's home. Curiosity piqued, Nyla approached the crash site cautiously, her heart fluttering with both fear and excitement. There, amidst the soft glow of crushed flowers, lay a small, peculiar creature emerging from the wreckage. The being was covered in a fine layer of scales that shimmered under the moonlight, and its eyes, wide with wonder and trepidation, were the color of the deepest ocean. "My name is Kai," the creature croaked, its voice a melodic hum that seemed to resonate with the very air around them. "I come from the distant planet of Oceanus, and it seems I have lost my way." Nyla, her heart warmed by the newcomer's vulnerability, offered her hand in friendship. "I am Nyla, of Lumaria. You are welcome here." Despite their initial reservations, Nyla and Kai found solace in each other's company. Their companionship was not without its challenges, for they came from worlds as different as sun and shadow. Nyla cherished the stillness and the quiet of her world, whereas Kai, accustomed to the ebb and flow of tides and the vibrant life of Oceanus, often yearned for the sounds of waves and bustling coral cities. One day, as they wandered through the forest, a misunderstanding arose. Nyla had shown Kai a patch of Lumarian flowers, whose luminescence was said to reflect the intentions of those nearby. As they basked in the ethereal glow, the flowers dimmed, and Nyla, believing it to be a sign of Kai's unhappiness, felt a pang of doubt. "Kai," she began softly, "are you not at peace here?" Kai, sensing Nyla's distress, paused before responding. "Oh, Nyla, this world is beautiful, and your kindness is beyond compare. But sometimes I miss the sounds of my ocean home, the songs of the whales echoing through the deep." Nyla nodded, understanding at last. "Perhaps we can find a way to bring a piece of your home here," she suggested, her voice gentle as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Together they decided to recreate the sound of the ocean. Nyla, with her deep connection to Lumaria, called upon the winds to mimic the gentle whoosh of waves, and Kai, using his knowledge of Oceanus, taught the local birds a new melody, reminiscent of the songs of his homeland. As they worked side by side, they began to understand that friendship was not about changing for one another, but about embracing differences and finding harmony within them. Their bond grew stronger with each shared endeavor, and soon the meadow was filled with the soothing sounds of an ocean that was miles away. Nyla and Kai would sit for hours, listening to the symphony they had created, feeling as if their hearts beat in time with the rhythm of the waves. As time passed, Kai's spacecraft was repaired, ready to take him back to Oceanus. Yet when the day came for him to leave, he found himself reluctant to part from his new friend and the world that had become like a second home. But Nyla, with a gentle smile, reassured him, saying, "True friendship knows no distance, Kai. You are always welcome here, and I will forever cherish the light you brought into my life." Kai nodded, understanding that their bond transcended the vastness of space. With a promise to return and a heart full of gratitude, he departed, leaving a trail of shimmering stardust in the sky. And so Nyla stood in the meadow, watching the stars as they twinkled like old friends. Though her heart ached with the absence of Kai, it was filled with the warmth of their shared memories and the knowledge that they had both grown through their differences. On Lumaria, the flowers glowed softly, their colors a testament to the friendship that had blossomed under their watchful petals. And in the quiet, Nyla felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that somewhere, across the galaxies, Kai was gazing up at the same stars, thinking of her and the melody of the ocean they had created together. In the gentle embrace of the night, Nyla understood that friendship was a journey, not bound by time or space, but by the hearts willing to nurture it. And with that comforting thought, she settled into the soft grass, the lullaby of the ocean mingling with the whispers of the Lumerian breeze, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the enduring light of true friendship. Story 47. Once upon a time, nestled in the lush, rolling hills of a quaint village named Willowbrook, there stood a cozy little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that seemed to hum with life. It was the kind of place where time moved slowly, and the gentle whispers of the wind carried tales of old. In this cottage lived a kind-hearted young woman named Lyla, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Lyla had always felt a deep connection to the world around her. She loved the way the morning dew sparkled on the petals of her garden flowers, and how the sunlight danced through the leaves of the old oak tree that stood proudly at the edge of the garden. Yet, despite the beauty that surrounded her, Lyla often felt there was something more, something just beyond the veil of the ordinary waiting to be discovered. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Lyla decided to tidy up the attic, a place she rarely ventured. Dust motes swirled like tiny stars in the beams of light that streamed through the small attic window. As she sorted through boxes of forgotten trinkets and heirlooms, her hand brushed against something unusual, a small, intricately carved wooden box, its lid adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. Overcome by a sense of wonder, Lyla carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of velvet, was a shimmering silver key. As she held it, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips to her heart. This was no ordinary key. She could feel it held secrets of the world beyond her own. As Lyla pondered the significance of her find, a soft voice chimed from the shadows of the attic. "Ah, you've found it at last," said a small, wise-looking squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves and bright, knowing eyes. Startled, but not frightened, Lyla asked, "Who are you, and how is it that you speak?" The squirrel chuckled lightly, its laughter like the rustle of leaves. "I am Bramble, guardian of the key you hold. It unlocks the door to a realm of magic, one that exists alongside your own world, unseen by those who do not believe." Lyla's heart raced with excitement. "What must I do to enter this realm?" she asked eagerly. Bramble twitched his bushy tail and replied, "The journey is not just about crossing a threshold, but understanding the wisdom within yourself. The key will guide you to where you need to go. But remember, the greatest magic lies in friendship and kindness." With Bramble's words etched in her mind, Lyla felt a gentle pull, as if the key itself were guiding her. She followed its invisible tug through the village, past fields of golden wheat, and into the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she was joined by two other companions, a mischievous fox named Finn, with a coat as red as the setting sun, and a gentle deer called Willow, whose eyes held the calm wisdom of the forest. Together they ventured further into the woods, sharing stories and laughter that danced through the trees like a melody. Eventually, They arrived at a clearing where an old gnarled tree stood, its roots twisted around a stone door hidden within its trunk. Lyla instinctively knew this was the door the key would unlock. But as she stepped forward, a challenge presented itself, not a physical barrier, but a riddle etched into the stone. Finn, with his quick wit, attempted several answers, each met with silence. Willow, in her quiet grace, suggested they pause and listen, for wisdom often comes in the stillness between thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Lyla closed her eyes and listened to the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant call of a bird, and the steady rhythm of her own heartbeat. The answer came to her, not in words, but as a feeling, a warmth spreading from her heart, just like when she first held the key. With renewed clarity, she spoke softly of friendship and the power of believing in the unseen. As her words hung in the air, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a shimmering path that led into a realm where colors were more vibrant and the very air seemed to tingle with magic. Bramble, Finn, and Willow beamed with pride as Lyla stepped through the doorway, her heart alight with the promise of discovery. Within this magical realm, she found wonders beyond her imagination. Fields of flowers that sang with the wind, rivers of starlight, and creatures who shared their ancient secrets with kindness. Lyla's journey transformed her, teaching her that the true magic of the world lay not in the extraordinary, but in the profound connections we build with one another and the wisdom we find within ourselves. When she finally returned to her own world, the shimmering key still in hand, she carried with her the gentle magic of friendship and the quiet strength of her newfound understanding. And so, in the cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls, Lyla continued to nurture her garden and her heart, knowing that the greatest journeys are those that teach us to see the magic in the everyday. Thus, the tale of Lyla and the shimmering key was whispered among the villagers, a reminder that true wonder is found in the bonds we share and the wisdom we gain from listening to the world around us. And as the stars twinkled above Willowbrook, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle embrace of dreams filled with magic and friendship. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced on every breeze, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. Hazel's world was one of wonder and delight, filled with talking trees, shimmering streams, and fluffy clouds that shifted into fanciful shapes. One crisp autumn evening, as Hazel prepared for bed in her cozy burrow, she heard a peculiar sound outside, a soft tinkling like wind chimes made of crystal. Peeking out, she saw nothing but the swaying branches of the ancient oak that stood sentinel over her home. But the tinkling continued, impossibly sweet and ethereal. The next morning, Hazel noticed that the dewdrops on the wildflowers near her burrow seemed to shimmer with an inner light, like tiny captured rainbows. As she leaned in to get a closer look, one of the dew prisms detached itself and began to hover in midair, circling lazily around her head. Hazel gasped in delight. She had never seen anything like it. Over the next few days, more strange occurrences started to unfold around Hazel's home. Monarch butterflies appeared in swirling, multicolored clouds. Glowing mushrooms poked up through the mossy ground, bathing the forest floor in a soft bluish light. And every night, that enchanting tinkling sound grew a little louder. Hazel was utterly perplexed, but she sensed no danger, only a sense of deepening magic and mystery. Still, her curiosity burned fiercely within her. She had to get to the bottom of these strange happenings. Seeking guidance, Hazel paid a visit to her dear friend Willoughby, an ancient willow tree whose branches swayed with wisdom beyond mortal reckoning. "Oh, Willoughby," Hazel began, "the most delightfully odd things have been occurring near my burrow. The forest seems to be waking with magic and whimsy in ways I've never seen before. What could be the cause?" The willow's leaves rustled in a kindly chuckle. "Why, it seems the veil between our world and the realm of wonderment has begun to thin, my small friend. This occurs but once every few hundred cycles of the moon, when the celestial winds blow just so, and the boundaries between realms grow permeable." Hazel's eyes widened. The realm of wonderment was a place of myth and legend, inhabited by fanciful beings who spoke the language of dreams and invented new colors for the dawn each morning. "But why is the veil thinning now?" she asked, "and how can I better experience this extraordinary event?" "Be patient," And keep your senses keen, counseled Willoughby. The answers shall soon become clear if you have the eyes to see them. Look to the helpers and teachers that the living world provides. They shall guide you on this enchanted journey. With those cryptic words ringing in her ears, Hazel returned to her burrow, her mind whirling with possibilities. She resolved to stay alert and observant, knowing that the magic forest held clues to unraveling this delightful riddle. Over the next few nights, Hazel kept a devoted vigil, listening for that tinkling, looking for anything out of the ordinary. At last, her patience was rewarded. As midnight approached, she spotted a twinkling light flitting between the trees. Could it be? Slipping outside, she followed the light to a small clearing, where the most wondrous sight awaited her. A tiny fairy folk, no bigger than her paw, perched on a toadstool and strumming a miniature harp. It was the fairies playing that created that celestial tinkling melody. The fairy looked up at Hazel with eyes like captured starlight. In a voice no louder than a rosebud unfurling, she said, "Greetings, Earthchild. We are the Starfallen, come from the realm of wonderment to bless this forest with our joyful magic during the time of thinning veils." Hazel could scarcely breathe with amazement and delight. But the dew prisms, the glowing mushrooms, the butterflies, is that all you're doing as well? The fairy smiled warmly. Not ours alone, but the work of many wonderment creatures spilling over into your world for this fleeting enchantment. Look around you. The forest is welcoming its guests with open, reveling arms. And so it was. All around the clearing, Hazel spied the most incredible sights. Rainbow-feathered birds weaving dazzling tapestry nests from strands of pure light, giggling sprites skating across the still surface of a woodland pool, leaving patterns of shimmering ripples in their wake, and will-o'-the-wisps hovering like ghostly lanterns against the shadowed boughs of the trees. The entire forest had been transformed into something from a waking dream. For several wondrous nights, Hazel basked in the splendor of the mingling realms. She lent a paw to the mischievous brook naiads in coaxing the waters into ephemeral, glittering sculptures. She gathered the glowing mushrooms into tiny lanterns to light her burrow during the deep velvet nights, and she spent long hours in conversation with the elders among the Starfallen, learning secrets of starlight and moonbeams that no mortal had ever known. At last, far too soon, the magic began to fade. The twinkling lights grew dimmer, the ethereal melodies softer, until all was restored to the ordinary beauty of the waking world once more. Though Hazel felt a pang of sadness as the final fairy winked out of sight, she knew she had been gifted with a memory more precious than any gemstone, that of bearing witness to the transcendent miracle of two realms made one, if only for a sweetly fleeting moment. From then on, whenever reality seemed overly bound by rules and plainness, Hazel need only close her eyes and call forth the vision of that enchanted forest clearing, shimmering and alive with impossible wonders. And her spirit was reminded that there is ever magic afoot in this world, if one only has the open heart to perceive its spellbinding mysteries. In the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight danced through the canopy of emerald leaves, there existed a place known only to the winds and the whispers of nature. A hidden world nestled within the embrace of the natural environment. Here, in this enchanting realm, where the ground was cushioned with moss as soft as the finest velvet, and streams murmured lullabies of forgotten ages, our tale begins. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of branches and the symphony of bird songs that painted the air with their lilting melodies. In this serene setting, the air carried the scent of pine and wildflowers, while the earth exhaled the comforting aroma of damp leaves, creating a tapestry of sensations that wrapped around the senses like a warm shawl. It was in this magical place that a young girl named Leora lived. Leora was a kind-hearted soul, with eyes the color of the sky after a summer rain, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden autumn leaves. She was known throughout her village for her ability to listen to the forest, to understand the language of its creatures and the secrets it held. Her days were spent exploring the winding paths of the woods, her heart in tune with the rhythm of nature. Leora's home was a quaint cottage nestled at the edge of the forest, where the garden overflowed with herbs and flowers that filled the air with their fragrant perfume. Her father, a skilled woodworker, crafted crafted furniture that was as beautiful as the forest itself, while her mother wove tapestries that told the stories of their ancestors. Their home was a haven of warmth and love, a place where the crackling of the fireplace and the gentle murmur of conversations created a symphony of comfort. One quiet afternoon, as the sun began its descent into the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora discovered something extraordinary. She had been wandering deeper into the forest than usual, following a path that seemed to beckon her with a promise of discovery. The air was cool and sweet, filled with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of an owl awakening to the night. As Leora walked, she came across a clearing bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with the weight of centuries. Its branches stretched towards the heavens, and nestled among its roots was something that shimmered faintly in the fading light. A small, intricately carved box made of wood, its surface etched with patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the twilight. Curiosity piqued, Leora approached the box, her heart fluttering with a mixture of excitement and wonder. As she knelt beside it, the box seemed to hum softly, as if recognizing her presence. With a gentle touch, she traced the patterns on its lid, feeling warmth radiate from the wood beneath her fingertips. Taking a deep breath, she carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a tiny glowing seed. Its light was gentle and soothing, like the first star appearing in the evening sky. Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her as she gazed at the seed, its luminescence casting a warm glow on her face. She instinctively knew that this was no ordinary seed. It held a special power, a magic that was as old as the forest itself. Leora cradled the seed in her hands, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. Without knowing why, she understood that this seed was meant for her, a gift from the heart of the forest. As she held it, a soft voice seemed to whisper in her ear, telling her of a hidden world that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary, a world that could be unlocked by planting the seed in a place that had forgotten the touch of magic. With the seed safely tucked in her pocket, Leora made her way back home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. The forest felt alive around her, every rustle of leaves and crack of branches echoing with the promise of adventure. As she stepped into the warm glow of her cottage, her parents greeted her with smiles, their evening routine wrapping her in a cocoon of familiarity and love. That night, as Leora lay in bed, the seed's glow seemed to pulse gently from where it lay on her nightstand, casting soft shadows that danced across the walls. Her mind was filled with dreams of hidden realms and ancient stories, of friendships formed in unexpected places and journeys that changed the very essence of one's soul. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the sun's rays filtering through the curtains and warming her face. Leora awoke with a sense of purpose, the seed a comforting weight in her pocket. She knew she had to find the perfect place to plant it, a place where magic had been forgotten but was eager to return. After breakfast, she set out into the forest once more, her heart guided by an unspoken knowing. She wandered through familiar paths and hidden trails, her senses attuned to the whispers of the world around her. The forest seemed to guide her, each step bringing her closer to a place that felt right, a place that pulsed with a quiet yearning for magic. Finally, Leora arrived at a small glen, tucked away in a corner of the forest that was seldom visited. It was a peaceful spot, where the sun dappled the ground with patterns of light and shadow, and a gentle brook babbled nearby, its waters singing a song of time's passage. Here the air felt different, charged with a sense of possibility, as if the very earth was holding its breath in anticipation. With reverence, Leora knelt on the soft earth and gently planted the seed. As her fingers covered it with soil, she felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the land and the magic it held. She could almost hear the forest sigh in contentment, as if welcoming back a long-lost friend. Days passed, and Leora returned to the glen each morning, watching over the spot where she had planted the seed. And then, one morning, as the sun kissed the earth with its golden light, she saw it. A tiny sprout, its leaves shimmering with a gentle luminescence. The sight filled her heart with joy, a joy that seemed to echo in the song of the brook and the rustle of the leaves. As the sprout grew, so did the magic within it. It unfurled into a magnificent plant, its flowers blooming with colors that seemed to shift with every breeze, from the soft blush of dawn to the deep indigo of twilight. The air around it hummed with energy, a reminder of the hidden world that lay just beyond the reach of the ordinary. And then one day, the plant revealed its true wonder. As Leora knelt beside it, a gentle breeze stirred the air, and the flowers began to sway, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. From the heart of the plant, a vision unfolded, a doorway, shimmering with light, opening to a world beyond her wildest dreams. The hidden world was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the sky was a canvas of ever-changing hues, and the land was alive with creatures of myth and legend. Here Leora met beings who walked on 2 legs and 4, who flew with wings of gossamer and swam with fins of silver. Each welcomed her with kindness and curiosity, their eyes filled with the wisdom of ages. Leora's days in this world were filled with wonder and adventure. She learned the songs of the stars and the dance of the moonlit streams. She discovered the power of friendship, forming bonds with beings so different and yet so alike. And through it all, she felt herself changing, her heart growing with every experience, her soul expanding to embrace the magic that surrounded her. Yet, as with all journeys, there came a time for Leora to return home. The hidden world, though welcoming, was not her own, and she felt the gentle pull of her forest, her family, and the life she had always known. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit brimming with newfound strength, she bid farewell to her friends, promising to carry their stories and their magic with her always. As she stepped back through the doorway, the forest greeted her like an old friend, its embrace warm and familiar. The glen was quiet, the plant now a gentle glow in the morning light, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the world she had discovered. Leora returned to her village, her heart forever changed by the magic she had encountered. She shared her stories with those who would listen, her words weaving the enchantment of the hidden world into the fabric of everyday life. And though many marveled at her tales, it was the light in her eyes and the kindness in her heart that spoke of the true magic she had found. In the years that followed, Leora became a guardian of the forest, nurturing its secrets and sharing its wonders with those who sought them. She planted seeds of her own, gifts from the hidden world, and watched as they grew into beacons of hope and magic, reminding all who ventured into the woods of the beauty that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Her story spread far and wide, a tale of transformation and friendship, of a journey that changed not just one girl, but the world around her. And as the forest continued to sing its ancient songs, the hidden world remained ever close, a whisper in the breeze, a shimmer in the morning dew, a promise of magic waiting to be discovered by those with hearts open to wonder. And so, as the sun set on another day, casting its warm glow over the forest and the village beyond, Leora sat by the crackling fireplace in her cozy cottage, surrounded by the love of her family and friends. Her heart was full, her spirit content, for she knew that the magic of the hidden world would always be a part of her, a gentle light guiding her through the tapestry of life. And as she closed her eyes, the forest sang her to sleep, its lullaby a soft, enduring promise of dreams yet to come and adventures waiting just beyond the dawn. Story 50. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air carried a hint of pine and the whisper of leaves, there lay a hidden realm known only to those who listened with their hearts. This was the forest of Elderglen, a place where the natural and the magical intertwined like the threads of an old, cherished tapestry. The forest was alive with the soft symphony of life, chirping crickets, the gentle rustle of wind through branches, and the distant trickle of a brook weaving its way through moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the towering trees, dappling the forest floor with patches of light that danced as branches swayed lazily overhead. Amidst this serene setting lived a community of creatures, each with a role to play in the grand design of their woodland home. There were the wise owls, who watched over the forest from their lofty perches, offering advice in their deep, resonant voices. The gentle deer who tended to the underbrush, ensuring the growth of tender shoots and the spread of wildflowers, and the industrious beavers, whose dam-building skills kept the streams and ponds full, nurturing the life that depended on their waters. But among these creatures was one who was particularly special, a small, unassuming fox named Finn. His fur was as red as autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Finn had lived in Elderglen all his life, taught by his mother the subtle art of understanding the forest's whispers and the secrets carried on the wind. As the seasons turned from the vibrant greens of summer to the rich tapestries of autumn, a peculiar phenomenon began to manifest. The leaves, instead of turning their usual shades of amber and gold, started to shimmer with an ethereal glow, casting a gentle light across the forest floor. It was as if the trees themselves were embracing some hidden magic, preparing for a change that none had seen before. The elders of the forest gathered to discuss this strange occurrence. The wise owl, with his feathers ruffled in thought, pondered aloud. "This glow is not of our making, but it speaks to the balance we hold dear. It may be a gift, or it may herald a challenge." The deer, with their gentle eyes wide in wonder, murmured about stories passed from one generation to the next, a time when the forest was touched by magic so profound that it altered the very fabric of their world. Finn listened intently, his heart brimming with a desire to understand the mystery and ensure the safety of his home. That evening, as the glow intensified and the forest was bathed in a soft, luminescent light, Finn set out on a journey to discover the source of this enchantment. The path was lit by the glowing leaves, casting a warm, golden hue that made the night feel like an embrace. Finn's paws moved silently over the mossy ground, his ears perked for any sound that might guide him. As he traveled deeper into the heart of Elderglen, he came upon an ancient oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. At its base sat a circle of stones, their surfaces etched with runes that pulsed gently with light. Finn knelt before the stones, sensing their significance, and whispered a question to the night air. "What is this magic that you bring?" From the shadows emerged an old, wise turtle, his shell patterned with the very map of the forest itself. This was Terence, the keeper of stories and guardian of the forest's deepest secrets. His eyes, wise and kind, met Finn's with a knowing glance. "Ah, young Finn," Terence rumbled, his voice like the low hum of the earth, "you have found the heart of Elderglen. It is said that once in a great while, the forest reveals its spirit to remind us of our bond with nature." Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a connection to the earth and the creatures that called it home. "What must we do, Terence, to honor this gift?" "The glow is a call to harmony," Terence explained, his words as gentle as a lullaby. "Each of us must play our part, ensuring that the balance is maintained. The forest thrives when we work together, respecting the cycles of life and the gifts of the earth." With this wisdom, Finn returned to the elders, sharing what he had learned. The creatures of Elderglen, inspired by the glow and Finn's courage, came together in a celebration of unity. They sang songs of gratitude, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams. As the night wore on, the magical glow began to fade, leaving behind a forest renewed by the spirit of togetherness. The trees stood tall, their branches reaching toward the sky with newfound vigor, while the creatures of Elderglen moved with a quiet joy, knowing that they were part of something greater than themselves. In the days that followed, Finn continued to wander the forest, sharing Terence's wisdom with all who would listen. And though the glow of the leaves had dimmed, the light it brought to the hearts of Elderglen's inhabitants remained, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within the bonds of friendship and the harmony of nature. And so, as the seasons turned once more, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom passed down through generations. In Elderglen, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the story of the glowing leaves became a cherished tale, whispered among the trees and carried on the wind, a lullaby of peace and promise for all who called the forest home. Story 51. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, amid swirling galaxies and shimmering stardust, there existed a small cluster of planets known as the Harmony Belt. Despite their proximity, the planets each nurtured vastly different life forms. It was in this pocket of the universe that an extraordinary tale of friendship began. On the planet of Luminara, where the skies were perpetually painted with the auroras of 1,000 colors, lived a gentle being named Thalos. Thalos was a Lumineer, a creature of light and curiosity, whose very essence glowed like a soft sunset. His people were known for their wisdom and gentle demeanor, spending their days tending to the floating gardens and harmonizing the melodies of the winds. Not far from Luminara, under the shadowed canopy of the dense emerald jungles of Verdantia, resided a creature quite different. Her name was Zephyra, a Verdantian, whose skin shimmered with the deep green of her forest home. Verdantians were known for their deep connection to nature, able to communicate with the flora and fauna that surrounded them. Thalos and Zephyra first met during a rare celestial convergence, a festival celebrated across the Harmony Belt. Thalos, with his eyes wide open to the wonders beyond his own world, had traveled to Verdantia to witness the famed luminescent blooms that flowered only during this event. However, their initial meeting was not one of instant friendship. For when Thalos arrived, his luminous presence startled the nocturnal creatures of Verdantia, causing a cascade of chirps and rustles that echoed through the forest. Zephyra, thinking her home was under some strange attack, confronted Thalos with a firm yet curious gaze, her vines gently quivering in defense. "What brings you to our verdant realm, glowing stranger?" Zephyra asked, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Thalos, realizing his unintended disturbance, dimmed his glow and replied with sincerity, "I meant no harm. I am here to witness the beauty of your world's rare blooms." Zephyra, sensing his genuine awe, softened her stance. "Then let us witness it together. Perhaps there is more to learn than we know." As they wandered through the jungle, Thalos and Zephyra found themselves discovering not just the wonders of Verdantia, but also the beauty of each other's perspectives. Thalos shared tales of his luminescent city, where light danced in rhythms unseen. Zephyra, in turn, revealed the hidden symphonies of her forest, where each leaf and creature played its part in a grand, natural orchestra. Yet as the festival drew to a close, a sudden challenge arose. The luminescent blooms, essential to the forest cycle, began to wilt prematurely. The cause was a mystery, but the consequences were dire. Without the blooms, the balance of life in Verdantia would falter. Determined to help, Thalos and Zephyra embarked on a journey deeper into the heart of the jungle, where ancient secrets lay dormant. It was here, amid the whispering trees and soft glow of bioluminescent fungi, that they faced their greatest test. The journey was fraught with obstacles. A river that raged like a wild beast, a cavernous maze that twisted under the roots of ancient trees, and shadows that seemed to move with a will of their own. At every turn, Thalos used his light to illuminate their path, while Zephyra's connection with nature guided them through the maze of life. Despite their differences, they worked as one. Where Thalos's light faltered, Zephyra's vines lifted him. Where Zephyra hesitated, Thalos's glow reassured her. It was a dance of trust, each step forging a bond stronger than any they had known. In the heart of the jungle, they discovered the source of the malady, a crystal shard fallen from the heavens, lodged deep within the earth, disrupting the delicate harmony of Verdantia's energy. Together, they devised a plan. Thalos would focus his light to draw the shard's energy, while Zephyra used her vines to carefully extract it. It was a task requiring both precision and trust, and as they worked, they realized how much they had come to rely on one another. When the shard was finally removed, the forest sighed with relief. The blooms returned, their light a testament to the renewed balance. In that moment, under the canopy of Verdantia's stars, Thalos and Zephyra realized the true essence of their friendship. They had started as strangers, each with their own world, their own rhythm. Yet through misunderstanding and shared challenge, they had learned to see through each other's eyes. Their differences had become their strength, a harmony that neither had anticipated. As they parted ways, promising to meet again at the next celestial convergence, they carried with them a newfound understanding, a lesson from the cosmos itself. Friendship, much like the universe, was vast and beautiful, a tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow, diversity and unity. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the planets resumed their eternal dance, Thalos and Zephyra's story became a cherished tale among the worlds of the Harmony Belt, a testament to the enduring power of friendship across the stars. Story 52. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through a tapestry of emerald leaves, lay a world hidden from the eyes of most. This was a place where time seemed to flow gently, like the babbling brook that wound its way through moss-carpeted banks. Here, the boundary between the mundane and the magical was as fine as a spider's silk thread catching the morning dew. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own stories and secrets. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the patterns of 1,000 years, and whose eyes sparkled with the knowledge of the ages. Thistle was known and respected by all for his gentle wisdom, always ready to impart a kind word or a thoughtful lesson. One crisp autumn morning, as a golden carpet of leaves crunched underfoot, Thistle set out on his slow yet purposeful journey to the heart of the forest. This was a sacred glade where all creatures gathered during the equinox to celebrate the changing seasons and to renew their vows of harmony with the land. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the faint sweetness of ripe berries, creating a symphony of aromas that spoke of harvest and rest. As Thistle ambled along, he was joined by Finch, a sprightly squirrel with fur as red as the autumn leaves themselves. Finch chattered excitedly about the festivities ahead, his eyes bright with anticipation. "Thistle," he said, his voice a melody that danced on the breeze, "do you think we'll see the aurora this year? I heard the foxes say it might appear." Thistle chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "Ah, young Finch, the aurora comes when it chooses. It is a gift from the sky, a dance of light and shadow. But remember, it is in the waiting and watching that magic truly unfolds." As they continued, the forest began to hum with life. Birds trilled their songs from the high branches, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest's ancient past. The path led them through a grove of birch trees, their trunks gleaming like silver under the dappled sunlight. Here the air was cool and crisp, infused with the scent of pine and the distant promise of winter. In the heart of the forest, creatures of all kinds had already begun to gather. There were the industrious beavers, their sleek fur glistening as they shared tales of their latest dam-building venture. The wise owls perched regally in the trees, their amber eyes observing with serene detachment. And in the center of it all was the great oak, its branches spreading wide like a protective embrace. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting everything with hues of amber and rose, Thistle found his place beneath the great oak. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickled the skin and quickened the heart. It was a time for stories, for sharing the wisdom of the past and weaving it into the fabric of the present. A soft murmur of voices rose as the creatures settled into their places, and from the depths of the forest, the elder deer Anwin stepped forward. Her antlers were adorned with ivy, and her eyes reflected the deep knowing of the earth. "Gather, dear friends," she called, her voice a gentle ripple through the gathering dusk. "Tonight, we honor the balance of our world, the harmony that guides and sustains us." With a nod to Thistle, Anwin began to recount the tale of the four winds, a story passed down through generations. It was said that the winds, each a guardian of a season, danced across the lands, bringing change and renewal. The north wind, with its icy breath, heralded the coming of winter, teaching the creatures the value of patience and preparation. The east wind, warm and fragrant, announced the arrival of spring, a time for growth and new beginnings. As Anwin spoke, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The air grew still, and even the leaves ceased their gentle rustling. The west wind, she continued, was a gentle caress, bringing the long golden days of summer and whispering of abundance and joy. And finally, the south wind, with its cool touch, ushered in the autumn, reminding all of the beauty of letting go and the grace found in change. As the story unfolded, a soft light began to shimmer above the treetops. The creatures watched in awe as the night sky unfurled a curtain of colors, a cascade of greens and purples that danced and swirled in the heavens. The aurora had appeared, a celestial ballet that painted the forest in hues of wonder. Thistle closed his eyes, feeling the gentle pulse of the earth beneath him, the symphony of life that thrummed in his very being. He knew that the forest's true magic lay in its balance, in the way each creature, each leaf, and each breath of wind played its part in the grand tapestry of existence. As the aurora's light began to fade and the first stars twinkled into view, Anwin's voice rose once more. Let us remember, dear friends, that we are all threads in this great tapestry. It is our duty to cherish and protect the balance, to live in harmony with the world and with one another. With these words, the gathering slowly dispersed, each creature carrying a piece of the night's magic within their hearts. Finch scampered back to his nest, his mind alight with dreams of dancing lights and whispered tales. Thistle, content and at peace, made his way back to his quiet burrow, his heart full of gratitude for the wisdom of the forest and the gentle lessons it bestowed. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the ancient forest settled into a tranquil slumber, cradled in the arms of night. The creatures knew that with the dawn would come new challenges and new joys. But for now, they were content to rest in the warm embrace of their shared world, a world where magic and reality intertwined in a dance as timeless as the stars themselves. Story 53. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, there lived a young girl named Lyla. Her home was a small thatched cottage at the edge of the village with ivy-clad walls and a garden bursting with wildflowers. Every evening, the villagers would gather at the local inn to share stories, but Lyla preferred the quietude of her garden under the starlit sky. Her days were spent wandering through the fields, her heart open to the secrets of nature. One such afternoon, as the sun poured its golden light over the earth, Lyla stumbled upon something unusual. There, among the daisies and dandelions, lay a small, intricately carved box made of aged wood. Its surface was smooth, yet it seemed to hum with an energy that tickled Lyla's fingertips. Curiosity piqued, she picked up the box, noticing a tiny keyhole on its side. Despite its age, the box appeared well cared for, as if waiting for the right hands to hold it. Lyla's heart fluttered with a sense of discovery. She cradled the box carefully, deciding to consult her dear friend, the gentle and wise Mr. Wren, who lived nearby in an old, hollowed oak. Mr. Wren was a diminutive, sprightly man with a long, silvery beard and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stories. His home was filled with an eclectic collection of books, maps, and curious artifacts from his travels. Lyla found him in his cozy study, a place that smelled of parchment and pine, where a fire crackled softly in the hearth. "Ah, Lyla, what brings you here on this fine day?" He greeted her warmly, setting aside his quill. Lyla showed him the box, her voice tinged with excitement. "I found this near the meadow. It feels special." Mr. Wren examined the box with great interest, his fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "This is no ordinary trinket, my dear. It's a keeper's box, said to hold secrets of the heart. But it can only be opened by those who truly understand themselves." Lyla's eyes widened. "How do I open it?" "The key to the keeper's box lies within you," Mr. Wren replied, his voice soft and thoughtful. "You must embark on a journey of self-discovery. The box will reveal its magic when the time is right." With Mr. Wren's guidance, Lyla set out on her journey, not knowing what she might find. Her first stop was the village square, where she met Raina, the kind-hearted baker, whose pastries were as sweet as her nature. Raina offered Lyla a fresh-baked bread roll, their warmth seeping into Lyla's palms. "Sometimes the simplest things hold the greatest joy," Raina said with a smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Remember to savor life's little moments." Lyla continued her journey, each step taking her deeper into the heart of her village and beyond. She visited the riverbank, where she found Finn, a thoughtful young fisherman who spent his days listening to the whispers of the water. Finn shared his wisdom, telling Lyla that patience and attentiveness often revealed hidden truths. As she traveled, Lyla's heart grew lighter, filled with the kindness and wisdom of those she met. She ventured into the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the song of birds filled the air. There she encountered Sage, an elderly owl perched upon a low branch. Sage watched Lyla with knowing eyes, her voice a soft rustle like leaves in the wind. "Wisdom is not about knowing everything," Sage hooted gently, "but about understanding what you feel and think. Trust in yourself, dear child." Lyla nodded, her spirit nourished by Sage's words. She realized that her journey was not just about finding answers, but about understanding her own heart. She returned home as twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. Sitting in her garden, Lyla held the box once more, her fingers brushing over its surface. She closed her eyes, reflecting on her experiences and the lessons she had learned. As she did, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she felt a click within her soul, a realization that she had come to know herself more deeply. With a soft sigh, the box opened in her hands, revealing a small, glowing crystal nestled inside. It pulsed with a gentle light, filling the air with a sense of peace and fulfillment. Lyla understood that this was the true gift of the Keeper's box, an illumination of the heart, revealed only to those who journeyed inward. From that day on, Lyla cherished the crystal and the knowledge it represented. She continued to wander and learn, nurturing her village and the friendships she held dear. And every night, she would sit in her garden, under the twinkling stars, sharing her stories with the wind, carrying her newfound wisdom to the world. In the gentle embrace of the night, both Lyla and her village thrived, their hearts forever connected by the magic of discovery and the warmth of friendship. And so, in the quietude of the evening, the village remained a place where ordinary lives were touched by extraordinary secrets, and where the simplest of journeys could lead to the most profound understanding. Story 54. In a forest older than memory, where the canopy stretched like a vast emerald quilt stitched by time, there lived a community of creatures who understood the delicate balance of their world. This was not just any forest. It was a realm where the whispers of the wind spoke ancient secrets, and the dance of shadows held the history of countless seasons. As the first light of dawn threaded through the leaves, the forest awoke with a gentle rustle. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed moss and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. Here, every creature played a part in an intricate symphony of life, each note crucial to the harmony that sustained the woodlands. In a cozy nook beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient oak lived a wise old squirrel named Bramble. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. Bramble was a storyteller, the keeper of the forest's lore, and he had a gift for weaving tales that spoke to the heart and taught the importance of balance and harmony. One morning, as the sun cast golden rays upon the forest floor, Bramble gathered the younger creatures for a story. The gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing backdrop as they settled around him, their eyes wide with anticipation. "Today," began Bramble in his warm, melodic voice, "I shall tell you of the greatest secret our forest holds, the dance of the seasons." The young ones leaned in closer, their breath mingling with the cool morning air. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "when the forest was still young, there was a time when the seasons did not flow one into the other as they do now. There was chaos, for summer would linger too long, and winter would cut the earth with its icy breath unbidden. It was a time of imbalance, and the creatures of the forest lived in fear." Bramble paused, letting the gentle rustling of leaves fill the silence. It was during this time that a humble fox named Silas, with fur as silver as moonlight, embarked on a journey to restore harmony. Silas was known for his kindness and wisdom beyond his years, and he was beloved by all. The young creatures exchanged glances, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of Silas and his noble quest. Silas knew, continued Bramble, that he needed to seek the counsel of the ancient spirits of the forest, who dwelled in the heart of the great mountain, and so he set off, guided by the songs of the wind and the light of the stars. As Bramble spoke, the forest seemed to lean in closer, as if even the trees and stones were listening. Along his journey, Silas encountered many who needed his help. He freed a bird caught in a thorny bramble, shared his warmth with a shivering rabbit, and showed the way to a lost deer. With each act of kindness, Silas learned more about the magic of balance, for he saw how each creature's well-being contributed to the health of the forest. The listeners were entranced, their hearts swelling with admiration for the brave fox. When at last Silas reached the mountain, Bramble said, his voice softening like a lullaby, the spirits appeared, shimmering like the northern lights. They spoke to Silas, their voices like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Harmony, they said, is not found in control, but in understanding and respect for each part of the whole. Bramble's words hung in the air like the last notes of a song, resonating deeply with the young creatures. Silas returned to the forest, his heart full of wisdom. He shared what he had learned, teaching the importance of balance, of giving and taking, of nurturing and being nurtured. With time, the forest learned to dance with the seasons, each moving gracefully into the next, a seamless flow that has endured to this day. As Bramble finished his tale, the young creatures felt a gentle peace settle over them. They understood now that their small acts of care and kindness helped maintain the harmony that Silas had once restored. The sun had climbed higher, casting playful shadows that danced among the leaves. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of life, a testament to the enduring balance that Bramble's stories celebrated. And so, with hearts full of warmth and minds alight with newfound wisdom, the young ones thanked Bramble and scattered back into the forest, eager to play their part in the timeless dance of nature. In the quiet that followed, Bramble watched them go, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. The forest, like the stories he cherished, was a living tapestry, woven with threads of kindness, wisdom, and harmony, a testament to the enduring power of balance. Story 55. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the foot of a lush emerald-green mountain range, there lived a gentle weaver named Leora. Her home was a cozy cottage with a thatched roof and walls entwined with ivy, standing at the edge of a forest that whispered secrets in the rustling of leaves and the gentle babbling of streams. The village itself was a place of simple joys, with cobblestone streets and flower boxes bursting with vibrant blooms, tended lovingly by the villagers who lived there. Leora was known for her exquisite tapestries, each one telling a story of its own with threads that shimmered like morning dew. Her nimble fingers could weave the essence of a sunrise, the whisper of a breeze, or the laughter of children playing by the river. Yet, despite her skill and the admiration of her neighbors, Leora often felt a yearning deep within her heart, a desire for something beyond the confines of her village and the loom that was her constant companion. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist began to lift from the fields and the sun cast a warm golden glow over the world, Leora set out for a walk in the forest. She loved the forest, with its tall, ancient trees and the soft carpet of moss that muffled her footsteps. It was a place where her imagination could run free, where every rustle and chirp seemed to tell a tale of its own. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a small clearing bathed in the softest sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood a stone well, its edges worn smooth by time. Intrigued, Leora approached the well, peering into its depths. The water at the bottom was still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. But as she leaned closer, she caught a glimpse of something shimmering just beneath the surface. Curiosity piqued, Leora reached down, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. She pulled it from the water, a delicate, intricately carved pendant that seemed to pulse with a gentle inner light. It was shaped like a crescent moon, with tiny stars etched into its surface. Holding it in her palm, Leora felt a warmth spread through her, as if the pendant was sharing its story with her heart. As she stood there, marveling at her find, the air around her shimmered, and a soft melodic voice filled the clearing. "Thank you for freeing me," the voice said, gentle as a summer breeze. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am Celine," the voice replied, "a spirit bound to this pendant long ago. Your kind heart and gentle spirit have set me free." The pendant glowed softly in Leora's hand, and she felt a connection with this unseen presence, as if Celine had always been a part of her life. "What will you do now that you're free?" Leora asked, her curiosity mingling with a sense of wonder. "I wish to see the world once more," Celine said, her voice tinged with longing. "I have been bound here for many moons, unable to feel the earth beneath my feet or the sun upon my face." "Then let us journey together," Leora said impulsively, her heart swelling with excitement. "There is so much I wish to see and learn as well." And so, with the pendant glowing softly at her breast, Leora and Celine set out on their journey. As they traveled through the forest, the trees seemed to part for them, the sunlight dancing in patterns on the forest floor. Birds sang overhead, their songs weaving through the air like a tapestry of sound. The days passed in a gentle rhythm, each one bringing new wonders and challenges. Celine, though unseen, was a constant companion, guiding Leora with her wisdom and warmth. Together, They discovered hidden groves where flowers bloomed in colors that defied description, and bubbling springs where the water sparkled like liquid crystal. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, they came upon a village nestled in a valley. It was a place unlike any Leora had ever seen, with houses made of stone that glowed warmly in the fading light, and gardens filled with herbs and flowers whose scents mingled into a heady perfume. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, offering food and shelter for the night. As they sat around a crackling fire sharing stories and laughter, Leora felt a sense of belonging she had never known. She listened to tales of old, of the enchanted forest and the spirits that dwelled within, and she shared her own stories, woven into tapestries of word and thread. As the night deepened and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora felt the pendant grow warm against her skin. Celine's voice, soft and comforting, spoke in her mind. "This journey is changing you, dear Leora," she said. "You are discovering the strength and wisdom that have always been within you." Leora smiled, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. "And I am grateful for your companionship, Celine," she replied. "You have opened my eyes to the wonders of the world and to the beauty within my own heart." Their journey continued, taking them to distant lands and hidden realms, each one more wondrous than the last. They visited forests where the trees glowed with a luminescent light, and valleys where waterfalls sang a melody that resonated deep within their souls. They met people from all walks of life, each one leaving an imprint on Leora's heart, teaching her lessons of kindness, courage, and compassion. Throughout their travels, the bond between Leora and Celine grew stronger, their friendship a beacon of light in a world full of mysteries. And as they shared their stories and dreams, Leora began to understand the true power of the pendant, its ability to connect hearts and minds, to bridge the gap between the seen and the unseen. One day, as they rested beside a tranquil lake, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky, Leora felt a stirring in her heart. She knew their journey was nearing an end, that it was time to return to the village she had left behind. But she also knew she would never be the same, that the world had opened her eyes and heart to possibilities she had never imagined. "Are you ready to go home, dear Leora?" Celine asked, sensing the change in her friend. "Yes," Leora replied, her voice steady and sure. "But my home is not just a place. It is the people I have met, the stories I have heard, and the friendships I have made. It is the journey we have shared, and the love that binds us all." With Celine by her side, Leora returned to her village, her heart full of the wonders she had seen and the lessons she had learned. She took up her loom once more, weaving tapestries that told the stories of her journey, each thread a testament to the beauty and magic of the world. The villagers gathered to see Leora's creations, their eyes wide with wonder as they listened to her tales. And as the fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room, Leora felt a deep sense of contentment. She had found what she had been searching for, not in a distant land, but within her own heart. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the stars shining brightly above, Leora whispered a soft thank you to Celine, who had been her guide and friend. The pendant, now a cherished keepsake, glowed softly in response, a reminder of the journey they had shared and the bond that would never fade. And as Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside, carrying with it the promise of new adventures and the enduring power of friendship. Story 56. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a tapestry of leaves painting the ground with dappled gold, there lived a wise old fox named Wren. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the knowledge of many seasons. Wren's den was nestled beneath the twisted roots of an oak tree that had stood for centuries, its branches stretching high above like protective arms. The forest was a place of wonder, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle murmur of a brook that wound its way through ferns and moss-covered stones. Here, creatures of all kinds thrived in a delicate dance of balance and harmony. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving the day together, while squirrels scampered among the canopy, chattering in their high-pitched voices. Wren was known throughout the forest for his wisdom, which he shared with any creature seeking guidance. His most frequent visitors were a pair of young deer, siblings named Fern and Fallow. They came to him one bright morning, their hooves making soft sounds on the forest floor as they approached the sage. "Good morning, Wren," Fern greeted, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "We've come to ask about the changing weather. The air feels different, and the sky has been painting itself in colors we've never seen." Wren nodded, a knowing smile playing on his muzzle. "Ah, yes," he replied, his voice deep and soothing, like the rumble of distant thunder. "The sky is preparing for the dance of the seasons. Soon, the autumn winds will sweep through the forest, and with them, the magic of change." Fallow tilted his head, curious. "What does this change bring, Wren? How do we prepare?" "Listen closely, young ones," Wren said, settling into a comfortable position. "The forest is alive, and each season brings its own gifts and challenges. As the leaves turn and fall, they nourish the earth, ensuring that new life can flourish come spring. The trees whisper secrets to each other, and the animals adjust their habits to find harmony with the world around them." The deer listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. Wren's words painted a vivid picture of the invisible threads that wove the forest together, threads that were strengthened by understanding and respect. "Remember," Wren continued, "to always observe and learn from the world around you. The wisdom of the forest is passed down through generations, and it is up to you to carry it forward." As Wren finished speaking, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the crisp scent of autumn. The leaves above rustled in agreement, and the sunlight danced in the clearing where they stood. Fern and Fallow thanked Wren and bounded off, eager to share what they had learned with their friends in the meadow. As they leaped over fallen logs and dodged around trees, they marveled at the beauty of their home, more aware than ever of the intricate balance that sustained it. The forest, with its ever-changing tapestry of life, continued its timeless rhythm. The seasons turned, each bringing its own kind of magic. Golden autumn with its rich tapestry of colors, the silent embrace of winter's snow, the vibrant renewal of spring, and the warm, lazy days of summer. Wren watched over it all, his heart full of the quiet joy that came from living in harmony with the world. He knew that the forest's secrets were safe in the hands of creatures like Fern and Fallow, who would grow wise with each passing year, just as he had. And so the forest thrived, a sanctuary of peace and wonder, where the magic of nature was as endless as the sky above. Story 57. In a quaint little village nestled at the foot of misty emerald hills, there lived a young dreamer named Finn. Finn was known for his boundless curiosity and a heart full of wonder. His days often began with the soft glow of morning light filtering through his window, casting delicate patterns upon the wooden floors of his cozy cottage. Each morning, as the world awakened to the harmonious chorus of songbirds, Finn would set off on another adventure in his imagination. One particular morning, as Finn tied his shoes and donned his favorite woolen scarf, he noticed something unusual, a shimmering, iridescent light dancing across the dewdrops on the grass outside. Intrigued, Finn followed the glimmering trail, his heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The trail led him to the edge of the village, where a narrow, winding path disappeared into the heart of the enchanted forest, a place whispered about in tales but seldom ventured into by the villagers. Finn paused for a moment, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth, the forest humming with a gentle, mysterious energy. Gathering his courage, he took a deep breath and stepped onto the path, feeling an exhilarating thrill ripple through him. As Finn ventured deeper into the forest, the world around him transformed. The towering trees, with their leaves glistening like emeralds, seemed to sway in a rhythm known only to them. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor that danced like sprites. The air was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lone owl, echoing through the tranquil silence. It wasn't long before Finn encountered his first whimsical friend. Perched upon a moss-covered stone was a creature unlike any he had ever seen, a tiny azure dragon with iridescent scales that shimmered like moonlit waves. Its eyes, large and kind, sparkled with curiosity mirroring Finn's own. "Who might you be, dear traveler?" the dragon asked, its voice as soft as the whispering wind. "I am Finn," he replied, a smile spreading across his face. I've come to explore the wonders of this forest. The dragon nodded approvingly. Ah, a seeker of wonders. You shall find many here. Encouraged by this encounter, Finn continued his journey, his feet guided by the unseen magic of the forest. He came across a brook, its waters singing a melody that was both soothing and enchanting. By the brook, a group of luminous fireflies danced in intricate patterns, weaving trails of light in the dusk air. Finn watched in awe, his heart swelling with joy at the beauty of it all. As the forest grew denser, Finn faced his first gentle challenge. A fallen tree blocked the path, its gnarled branches stretching across like the arms of a sleeping giant. Finn hesitated, considering the obstacle. Then, recalling a story his grandmother once told him about finding strength in unexpected places, he decided to climb over it. With careful steps and a steady resolve, he managed to clamber over the tree, feeling a sense of accomplishment bloom within him. Further along the path, Finn discovered a clearing bathed in golden light. In its center stood a grand oak, its branches sprawling wide, its leaves whispering secrets of ancient times. Beneath it, a creature of wondrous beauty awaited, a gentle silvery unicorn, its mane flowing like liquid starlight. The unicorn regarded Finn with eyes filled with wisdom. "You have journeyed far, young traveler. What do you seek?" Finn pondered the question, realizing that he had not set out with a particular goal in mind. "I seek discovery," he replied, "and perhaps a little courage." The unicorn nodded, understanding in its gaze. True courage lies not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to embrace the unknown. With these words, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a quiet confidence that resonated with the rhythm of the forest. He thanked the unicorn and continued his exploration, his heart light and his spirit emboldened. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn made his way back home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, seemed to bid him a gentle farewell. He carried with him the memories of the creatures he had met and the lessons he had learned. Back in his village, under the comforting glow of the stars, Finn lay in his bed, a contented smile on his face. The warmth of his adventures lingered in his heart, a reminder of the courage he had discovered within himself. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the world was full of wonders waiting to be uncovered, as long as one had the heart to seek them. And so, with dreams of shimmering forests and whispering trees, Finn's story came to a gentle close, leaving behind a soft echo of magic and the promise of new adventures with every dawn. Story 58. In the gentle glow of the twin moons of Alara's prime, a quiet corner of the universe where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet cloak, there began an unlikely tale of friendship. It was on this serene planet, nestled amidst lush sapphire forests and shimmering crystal lakes, that our story unfolds. Far from its heart, a small, unassuming spacecraft descended through the misty atmosphere. Its polished hull reflected the soft light of the moons, casting a calming glow over the dense canopy below. Piloting this vessel was Kora, a spirited young explorer from the bustling metropolis of Earth, who had long dreamed of traversing the stars to uncover the mysteries of the universe. Kora was known for her curious nature and gentle heart, traits that often led her to places unknown, seeking stories untold. She was a small human, with eyes like emerald pools, always sparkling with wonder and kindness. As she navigated her ship to a gentle landing amidst the towering trees, Kora was unaware that she was not alone. Observing her descent from a nearby hillock was a creature unlike any she had ever encountered. His name was Thistle, a native of Alara's prime, and he was a being of grace and wisdom, with skin that shimmered like liquid silver and eyes the color of twilight. Thistle was a Valari, a peaceful species deeply in tune with nature and the rhythms of their world. Though he appeared formidable with his tall, lithe form and luminescent aura, Thistle possessed a heart as gentle as the evening breeze. Their first meeting, however, was far from harmonious. As Kora disembarked from her craft, eager to explore, she inadvertently stepped into a sacred grove, an area revered by the Valari for its ancient connection to their ancestors. Thistle, witnessing this, felt a surge of protectiveness for his cherished land. He approached Kora with caution, his luminous presence casting long shadows in the moonlit clearing. Startled by Thistle's sudden appearance, Kora stumbled back, her heart racing. The air between them was thick with misunderstanding, each wary of the other's intentions. But in the silence that followed, Kira noticed the gentleness in Thalor's eyes, and Thalor saw the wonder and kindness in hers. "Greetings, traveler." Thalor spoke softly, his voice a melodic whisper that resonated with the rustle of leaves. "You tread upon sacred ground." Kira, her initial fear subsiding, offered an apologetic smile. "I meant no harm," she replied earnestly. "I'm here to learn and to understand the beauty of your world." Thalor nodded, his curiosity piqued by this earnest stranger. "Perhaps, then, we can learn from each other." And so a tentative bond was formed. Over the days that followed, Kira and Thalor explored the wonders of Alara's prime together. They marveled at the bioluminescent flora that danced in the night, their glow painting the landscape in vibrant hues. They listened to the symphony of the wind as it weaved through the crystalline branches, a melody that spoke of ancient tales and timeless wisdom. In each other's company, they encountered challenges that tested their newfound friendship. One day, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, they stumbled upon a young creature ensnared in a tangle of thorny vines. The creature, a delicate being with wings like gossamer, whimpered in distress. Kira, moved by compassion, rushed forward, her hands carefully working to free the creature. Thalor, understanding the fragility of the ecosystem, guided her with gentle words, ensuring the safety of both the creature and the surrounding flora. Together, they succeeded, and as the creature fluttered away, its gratitude evident in the soft trill it sang, Kira and Thalor shared a moment of quiet triumph. Through their shared experiences, Kira and Thalor learned to communicate beyond words, understanding each other's hearts and intentions. They discovered that while their worlds were different, their values of kindness, respect, and curiosity were universal. One evening, as they sat by a tranquil lake under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Kira turned to Thalor with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much here, Thalor," she said, her voice soft and sincere. "But the greatest lesson is the friendship we've found." Thalor smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "Though we are from different stars, our spirits are kindred," he replied. "In our differences we find strength, and in our friendship we find peace." Their journey together had illuminated the path to understanding and acceptance, proving that true friendship could bridge even the widest of cosmic divides. As the night deepened and the gentle lullaby of the forest surrounded them, Kira and Thalor knew that the bonds they had forged would endure, a testament to the power of kindness and the beauty of shared discovery. In the comforting embrace of the celestial night, Kira and Thalor rested by the lake, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they had found a true friend in one another. And as the universe continued to spin its endless tapestry of stars, their friendship shone brightly, a beacon of hope and harmony amidst the vast expanse of space. Story 59. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the emerald canopy whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a realm untouched by the hands of time. Here, the air was laced with the sweet fragrance of wild honeysuckle, and the ground was a soft carpet of moss that cushioned the feet of all who wandered upon it. This was a place where the veil between the ordinary and the magical was as thin as the mist that hung in the air each morning. In this enchanted woodland, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the rhythm of the seasons. As the golden light of dawn filtered through the leaves, a soft chorus of birdsong filled the air, a symphony of gentle trills and whistles that spoke of the promise of a new day. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered like the moonlit night. Orin was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves fluttered down like fiery rain, Orin perched high above in his favorite oak tree, surveying the world below with eyes that had seen countless seasons come and go. The forest was alive with the bustling preparations for the colder months. Squirrels darted about, gathering acorns, while rabbits busied themselves with lining their burrows with fallen leaves. Yet there was something amiss in the forest's usual harmony. A strange heaviness lingered in the air, and Orin could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. It was then that a young fox named Bramble approached, her fur a rich russet that blended seamlessly with the autumnal landscape. "Orin," Bramble began, her voice tinged with worry. "There's a chill in the air that speaks of more than just winter. The brook runs slower, and the trees seem to sigh with weariness. What could it mean?" The wise owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully and gazed into the distance, where the horizon met the sky in a dusky embrace. "Ah, Bramble," he said with a gentle hoot, "the forest speaks in whispers, and it is telling us of a change that needs our attention. The balance has shifted, and we must restore it." Bramble nodded, her bright eyes filled with determination. "But how do we do that, Orin?" "Come," Orin replied, spreading his wings. "We must speak with the elders of the forest. Their wisdom will guide us." Together they made their way to the heart of the woodland, where the ancient trees grew closest together, their roots entwined like the fingers of old friends. Here the elders gathered, a council of the oldest and wisest creatures. There was Thistle, the venerable stag, whose antlers were adorned with lichen and moss; Willow, the gentle deer with eyes as deep as the forest pool; and Sage, the badger whose knowledge of herbs was unmatched. As the council convened, Orin explained their concern. "The forest feels out of tune, as if a vital piece of its melody is missing. We must discover what has caused this imbalance and set it right." Thistle nodded gravely, his breath visible in the crisp air. "The forest thrives on harmony, each creature and plant playing its part. We must listen carefully to understand what has changed." The elders sat in silence, attuning themselves to the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath them. It was Sage who spoke first, his voice a low rumble. "I recall tales from my youth, of a time when the seasons faltered and the forest fell silent. It was said that the Well of Seasons, hidden deep in the forest, had become clouded." "The Well of Seasons?" Bramble echoed, curiosity alight in her eyes. "Yes," Willow replied softly, her breath a gentle mist. "It is a magical spring that holds the essence of the seasons. When it flows clear, the forest thrives, but if it is disturbed, the balance is lost." Orin blinked slowly, contemplating this revelation. "Then we must find the well and discover what troubles it," he declared. With the elder's blessing, Orin and Bramble set off on their quest. The path to the Well of Seasons was a journey of wonder and discovery, winding through groves where the trees wore cloaks of golden leaves and past streams that murmured ancient lullabies. As they traveled, the forest revealed its hidden wonders. They passed through a glen where the flowers glowed under the moonlight, kissed by the magic of the night. In the stillness, fireflies danced like tiny stars fallen to earth, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming night jasmine. At last they reached a secluded glade, where the Well of Seasons lay cradled by the earth. The water shimmered with an ethereal light, yet faint shadows danced upon its surface, hinting at the disturbance within. Bramble approached the well cautiously, peering into its depths. What could have caused this? She wondered aloud. Orin alighted upon a nearby branch, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. "Look there," he said, pointing with his wing to a tangled mass of vines encroaching upon the well. "These vines are not of the forest. They strangle the life from the land." Understanding dawned on Bramble. We must clear the vines, to let the well breathe freely once more. Together, they set to work, Orin using his beak and talons to loosen the vines, while Bramble tugged them away with her nimble paws. It was a task that required patience and care, but their resolve was unwavering. As the last of the vines fell away, a gentle ripple spread across the surface of the well. The water brightened, its light now clear and pure, casting a soft glow upon the forest floor. A sense of peace settled over the glade, and the air hummed with a renewed vitality. Orin and Bramble watched in awe as the magic of the well wove its way through the forest, restoring the balance and harmony that had been lost. The trees sighed in relief, their leaves whispering a song of gratitude, while the brook resumed its cheerful babble. The journey back was one of quiet reflection, the forest embracing them with its serene beauty. They returned to the elders, who welcomed them with warmth and gratitude. "You have done well," Thistle said, his voice rich with pride. "The forest breathes easier because of your courage and wisdom." Sage nodded his agreement, adding, "It is a reminder that we are all stewards of this land, each of us a thread in the tapestry of life." Bramble and Orin exchanged a glance, knowing that the lessons learned would be passed down, ensuring the forest's harmony for generations to come. As night fell and the stars peeked through the canopy, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle song of the Well of Seasons. And in that ancient woodland, where the magical and the mundane danced in perfect synchronicity, the creatures lived on, guardians of a timeless balance. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the stories continued, woven from the threads of wisdom, friendship, and the quiet magic that bound them all together, forever in harmony with the world around them. Story 60. In the gentle embrace of a valley tucked away from the bustling world, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. The village was renowned for its serene beauty, with cottages nestled amid fields of wildflowers and the soothing sound of a babbling brook that wound through the heart of the community. The air was always tinged with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle, and the sky seemed to wear a perpetual cloak of soft, pastel hues. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Maragold. Her name, drawn from the vibrant yellow flower, seemed to contradict her disposition. Maragold often found herself overwhelmed by the slightest breeze of change. While she adored the stability of her routine, the slightest disruption would leave her feeling adrift and uncertain. Lately, however, an inexplicable restlessness had begun to stir within her soul, whispering of adventures unknown and beckoning her toward untraveled paths. Maragold's closest confidant was an elderly woman named Hazel. With eyes that sparkled like morning dew and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread, Hazel was beloved by all in Willowbrook. She was the village's healer and wise woman, always ready with a remedy or a comforting word. Maragold often found solace in Hazel's cozy cottage, where the scent of lavender and the soft glow of candlelight created a haven of peace. One afternoon, as Maragold sat by the window of Hazel's cottage, watching the sunlight dance through the leaves, she confided in her friend. "I feel as though I'm standing on the edge of something vast and unknown," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yet I am too afraid to take the leap." Hazel nodded thoughtfully, her knitting needles clacking softly. "Change is like the seasons, dear heart. It is only through the chill of winter that we truly appreciate the warmth of spring. Perhaps what you need is a gentle nudge." As the sun began to set and the sky blazed with hues of orange and pink, Hazel reached into her cupboard and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," she said, placing it in Maragold's hands, "is a key to understanding your heart's desire." Inside the box lay a delicate vial filled with a shimmering, silvery liquid that seemed to capture the very essence of moonlight. "This is the elixir of reflection," Hazel explained. "It will guide you on a journey within, revealing the hidden corners of your heart." That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds against the velvet sky, Maragold sat in her garden and uncorked the vial. With a deep breath, she took a sip of the elixir. Instantly, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and her surroundings began to blur and blend until she found herself in a dreamlike forest. The forest was unlike any she had ever seen, with trees that glowed softly, their branches arching overhead to form a celestial canopy. Luminescent flowers carpeted the forest floor, and the air was filled with a gentle, melodic hum that seemed to resonate with the very rhythm of her heart. As Maragold wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, she encountered creatures of pure light, gentle, ethereal beings who guided her with kind eyes and soft whispers. Among them was a wise old owl with feathers that shimmered like stardust. It perched on a low branch and regarded her with a gaze that seemed to pierce the very depths of her soul. "Why do you fear change, young one?" the owl inquired, its voice both ancient and tender. Maragold hesitated, then spoke from her heart. "I fear losing what I hold dear, the comfort of the familiar." The owl nodded, understanding. "Yet change is not about loss, but transformation. Like the caterpillar that becomes a butterfly, you too must embrace the unknown to discover your true self." With each step she took in this magical forest, Maragold felt her fears begin to dissipate like mist in the morning sun. She learned from the creatures she met, each offering a lesson in courage, acceptance, and trust in the journey of life. A playful fox taught her the joy of spontaneity, while a gentle doe showed her the strength found in vulnerability. As her journey through the enchanted forest drew to a close, Maragold felt a sense of peace and clarity she had never known before. She realized that the restlessness within her was not a call to abandon what she cherished, but an invitation to grow and expand her horizons. When she finally returned to the garden beneath the starlit sky, the elixir's magic slowly faded, leaving her with a heart full of newfound courage and a soul alight with possibility. The next day, Maragold visited Hazel, her face aglow with the light of discovery. "Thank you," she said, embracing her wise friend. "I now understand that change is a gift, a chance to unfold my wings and embrace the beauty of becoming." Hazel smiled, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You have seen the truth within yourself, dear Maragold. Remember, life's magic lies in the journey, not the destination." And so, with each passing day, Maragold learned to welcome the winds of change. She discovered that life, like the seasons, was a cycle of renewal, offering endless opportunities for growth and transformation. Surrounded by the unwavering support of her friends in Willowbrook, she embraced her journey with grace and gratitude, her heart as vibrant and resilient as the marigold for which she was named. In the warmth of Hazel's cottage by the crackling fire, Maragold often shared tales of her magical journey, inspiring others to find the courage within themselves to embrace change. And as the village of Willowbrook continued to bloom with love and laughter, Maragold knew that she had found her place in the ever-turning wheel of life, where each day was a new beginning, and every moment a chance for magical transformation. Story 61. In a quaint village tucked away at the foot of the Whispering Mountains, where the autumn leaves painted a canvas of fiery hues, lived a young girl named Anya. Her days were filled with laughter and light, her spirit as free as the mountain breeze that danced through her auburn hair. The villagers often spoke of Anya's kindness, her heart as warm as the sunlit meadows that rolled beyond the village. Anya's home was a small, thatched cottage with ivy creeping up its walls and lavender blooming in its garden, filling the air with a sweet, calming fragrance. Inside, the fireplace crackled gently, casting a golden glow that wrapped the room in a comforting embrace. It was here, under the watchful eye of her grandmother, that Anya learned the tales of old, stories of magic and mystery whispered by the flames. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of pink and purple, Anya's grandmother beckoned her closer. Her eyes, wise and kind, twinkled like stars as she handed Anya an old, leather-bound book. Its pages, worn and yellowed with age, whispered secrets of the past. "This," her grandmother said softly, "is the Book of Whispers. It holds the stories of our world and the magic that binds it." Anya's fingers traced the intricate patterns embossed on its cover, feeling a gentle hum of energy beneath her touch. Her heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. That night, as the wind sang lullabies through the trees, Anya curled up by the fireplace, the book resting on her lap. As she opened it, the room filled with a soft glow, and the words seemed to dance across the page, inviting her into their world. The story she read spoke of a hidden realm, nestled within the heart of the Whispering Mountains. It was a place where the air shimmered with magic, where creatures of legend roamed, and where time flowed like the gentle river that wound through its valleys. But it was not just a story. It was a map, a guide to this mystical land, and Anya felt a pull, a calling, as if the mountains themselves were whispering her name. The next morning, with the sun casting golden rays across the village, Anya set out on her journey. She carried with her the Book of Whispers, its weight a comforting presence at her side. As she walked, the world seemed to come alive around her. The leaves rustled secrets, the birds sang songs of faraway lands, and the mountain path beckoned her forward. The journey was not without its challenges. The path was steep and winding, the air growing cooler as she climbed higher. Yet Anya moved with a grace and determination that belied her years, her heart leading her onward. Along the way, she met a fox with fur as red as the autumn leaves. Its eyes, bright and intelligent, seemed to understand her quest. "Come," the fox seemed to say, and Anya followed, her footsteps light and sure. Together they traversed rocky slopes and crossed babbling brooks, the fox guiding her with an uncanny sense of purpose. As twilight descended, painting the world in shades of blue and silver, they arrived at a hidden glade, a place untouched by time. Here, the air was thick with enchantment, the ground carpeted with soft moss that glowed gently under the moonlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching towards the stars. Anya approached the oak with reverence, her heart filled with wonder. The Book of Whispers seemed to hum in response, its pages fluttering open to reveal a forgotten tale, a story of friendship and courage, of a bond that defied the odds. As she read, the fox curled up beside her, its presence a reassuring warmth against the cool night air. Anya realized that the story was not just about the hidden realm, but about her own journey, the connections she had made, and the wisdom she had gained. The night passed in a gentle embrace of dreams and starlight, and as dawn broke, Anya knew she had found more than just a magical land. She had discovered the strength within herself, the power of kindness and friendship, and the courage to follow her heart. With the rising sun casting golden light across the glade, Anya and the fox began their journey back to the village. The path seemed easier now, the air filled with the promise of new beginnings. As they descended the mountain, Anya felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that the magic of the hidden realm would always be with her, guiding her through life's adventures. Back in the village, the air was warm with the scent of lavender and the gentle hum of everyday life. Anya returned to her cottage, the Book of Whispers now a cherished companion, its stories a reminder of the magic that dwells within and around us. And so, as the sun set behind the mountains once more, Anya sat by the crackling fireplace, the fox curled up at her feet. She opened the book again, ready to explore new tales and share the wisdom she had gained with those she loved. In the heart of the Whispering Mountains, Anya had found a world of wonder and enchantment, but more importantly, she had discovered the strength and beauty within herself. And so she lived, with her heart open to adventure and her spirit forever free, in a world where magic was as real as the love that surrounded her. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Ora. She was a quiet child with a wild imagination and a heart full of wonder. One crisp autumn day, Ora was exploring the woods near her home when she stumbled upon an old, weathered book half buried in the fallen leaves. Brushing away the dirt, Ora opened the book and was instantly captivated by the intricate illustrations that danced across the pages. Each picture seemed to come alive, swirling with vibrant colors and intricate details. As she turned the pages, Ora noticed something peculiar. The images shifted and changed, as if they were windows into other worlds. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered from the book, startling Ora. "Hello, dear one," it said. "My name is Sage, and I am the keeper of these enchanted pages." Ora's eyes widened in disbelief. You can talk?" she asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Sage chuckled warmly. "Indeed I can, little one. This is no ordinary book. It is a gateway to the realms of imagination, where anything is possible." From that day forward, Ora and Sage became fast friends. The wise old book would regale her with fantastic tales, and in return, Ora would share her dreams and curiosities. With each story, the pair grew closer, and Ora's imagination blossomed like a flower in spring. One day, Sage told Ora of a distant land where the very stars danced in the night sky, their celestial light weaving tapestries of pure magic. "But alas," Sage sighed, "the stars have grown dim, and the land has lost its luster. Only one with a pure heart and an unwavering spirit can restore the starlight." Aura's eyes shone with determination. "I'll go," she declared. "I'll find a way to bring back the stars." And so with Sage's guidance, Aura embarked on an extraordinary journey, venturing through landscapes more wondrous than she could have ever imagined. Along the way, she encountered a colorful cast of helpers, a mischievous sprite named Fizz, whose infectious laughter could brighten even the darkest corners, a gentle Trent called Willow, whose wisdom was as deep as her roots, and a courageous young dragon named Ember, whose fiery spirit burned brighter than any flame. Together they faced countless challenges, each one testing their resolve and ingenuity. Yet through it all, Aura remained steadfast, her heart pure and her spirit unbreakable. Finally, after a long and winding path, they arrived at the heart of the starry realm, where the celestial lights had all but faded from existence. It was then that Sage's voice echoed through the pages, revealing the true challenge that lay before them. "The stars have grown dim, not from any force or foe, Sage explained, but from the weight of doubt and fear that has crept into the hearts of those who dwell here. Only by rekindling the light of hope and wonder within can the stars regain their brilliance. With her friends by her side, Ora set out to spread joy and inspiration throughout the realm. They told stories that ignited the imagination, shared laughter that warmed the soul, and reminded the inhabitants of the magic that lived within them all. Slowly but surely, as hope and wonder blossomed, the stars began to twinkle once more. One by one, they reignited, until the entire night sky was ablaze with a radiant celestial dance. As Ora and her friends marveled at the breathtaking sight, they realized that the true magic had been inside them all along. The magic of friendship, courage, and an unwavering belief in the power of imagination. From that day forward, Ora carried the lessons of her journey in her heart, sharing the wonders she had witnessed with all who would listen. And whenever she opened Sage's enchanted book, she was reminded that even the smallest spark of imagination could ignite the brightest of stars. Story 63. In a secluded forest glade, where sunbeams danced through the canopy of ancient oak trees, a young girl named Willow stumbled upon a most extraordinary discovery. Nestled amid the vibrant wildflowers lay a tarnished old lantern, its once gleaming brass now dulled by time. Curiosity piqued, Willow knelt and gently lifted the peculiar object, marveling at the intricate etchings that adorned its surface. As her fingers traced the intricate patterns, a sudden warmth emanated from the lantern, and a soft golden glow began to pulsate within its depths. Willow gasped, her eyes wide with wonder, as a wisp of shimmering light emerged and coalesced into the form of a diminutive, winged figure. "Greetings, young one," the tiny creature spoke in a voice that tinkled like wind chimes. "I am Zephyr, the lantern's guardian, and you have awakened me from a centuries-long slumber." Willow could scarcely believe her eyes. "Eh, a fairy?" she breathed, her heart racing with excitement. Zephyr chuckled, a melodious sound that seemed to harmonize with the forest's symphony. "Indeed, child, and this lantern you hold is no ordinary object. It is a vessel of great magic, imbued with the power to reveal hidden worlds." Willow's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Hidden worlds? What do you mean?" "There exist realms unseen by human eyes," Zephyr explained. "Secret havens where magic thrives and wondrous creatures dwell. With the lantern's aid, you can glimpse these extraordinary places and embark on adventures beyond your wildest dreams." A sense of adventure stirred within Willow's heart, and she knew that this chance encounter was the beginning of an extraordinary journey. "Show me," she implored, clutching the lantern tightly. Zephyr smiled knowingly, and with a wave of her delicate hand, the lantern's glow intensified, enveloping them in a warm, radiant cocoon. Willow gasped as the forest around them blurred and shifted, the familiar oak trees giving way to a spectacle of breathtaking beauty. They found themselves standing amidst a verdant meadow where towering blades of emerald grass swayed in a gentle breeze, and vibrant wildflowers danced in a kaleidoscope of colors. In the distance, Willow could make out a shimmering lake, its waters reflecting the hues of a cotton candy sky. "Welcome to the fairy realm," Zephyr announced, her wings fluttering with excitement, "a place where magic is as natural as the air we breathe." Willow was spellbound, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty that surrounded her. Butterflies the size of her palm flitted about, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. Towering mushrooms dotted the landscape, their caps adorned with intricate carvings and glowing runes. As they ventured deeper into this wondrous realm, Willow encountered a myriad of enchanting creatures, shy pixies peeking out from behind blossoms, mischievous sprites zipping through the air, and majestic unicorns grazing peacefully in the distance. Zephyr regaled Willow with tales of the fairy realm, each story more fantastic than the last. She spoke of the ancient magic that permeated every blade of grass, every droplet of dew, and how the realm's denizens lived in harmony with the natural world. Willow's eyes grew wide as Zephyr recounted the legend of the eternal tree, a towering oak whose roots stretched deep into the heart of the realm, sustaining all life within its embrace. "It is said that the eternal tree holds the key to unlocking the greatest secrets of the universe," Zephyr whispered reverently. As they wandered through the realm, Willow found herself drawn to the shimmering lake, its crystalline waters beckoning her closer. Zephyr warned her of the lake's depths, for within its inky depths dwelled a mysterious creature known as the Leviathan, a colossal, serpentine being whose true nature remained shrouded in mystery. Willow listened, entranced, as Zephyr spoke of the Leviathan's ancient guardianship over the realm's waterways, and how its very presence maintained the delicate balance of the aquatic ecosystems. Days seemed to blend into weeks, as Willow explored the wonders of the fairy realm, her heart overflowing with joy and her mind brimming with newfound knowledge. Yet amidst the magic and splendor, a lingering sadness tugged at her heart, the realization that she could not remain in this enchanting world forever. One evening, as they sat beneath the boughs of a willow tree, its tendrils gently caressing the glassy surface of a nearby pond, Willow confided her sorrow to Zephyr. "I wish I could stay here forever," she sighed wistfully. "The human world seems so dull and lifeless in comparison." Zephyr regarded her with a gentle smile, her eyes shining with wisdom beyond her diminutive stature. "Dearest Willow, the magic you seek is not confined to this realm alone. It flows through the veins of your own world, waiting to be recognized and nurtured." Willow furrowed her brow, perplexed by the fairy's words. "You see," Zephyr continued, "true magic lies not in grand displays of power, but in the simple joys of everyday life. The wonder of a blooming flower, the laughter of a child at play, the unwavering bond of friendship that transcends all boundaries." As Zephyr spoke, Willow felt a profound shift within her heart, a newfound appreciation for the beauty that had always surrounded her, yet remained unseen. "The greatest magic," Zephyr whispered, "is the ability to see the world through eyes unclouded by doubt and cynicism, to embrace the extraordinary within the ordinary." Willow nodded slowly, her eyes glistening with understanding. In that moment, she realized that her journey through the fairy realm had been more than just a whimsical adventure. It had been a transformative experience, one that had opened her eyes to the magic that permeated every aspect of existence. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the realm, Zephyr turned to Willow with a bittersweet smile. "It is time for you to return to your own world, dear child. But fear not, for the magic you have witnessed here will forever be a part of you." Willow embraced the fairy, her heart swelling with gratitude for the incredible journey they had shared. With a gentle wave of Zephyr's hand, the lantern's glow enveloped them once more, and Willow found herself back in the familiar forest glade, the lantern clutched tightly in her hands. As she made her way home, Willow's steps were lighter, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that magic resided not only in fantastical realms, but also in the simplest moments of everyday life. She vowed to cherish each precious moment, to seek out the extraordinary in the ordinary, and to share the wondrous lessons she had learned with all those she encountered. For Willow had embarked on a journey that had transformed her very soul, a journey that had revealed the true magic that lay within her heart. The ability to find joy, wonder, and beauty in even the most unlikely of places. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, the lantern glowing softly beside her bed, Willow knew that the magic of the fairy realm would forever illuminate her path, guiding her towards a life filled with enchantment, friendship, and the boundless possibilities that await those who dare to embrace the extraordinary. Story 64. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, there was a gentle, magical hum that filled the air, like a lullaby sung by the trees. At twilight, the sky often turned a soft lavender, and the stars began to twinkle, casting a silvery glow over the cobblestone streets and thatched-roof cottages. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing its inhabitants to live life at a leisurely, harmonious pace. Amongst the villagers was young Thomas, a curious boy with chestnut hair and bright green eyes that sparkled with wonder. He lived with his grandmother Agnes in a cozy cottage adorned with climbing roses and a garden that bloomed with an array of vibrant colors and fragrances. Agnes was known for her wisdom and gentle nature, always ready with a comforting story or a steaming cup of herbal tea. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the air turned crisp with the promise of winter, Thomas noticed something peculiar. The village's famed moonflowers, which only bloomed under the full moon, had vanished without a trace. These flowers were cherished by the villagers, known not only for their luminous beauty, but also for their calming scent that soothed the mind and spirit. Puzzled by their disappearance, Thomas decided to seek the counsel of Elder Cedric, the wisest resident of Willowbrook. Elder Cedric lived in a charming stone cottage at the heart of the village, surrounded by ancient oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to those who listened closely. As Thomas approached the cottage, the door creaked open, and Elder Cedric greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, young Thomas," he said, his voice as soft and comforting as a woolen blanket, "I sense you have a question that needs answering." Thomas explained the mystery of the missing moonflowers, and Elder Cedric listened intently, nodding slowly. "Indeed, this is a curious matter," he mused, stroking his silver beard thoughtfully. "We must seek the wisdom of the Whispering Woods. The creatures there may hold the answers we seek." With a nod of agreement, Thomas and Elder Cedric set off toward the woods, the path illuminated by the silvery glow of the rising moon. The Whispering Woods were a place of enchantment, where the trees seemed to lean in to share their secrets, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they were joined by a flutter of delicate wings. It was Lyra, a tiny fairy with shimmering wings and a mischievous smile. "I heard you might need some assistance," she chimed, her voice as light as a breeze. "The woods have been abuzz with talk of the missing flowers." Together the trio ventured further, guided by the soft luminescence of fireflies that danced around them like living lanterns. They soon arrived at an ancient grove, where the gentle spirit of the forest, an old and wise owl named Anwin, perched majestically on a gnarled branch. "Greetings, Anwin," Elder Cedric called, bowing respectfully. "We seek your guidance in a matter that troubles our village." Anwin blinked slowly, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "The moonflowers have been hidden away by the playful spirits of the stream," he hooted gently. "They meant no harm, only seeking a bit of fun. They did not realize the distress they would cause." Relieved to have unraveled the mystery, Thomas asked, "How can we convince the stream spirits to return the moonflowers?" Anwin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "The spirits cherish music and tales of old. Perhaps a song and a story will remind them of the harmony they have disrupted." With a plan in mind, Thomas, Elder Cedric, and Lyra made their way to the babbling brook that wound its way through the forest. The water shimmered under the moonlight, and the soft laughter of the stream spirits could be heard, mingling with the gurgle of the water. Lyra began to sing a melody as sweet as the morning dew, her voice weaving through the night air. Elder Cedric followed with a tale of the ancient bond between the village and the woods, a story of friendship and respect that had endured through time. As the last notes of the song faded and the story came to a close, the stream spirits appeared, their forms shimmering like water droplets caught in sunlight. "We did not mean to cause worry," they chimed, their voices like the tinkling of bells. "We shall return the moonflowers to their rightful place." With a wave of their translucent hands, the spirits released the moonflowers, which floated gently down the stream like glowing lanterns. The flowers returned to their patches in the village, their petals unfurling under the moon's gentle gaze. Back in Willowbrook, the villagers awoke to the sight of the moonflowers in full bloom, their scent filling the air with tranquility. Thomas and Elder Cedric, along with Lyra, returned to the village, their hearts light with the satisfaction of a mystery solved and friendships deepened. As Thomas settled into bed that night, a sense of peace enveloped him like a warm blanket. He knew that the bond between the village, the woods, and its magical inhabitants was stronger than ever, reminding him that with kindness and understanding, harmony could always be restored. And so, with the moonflowers in bloom and the village at rest, Willowbrook drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the watchful stars and the whispering trees, where dreams danced as softly as the autumn leaves. Story 65. In the heart of a lush, mist-covered valley, where the air hummed with the fragrance of blooming jasmine and the songs of distant crickets, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and charming cottages, each with thatched roofs that seemed to nod under the weight of glowing golden lanterns. Here, the nights were gentle, wrapped in the velvet embrace of starlit skies. and the days were painted with the soft hues of morning dew. The villagers were known for their warm smiles and kind spirits, always ready to lend a helping hand or share a tale by the fireside. But recently, a gentle mystery had woven itself into the fabric of Willowbrook, tickling the curiosity of its residents. It all began one crisp autumn evening, when a peculiar mist rolled in from the forest, not the usual soft silver wisp, but a vibrant, shimmering fog that danced like liquid gold across the village green. As it curled around the ancient oak in the center of the village, it left behind a trail of delicate, iridescent feathers. These feathers glittered in the moonlight, casting a soft glow that seemed to whisper secrets of old. The villagers, intrigued by this strange phenomenon, gathered around the oak, murmuring and exchanging theories. Some thought it a blessing from the forest spirits. Others speculated about a rare bird visiting their humble home. But none could explain the true nature of the golden mist or the mysterious feathers. In the midst of this enchanting puzzle lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lyra. With her curious eyes and a heart as warm as the summer sun, Lyra often spent her days exploring the meadows and woods that cradled Willowbrook. She was known for her keen observations and an uncanny ability to notice things others might overlook. Drawn by the mystery, Lyra decided to uncover the truth. Bundling herself in a cozy cloak, she ventured out one evening, her lantern casting a soft pool of light on the cobblestones as she made her way toward the forest edge. The air was cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, and the leaves rustled softly as if sharing secrets of their own. As Lyra approached the place where the mist had first appeared, she paused, listening to the gentle symphony of nature that surrounded her. The hoot of an owl drifted through the trees, and the distant babble of the creek wove a melody with the whispering wind. She took a deep breath, her senses attuned to the forest's subtle rhythms. Under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra noticed something peculiar. The feathers weren't scattered randomly. They formed a delicate path, leading deeper into the forest. With a heart full of wonder, she followed the trail, her steps soft and cautious on the mossy ground. As she walked, shadows danced in the moonlight, casting gentle patterns across her path. The forest seemed alive with a quiet magic, the trees standing as ancient sentinels watching over her journey. Lyra's heart beat in time with the forest's pulse, a steady, reassuring rhythm. The path led her to a small clearing where a gentle stream whispered over smooth stones. Here, the air was tinged with a sweet, floral fragrance, and the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. In the center of the clearing, surrounded by a halo of the iridescent feathers, stood a creature unlike any Lyra had ever seen. It was a creature of elegance and grace, its form shimmering with the hues of the mist, a seraphine, a mythical bird known only in the oldest of Willowbrook's tales. Its feathers glowed with a soft luminescence, casting a warm, comforting light. The seraphine gazed at Lyra with eyes that sparkled like starlit pools, full of ancient wisdom and gentle kindness. Lyra felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the seraphine's presence itself was a balm for the soul. She understood then that the creature was not lost or in need of help, but had chosen this place to share its beauty and magic with the village. With a soft, melodic song, the seraphine began to speak, not with words, but with a melody that wove through Lyra's heart, painting images of the past and the present. It showed her visions of the forest, of balance and harmony, and of the delicate threads that connected all living things. Lyra realized that the seraphine's visit was a reminder to cherish the harmony between the village and the forest, to nurture the bonds of friendship and respect that tied them to the natural world. Filled with a sense of purpose and understanding, Lyra returned to Willowbrook, her heart light and her mind buzzing with the seraphine's song. She shared her experience with the villagers, her words painting the beauty and wisdom of the encounter. The mystery of the golden mist and the shimmering feathers was unraveled, not as a problem to be solved, but as a gift to be cherished. The villagers, inspired by Lyra's tale, began to celebrate the bond between their lives and the world around them. They planted gardens that mirrored the colors of the forest, crafted wind chimes that sang with the breeze, and wove tapestries that told the stories of the seraphine and its message of harmony. And so the village of Willowbrook thrived under the gentle watch of the forest, its people bound by the shared knowledge that they were part of something greater, something magical and enduring. The golden mist became a cherished memory, a symbol of the beauty that could be found when hearts were open and spirits were kind. Story 66. In a realm where the moonlight painted the world in silvery hues, there was a little village named Lumina Hollow. Nestled in a gentle valley surrounded by whispering pines and fields of glowing wildflowers, the village was a haven of peace and enchantment. The air was always perfumed with the scent of lavender and honey, and the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that cast a warm glow, guiding the villagers back home each night. At the heart of Lumina Hollow stood a quaint cottage, its walls covered in ivy and its chimney puffing wisps of sweet-smelling smoke. This was the home of an old tinkerer, a gentle soul with twinkling eyes and hands deft with the art of invention. Her name was Merryweather, and she was beloved by all for her kind heart and clever mind. Merryweather spent her days creating marvelous contraptions, tiny dancing birds made of brass, clocks that chimed with the melody of the forest, and glasses that could decipher the language of the wind. Her workshop was a wonderland of gears and gadgets, where the soft ticking of clocks blended harmoniously with the rustle of parchment and the bubbling of potions. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, strange occurrences began to unfold in Lumina Hollow. The lanterns lining the paths flickered with an unusual rhythm, casting shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. The villagers, though accustomed to magic, found this particular phenomenon peculiar and slightly unsettling. Merryweather, with her curious mind and an innate desire to uncover mysteries, decided to investigate. She donned her thick woolen shawl and stepped out into the cool night air, her boots softly crunching against the cobblestones. The village was serene, with only the occasional hoot of an owl echoing through the stillness. As she strolled down the path, Merryweather felt a gentle tug at her cloak. She turned to find a small, luminescent creature hovering beside her, a moon moth, its wings shimmering like the surface of a pond under the moonlight. The moth's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and it seemed eager to guide her somewhere. "Do you wish to show me something, little one?" Merryweather asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The moon moth fluttered around her head, then flew ahead, its glow illuminating the path. Merryweather followed, her heart light with anticipation and curiosity. The moth led her through the village and into the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and silent, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight, Merryweather discovered a gathering of woodland creatures, a fox with a coat like autumn leaves, a wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch, and a family of hedgehogs nestled together in the grass. They seemed to be waiting, their eyes reflecting the light of the moon. The moon moth alighted on a moss-covered stone, and Merryweather approached, her breath catching at the beauty of the scene. It was then she noticed something peculiar, a series of delicate symbols etched into the earth, glowing faintly as if painted with stardust. "Ah!" Merryweather murmured, kneeling beside the markings. "A puzzle, perhaps, or a message." The owl hooted softly, offering a gentle nod of encouragement. With a thoughtful gaze, Merryweather studied the symbols, her fingers tracing their intricate lines. She realized they formed a pattern, one that seemed to tell a story of harmony and balance, of night and day intertwined in eternal dance. Understanding dawned upon her, as serene as the first light of morning. The flickering lanterns in the village were not a sign of mischief, but a call for attention, a reminder that nature and its creatures had a story to share, a wisdom to impart. "It is the dance of the cosmos," Merryweather said aloud, her voice carrying a note of wonder. "A symphony that we must listen to with both heart and mind." With this newfound insight, Merryweather returned to Lumina Hollow, her heart brimming with gratitude. She shared her discovery with the villagers, who gathered around the village square, their faces bathed in the gentle glow of the lanterns. Together, they listened to the rhythm of the night, the whispers of the wind, and the soft rustle of leaves. They learned to appreciate the subtle beauty of the world around them, the delicate balance that magic and nature maintained. From that night on, the villagers of Lumina Hollow would gather under the stars to celebrate the harmony of life, guided by the gentle glow of the lanterns and the wisdom of the creatures who shared their world. And Merryweather, with her heart full of joy and her mind ever curious, continued to weave her enchantments, ensuring that Lumina Hollow remained a place of wonder and warmth. As the village settled into a peaceful slumber, the moon moth fluttered back to the forest, its wings shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars, and all was well in Lumina Hollow, where the night sang softly, and dreams danced on the edge of a gentle breeze.